What am I exactly? Welcome to Draft Utopia on Talk Shoe and Restream. Chris Ransom, joined by William Yannish, Joseph Potter. Today we're going to break down the top 10 centers in the draft, and we're going to go over the maybe we'll go over the end of the Ravens Bengals game recap at the end after we do the draft stream with Joey and William and Mary for the teams on bye weeks. We've got the William picking for the Raiders, Joey picking for the Browns, Mary the Mac and Cheese podcast picking for the Packers, and I will be picking for the Seattle Seahawks. And no, Joey, just because the Browns and Seahawks are both on bye weeks does not mean you get to call me a pancake-eating motherfucker like Kevin Costner in draft day. I know it's pretty rare coincidence that the Browns and Seahawks are both on bye weeks and we're both using their teams in the simulator.
I never watched draft day, so I couldn't tell you. I watched the highlights and it was too unrealistic in my case.
Yeah, I don't blame you. But yeah, as far as the center rankings go, we'll get into that first. I will recap this Bengals game later, but I'm going to get into the center rankings here. There's only 10 centers, and my number one center, second-round pick, Parker Brailsford out of Alabama. He is my number one center in this draft. He does got to put on some muscle, but he does everything on well. He checks off a lot of boxes on tape. And then my other day one starter at center that checks off every box is Jonah Monheim, the USC Trojan center. I've got a third-round grade on him. But those are the two centers that I have in day two this year. You want to talk about either one of these guys before we get to the two fourth-rounders that I think could develop into starters over time? William, you want to start or with Brailsford or with why does this say Parker Brailsford, Oregon? I strictly he went to Alabama. He transferred from Washington. From Washington to Alabama. I don't know why this says Oregon. No, I probably forgot. Jackson Powers Johnson was center one last year. I probably forgot to update that. That's why. Oh, shucks. But whatever. It is what it is. I updated it now. I'm reloading the live stream, so it's exact. Now I typed Washington. He's on Alabama. He did play for Washington last year, but when Caleb DeBoer left, he entered the portal too. But all right, Parker Brailsford, he is the number one center in this draft. I mean, he was a starter on Washington's national championship team last year. He goes to Alabama. He's snapping the ball to Penix and Milroe. I'm sure that's great for his resume. He's only 285 pounds or 275 pounds, so he's going to have to put on some muscle. But other than that, he does check off every box. Pass blocking, run blocking, zone blocking. He checks off a lot of boxes despite the concerns about his weight and size. And then Jonah Monheim, he's got better size, but he's not as consistent on tape as Brailsford. But those are the two day one starters this year that are probably going to be day two picks.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to figure yourself out there. It was an interesting conversation you were having with yourself. But I would look at the USC center very closely. He does have better size, but I also think he has better hand placement. And that type of quick hand movement is paramount for a center. So I would look at that pretty closely.
Because we had Brailsford at like 61, 62 on our board all year. Number 3 is one of Joey's favorites in this draft, Jared Wilson. I have a 4th-round grade on him. I mean, I had a 3rd-round grade on Cedric Van Pran last year, and he went in the 5th round. I've got a 4th on Jared Wilson this year. But, you know, Wilson's a guy who could sneak up, but he's only a 1-year starter. I'm not sure how big of a deal that is going to be to teams. It may not be that much of a big deal at all with the Georgia pedigree and everything. I also have a 4th-round grade on Ohio State center Seth McLaughlin, who started for Alabama last year before entering the portal to go to Ohio State.
Well, with Wilson, it all depends on whether a team drafts him to be a center or a guard. Because I believe he can be both. So or if they draft him and decide if they're a team that needs both the center and a guard to try him out of both and put him wherever they need him. That would be the question on that, but I expect him to go late second, early third. I think he is the best interior lineman as far as a player who can do everything on the interior in this draft. Play center or guard. He can do it all. He's intelligent. I mean, he's got the total package. And then he, like you said, he played at Georgia. And that's what frustrated me about the Florida-Georgia game with Beck, was because a lot of the times, and a lot of those bad throws he made, he had a clean pocket up the middle. He just made a lot of bad plays, made a lot of bad throws, made a lot of bad reads. But the middle was clean. Wilson did his job. Beck didn't do his.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I read a Carson Beck article on Walter Football yesterday by Charlie Campbell, and he said, like, none of the 8 teams he's spoken with from, like, executives, whether they're scouts or director of player personnels, none of them have first-round grades on Carson Beck, even though he did entering the preseason. So none of the 8 executives he spoke with have first-round grades on Beck. So that's very telling as far as Beck's draft status goes. There's a reason I have him in the 3rd round at the moment.
That goes with what I heard earlier this week, that people are projecting him as a 2nd or 3rd round pick. So that goes hand in hand with what I've been hearing and what you're thinking with putting a 3rd round grade on him. So you're looking at a bunch of people saying he ain't it. So, I mean, his draft stock plummeted this year.
I had him at 83 before the Florida game last week, but it's gotten bad.
Yeah, and that's what I've been hearing as well. Because, like I said during the broadcast when they were going to Georgia, when they were during the game, I said, Florida's got a lot of good players, and they should be coming up because they're all young. And in the next couple years, it's going to be interesting. But those young players made Carson Beck look like a 4th, 5th round pick. They made him look bad, even with Wilson playing so darn well.
Yeah, and I had Beck at 83, and I didn't even move him down after the Florida game. I kept him at 83. I may have moved him down to 84, but I really didn't move him down. But like I said earlier, back in September, Carson Beck, he does have the ceiling Goff has, but the problem is, unlike Goff, who was able to reach that ceiling by the start of his 3rd year, he's not going to reach that ceiling until the start of his 4th year or the end of his 4th year, and that's if you're patient with him. The first 2 years are going to be brutal. The rookie and sophomore year with Carson Beck, he's going to need that development on the bench, and I'm just not sure the teams that drafts him is going to be patient enough to give him that.
If he can't perform at the highest level with Georgia, let's just be honest. Georgia can probably beat a couple pro teams this year. I'm pretty sure they can beat Panther. And he's playing poorly for them. That doesn't sit well with his pro prospects.
You know, on my preseason evaluation, I was questioning Carson Beck's fire. And, I mean, everything that has happened this year kind of explained, you know, what my concerns were. And, I read that article too. And, one even had one down, in the 4th round? But,
yeah.
That's about all I got.
And the next center, after the 2 4th-round centers from Georgia and Ohio State, the next center of my rankings is Gus Hartwig. He is the center at Purdue. I do have a 5th-round grade on him. And then Jake Majors, the Texas center, who's going to be playing Florida at noon. I also have him in the 5th round. What have you seen with Gus Hartwig? He's not. I don't think he's related to Justin Hartwig and Jake Majors. Have you seen either of those two? And what can you tell me about those two? Because I think those are two guys who are high-end backups, but not starting centers, but really good backups to stash if you need depth at center. Like the Saints, they need depth at center with Eric McCoy's injury this year. He's been out since he got injured in the first quarter of week 3. He's not back yet. They're going to need depth at center. Some of these teams that need depth at center could be looking at Gus Hartwig or Jake Majors in the 5th round as options.
Yeah, Gus Hartwig. I mean, he definitely has some good size. 6'5", 305, and being a senior, I didn't see a whole lot of him, but I mean, like I said, he definitely had good size and definitely some decent football IQ.
Yeah, and Jake Majors is going to be playing Florida at noon on ABC. Texas plays Florida at noon on ABC. Lagway might be cleared to play that game, and they have decided to bring back Billy Napier. And I think it's largely due to Lagway, because a lot of people are saying Napier needs to be fired, but I think Lagway probably saved his job.
Yeah, that's one thing. I mean, Florida really, they shit the bed this year. And I mean, going up against Texas, I mean, even Majors had some good size too at 6'3", 315, and obviously Texas kid, playing in Texas, and those kids are usually, built from the ground up, as little kids, they're raised, specifically for this, man, by their parents, and so the football IQ is there, and definitely some athleticism as well.
Yeah, I've got 2 6th-round centers, Joey. Noah Fofifa Tulafano, Wyoming center, and Jacob Gideon, the Western Michigan center. 2 centers at mid-major Group of 5 programs. 2 under-the-radar guys that I think could be good backup centers in this draft. Tulafano, I love his run blocking power, his technique. And Gideon, I think Gideon's very underrated in pass protection. So, but I think both of them are probably backups at the NFL level.
And that's backups at depth. I'm not really a huge fan of either of these guys. I really think the center ranking should end with Majors.
I try to make it so that there's either 5 or 10 centers in the center rankings, to be fair.
It has to be top 10 because 10 is the most alluring number.
It's got to be a number divisible by 5. And just doing 5 centers like we do 5 kickers, 5 punters, 5 fullbacks, that's lazy. That's not acceptable under any circumstance.
It's not even that, Chris.
Yeah.
10 is the most alluring number on the planet. The 10 commandments, the 10 is the decimal system, and 10 is the top 10, the 10 best dressed, the 10, everything is all 10, so it has to be 10. 8, I mean, what would it sound like? It's like, we're doing the top 8. Top 8, get the fuck out of here. Top 8? What is 8?
A lot of the draft sites only list 10 centers in their draft rankings. Like, if you go on PFN Simulator, I think only 7 or 8 centers have draftable grades in the top 250. And then you have to pick whoever is the best out of that group for the remaining centers in your rankings.
Yeah, and that's stupid because that is really poor marketing. But if you're not going for at least 10 or something divisible by 10, then you are making a horrible marketing decision.
Yeah, when I do the quarterback, receiver, running back rankings, the number I go with is always divisible 5-5, whether it's 5, 10, 15, 25, 20, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. Usually we don't get to 50 unless it's for receivers or corners. But yeah, there's a lot.
I want to give you a scenario. The 10 Commandments have lasted 2,100 years, somewhere around there. The If it was the 11th commandment, do you think that would be anything like the 11th commandment? No. 10 is a mentally satisfying number. It's like, 10. What are the 10? I want to hear the 10. Because 10.
Yeah, I can already hear the conversation between Moses and God. Moses is like, can we add an 11th commandment to the 10 commandments? And God's like, no! No! He's pissed off that Moses even suggested such a preposterous idea.
No. Every marketing decision is mentally pleasing. Has to be 10. Everybody loves the number 10. I don't know why. It's just a mentally pleasing number. Always has been to the human mind. Has to be top 10.
Yep.
And if that means you got to put a couple of no hair shit tongue centers in there to make it 10, we're going to do that because we like 10. And we think these two are two of the top 10. By God, we're going to make those 10
Yep.
the most appealing we can because it is 10 and we love 10.
Yep. And after the two West, because Jake Majors, I do have a backup grade on him and Hartwig, but I think they're going to make an NFL roster, whereas Tulafano and Gideon are probably have to fight for those roster spots, just like the next two centers on our list, who are ACC guys. At number 9, we've got Brian Stevens out of Virginia. I've got a 7th round grade on him. And at number 10, we've got Weston Franklin of Georgia Tech. Brian Stevens, Virginia's got a good factory of offensive linemen, and Brian Stevens is one of these guys I could see sneaking into the late rounds. And Weston Franklin, he really did impress me in Georgia Tech's win in Dublin, Ireland over Florida State. So I decided to include him in the center rankings.
Interesting prospect. I'm not sure he should be in the top 10 yet. But he's a guy that's coming up the board a little bit. I don't know what it is about him, but I was watching him, and it was like, this guy's good. What's he do well? Not quite sure yet, but he's good. And that's kind of what I was saying about Orlando Brown Jr. Everybody was railing on him about everything he did wrong. I'm like, does he get results? Yeah. Is he good? Yeah. What does he do right? Not a damn thing. One of the best offensive tackles in the NFL. So it's something that there's just something about him.
This is about Weston Franklin, correct? The Georgia Tech center?
Yes.
Okay, I figured, because we both watched him in Georgia Tech's upset win over Florida State in Dublin, Ireland back in week 0. And that's when he first got on my radar.
Yeah, and there's just something about him. William, maybe you can shed a little light on it, because there's just something about him that's just a lure. Don't you think?
What do you want to add to this, William?
I don't know too much about these two, so I'll just pass on this one.
Yeah, I'm just going to copy and paste the week 13 data, and that I'm going to use for later when coding the site, and then I'll message Mary about loading the draft simulator, because I didn't think we would be done with the center rankings in under 30 minutes. Fantastic job, team.
Well, not only that, but the center sucked this year as compared to previous years. Previous years, we were going, not to be too harsh on the kids, but, in previous years, we were really going, as Luke Whippler or Van.
I mean, I love the 22 center draft, and the 23 center draft was good too. I mean, and 2021, I loved Creed Humphrey. Had a first on him.
Oh, Creed Humphrey was amazing. He was an amazing prospect to cover, too. Now, that was 21 was a fun center class, and it seems like this class.
And I had a first on Eric McCoy too, and Bradbury. So there's a few centers I've had a first on, but
Bradbury, yes, I was not a huge McCoy supporter, but Bradbury, yes, I like Bradbury.
Yeah, but McCoy was a guy who proved me right. But that's But, outside of those 3 or 4 centers, not a lot of first-round centers.
Toot that horn, Chris. Toot that horn. You deserve it this time. Toot it.
Zach Frazier was a guy you liked, and I'll give you credit because Zach Frazier's one of the rookies we mentioned for player of the game this year. I think only 2 offensive linemen have – I think only like 5 offensive linemen have won player of the game all year on the season, and 2 of them are rookies, and the 2 rookies are Joe Alt and Zach Frazier, so that should say something.
Yeah, and it's I think group of rookies, and I think they're proving us. I think the last 2 years, the 3rd to 6th round offensive linemen are showing us a little bit of.
And Bo Limmer, the Rams' 5th-round pick, Rams' 6th-round pick, he hasn't given up a sack this year. He's had to come in and start for Jonah Jackson, who's been on IR since week 2, and he hasn't given up a sack yet. He's been fantastic in relief of him.
He's been amazing, and I think the last in 2023 and 2024, those mid to late round offensive linemen are showing us a little bit. Hey, we need to start paying attention to the little guys because, well, except for Dawad Jones, he's not a little guy. He's like 400 freaking pounds. But the guys from the little schools that we ain't paying attention to, we're not talking little guys because none of those guys are really little. Dawad Jones is a freaking giant among freaking giants. But the guys that are 3rd or 4th round picks, the 7th round picks, I think we need to start paying a little bit better attention to him. And the Georgia Tech center, hey, he's maybe the perfect example this year.
He might be this year's version of Bo Limmer, the guy who gets picked in day 3 who ends up starting as a rookie and exceeding a lot of expectations.
He may, and that is something we're going to have to watch because he is, like I said, there's something about him. I don't know what it is yet. There's something. If I find some tape on him, I'm going to watch that tape, and I'm going to figure out what it is because I really, really am intrigued by him. And if I get intrigued by a player, I'm going to figure out what the hell is intriguing me. I'm going to open up my shit now. I'm going to see what simulator I got open. I know I did a simulation yesterday. And if I remember correctly, I ended up with 2 LSU players. I did the Pro Football Network, and since they put that darn pay thing on there, I can only do 3 rounds. And I ended up with Cam Ward at number 5.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I found out a glitch last week when we were doing the live stream with the Browns. You could trade Deshaun Watson and get the number 1 pick and a 1st rounder in next year's draft. Obviously, Joey's not going to do that with a team that has stability at quarterback like the Jaguars or Patriots, but he might do that with the Panthers or he might do that with the Saints.
Yeah, especially the Panthers.
All right, Mary said she will not be able to join until 11, which means we're pretty much going to talk about whatever until 11. So why don't we get the Ravens-Bengals recap out of the way now, and I'll get some other news out of the way now, whether it's hockey news, because there's a lot of hockey news involving the NHL. It affects the NHL draft. It's college hockey news. Like, it involves the CHL players being eligible to play in the NCAA now. So this could affect Gavin McKenna and Landon DuPont, the projected top picks in the 26 and 27 NHL drafts. We both love McKenna, but he could go, since he's already played in this WHL for 2 years, 2 full seasons now, he could go to college next year. And because in the past, what Canadian Hockey League players, they get paid $600 a week. They wouldn't be eligible for NCAA as a result of going to the WHL. Now they are with the CHL, NCAA peace treaty, and with NIL and stuff. So we could see Gavin McKenna end up being recruited to a college hockey team next year. But I don't think he should leave because he's got Caden Lindstrom as his center, and Lindstrom was drafted 4th overall by the Blue Jackets. That's just a great situation to be in. I don't think you leave that situation unless Caden Lindstrom gets called up to Columbus later this season or next season.
And here's the thing, Chris. Here's something that's going on now. It's like, have you been paying attention to basketball lately?
I know you want to bring up the Cavs being 10-0, but the Winnipeg Jets are 13-1 in the NHL, and I think that's more impressive. I want to see the Cavs get to 14-0 and best Winnipeg.
It's not even the 10-0; it's the records they're setting as they go with it. You know, they're the first team to go 8-0 in NBA history and score 120 points in every game. Their coach is the first coach to start the season 10-0 with a new team. They're setting records, and that's the It's not the impressive part that they're undefeated. It's the impressive part that they're setting NBA records as they go along. And I heard something saying if they go 14-0 and keep on this pace, there's another record they'd break. It's just amazing how they're just setting records as they win the games.
Yep.
The games is how they're winning the games.
But I think that's big for the NCAA and CHL to come to an agreement like that, because now you're going to see more Canadian Hockey League players. If they don't get called up to the NHL right away as 18-year-olds after they're drafted, they're not going to want to stay with the WHL teams they played on. They're probably going to go to college for a year or two to develop. And I actually think that helps them out because some people say that the CHL teams only hold the players back from reaching their potential. So I think that does help. And instead of having the CHL prospects game in January, you're going to have a CHL versus USA game in November now. And you're also going to have a USHL versus US National Team Developmental Program game in January. And, Austin Matthews, Logan Cooley, they played for the US. Well, Austin Matthews played for Zurich, the Zurich Lions, but Zurich Sporting Club Lions and overseas. But Logan Cooley, who went 3rd overall 2 years ago, he was on the U.S. Men's National Team Developmental Program. They've churned out some good players, and now you're going to see those players probably playing against the best players in the USHL in that game, and that game could be like the Shrine Bowl to the CHL versus USA NHL game, which is like the NHL's drafts version of the Senior Bowl, and that's going to be in January, the USA versus USHL game. So I think it's good that hockey's expanding their horizons with these all-star games. And I also think it's good that, hockey is giving players in Canada the option to go the NCAA route if they want to go that route versus staying in the CHL, because it raises the level of competition. Now the USHL guys have to compete with the Canadian guys if they both choose to take the college route. And that's good for hockey as a brand in general. That's good. That's good for the brand in general. I mean, looking at the Ravens-Bengals game, Ravens won. Both quarterbacks dominated in the game, but the big takeaway was the officiating. I think if we get a Ravens-Lions Super Bowl like I predicted, I'm fairly certain Clete Blakeman's going to be refereeing the game. Clete Blakeman, a Ravens defender, grabbed Burrow's face mask. They did not call roughing the passer or face mask at the 2-point conversion. Even though I was objective about both teams, Bantle was livid to the point where he was sending me screenshots of the game and how the Bengals screwed him over, how the refs screwed the Bengals over. When Bantle's sending me screenshots of what happened, and I'm rewatching the game, not only watching the game on Amazon Prime, but rewatching the game on NFL Network the next day, and I see the same thing Bantle's seeing, the NFL refs have screwed up. But, I think Clete Blakeman's getting the Super Bowl. He ejected Brian Branch for that unnecessary roughness, unsportsmanlike penalty against the Packers on Sunday, and his officiating in this game was very ticky-tacky at best. So I think we are going to see him in the soup. I think we're going to see him. I think we're going to, because he hasn't called a Super Bowl since, Super Bowl. He hasn't called a Super Bowl since Super Bowl 50. Super Bowl 50 was the last Super Bowl Clete Blakeman called. I mean, it is, but he called the Broncos-Panthers Super Bowl. He hasn't called another Super Bowl since then, Joey, and I think he's going to get Super Bowl 59 in New Orleans. Just my hunch. I'd love to see someone who hasn't called the Super Bowl, who does a fair job calling the games, whether it's a John Hussey or a Sean Hockley officiating the game, but I think we're going to get Clete Blakeman. It's just a hunch. It's just a hunch. Hey, Clete Blakeman's an upgrade over Brad Allen. If you're a Lions fan, even though Clete Blakeman is bad, he is an upgrade over Brad Allen, and he has experience calling a Super Bowl. So that's what I'll say in Clete Blakeman's defense. He also took time out of his day to talk football with a fan at a bar when the patient was like really sick, going through some stuff for cancer. So he is a good guy off the field, but his officiating past week has been questionable at best. But something tells me he'll end up calling the Super Bowl if it's Ravens, Lions, or Chiefs, Lions for that matter. And if he's calling the game and the Ravens or Chiefs win because of his officiating or because he ejected a player, you're going to be pissed. So we'll see what happens. But that's that. MLS playoff update. I'll knock that out of the way. LAFC knocked out Vancouver. There are 3 MLS games today. First game, I'm going to pull this up because I'm just buying time. Because there's 3 elimination games today. First game is Orlando versus Charlotte, I believe. That's at 4. I believe there's 3 games today in the bracket, and they're all Eastern Conference matchups. The Western Conference is set. LAFC is going to play Seattle, and Minnesota, who upset Real Salt Lake, is going to play the LA Galaxy. The goaltending from Dane St. Clair, he looked just as good as he did in the regular season when he started off the year red hot. He was just as clutch in the playoffs. And Dane St. Clair, when I interviewed him in Chicago, he was talking about how his teammates helped him win a championship at Maryland after his freshman year. Very unselfish. He was kind of raw at the time, but the talent potential was there, and now you're starting to see him reach his potential. But I think we're getting 4 games. We're getting 3 games today for the MLS playoffs. FC Cincinnati hosts New York City FC in an elimination game at 4 in Cincinnati. Orlando's going to play Charlotte at 6. I know Joey put money on Orlando to win the MLS Cup. If Charlotte wins, Dave Tepper will have officially screwed Joey out of $1. Like the Mortimer brothers. Trading places when they wagered $1. And final game is Real Miami versus Atlanta at 8. I think Joey's best path to winning that MLS Cup bet is New York upsets Cincinnati and Atlanta upsets Miami, and then Orlando would have home field against whoever, because the Red Bulls did knock out Columbus, and that was a huge upset. Nobody saw that coming. There's already talks that Columbus is going to lose their right winger to the expansion draft. Their attacking midfielder and their backup goalie are both going to reach free agency. Evan Bush, the backup goalie to Patrick Schultz, and he's like 36, 37. He's going to test free agency. And the attacking midfielder, they do not have options in their contracts. And a lot of MLS teams put options in players' contracts. And the players that don't have options in their contracts basically hit the open market. So Columbus is going to lose their attacking midfielder, and there's already speculation San Diego, the expansion team, is going to take Columbus's right winger with one of their picks in the expansion draft in a few weeks. So that's what I've got. But I think we're going to see all the home teams win in MLS today. Cincinnati, Orlando, and Inter Miami. I think all the home teams handled business today. And that's my take on the MLS. I did not think these takes would be as quick as they are, but here we are. And, we talked about the college football playoff bracket on Under the Bleachers. William and I both thought Army should at least be in the top 12 since they're one of the 5 undefeateds left, but they're playing Notre Dame later in the year. That's probably why the committee left them out, and they doubt they could beat Notre Dame. So this is their excuse for not putting them as high as they should be. Because they were ranked like 18th in the AP poll, I believe, last week before they dropped to 25 in the first official playoff bracket. But yeah. I'm just trying to fill time until 11. You know what? Why don't we do this? Why don't we load up the simulator and make our trades? Like, we use this as a window to trade players away. And then when Mary arrives, we'll just start the draft. How would you guys feel about that? Because we have nothing else to talk about, and I just don't want to have awkward silence, you know? How does that sound?
Yeah, that sounds good, man.
Doing a pre-mock draft right now to see what I might end up, where people might fall, and it's pretty interesting right now. Cameron Ward fell to 5. I got him again. Javon Revell out of cornerback out of East Carolina, number 36. Tyron Lacey, wide receiver at LSU, with 67. And Ernest Green, the offensive tackle out of Georgia, at 94. And that's where I'm at so
Yeah,
far.
I turned CPU to CPU trades off because I want the thing to be realistic. But if I turn it on, there's going to be a bunch of trades. It's going to screw up everything. But I turned that feature off. I'm going to put the team trade console here, and looking at the draft order, they have not updated the draft order. NFL Draft Buzz still has Carolina picking at 1. So, yeah, you know what? We're going to trade since NFL Draft Buzz did not update their simulator this week. They have the Browns at 8. Should we do another simulator besides NFL Draft Buzz with this week's draft order? We're going to do that because I want the draft.
Because I'm on NFL Draft Database.
That's the site I usually use. They usually update their drafts content.
Yeah.
And yeah, we'll use them this week. It's not that I don't want to use NFL Draft Buzz. I love the idea of trading players. I just hate the fact that they haven't updated their simulator. That is so cringe. Come on, guys. So we'll see what we can't trade players away in the NFL mock draft database simulator, but you know, we can load the simulator. We don't have to start anything until Mary gets here, but like we can load the simulator and, you know, wait, Packers. Forgot to click on the Browns. Here we go. 7 rounds, and we're going to do, I'm going to click slow pace. And I'm going to enter the draft room. And we'll see what we can do as far as trading goes to get more picks. So
I've only got one decent trade that just popped up as of right now, and that is with the Bills. The Bills offered me 172 in the 5th and a 6th 205 for 167th and 5th. So
okay,
I would take that one.
All right. Here are the picks you've got. You've got 5, 36, 67, 94, 103, 167, 183, 185, and 202, 214, and 253. Those are your picks. You've got like 4 6th round picks and a 7th. Is there anything you want to move on here? Is there any picks you're willing to move to get a higher pick in a certain round? You don't have to, could stay put at 5 for now, but like, is there?
No, because I think worst case scenario, you can keep Jameis Winston for another year quarterback and go after.
You can keep Watson and Winston. That's what I'm saying. You can probably keep Watson and Winston for one more year if you're not happy with the quarterback draft. So the Browns do have a little bit more flexibility than people think.
And I'm hearing they're trying to get out of keeping Watson in the building.
So this might be another Texans scenario where they just get tired of his antics and just send him home and eat a year and then just release him, or just eat the money if it comes to that. So they, so there's a lot of stuff.
The Broncos took a major cap hit. The Browns would be taking almost double what the Broncos took in cap hit if they cut Watson outright.
Because it's not double, about 2/3. Not quite double.
The Broncos took like $50 million. The Browns would take about $75 million. So that's not quite double, but that's at least 1.5 what the times what the Browns would be taking in terms of cap space compared to what Denver would be taking.
And let's face it, they were both horrific contracts. So I mean, neither one of the contracts should happen.
All right. I'm going to look at the other teams now. We're just going to leave Mary's picks the way they are until she gets here. William, you've got a first, you got a second, you've got 2/3, a fourth, a fifth, a sixth, and 2 sixths and a seventh. Do you want to try to get additional seconds, or you good with what you have?
Yeah, I'm good with what I got.
All right, I've got a 1, 2, 3, 4, a fifth, 2 sixths, and a seventh. Yeah, I'll just stay with if everyone else is staying with what they have, I'll do the same thing. We probably could start now because the Packers are picking last among the 4 teams, but I'd rather wait until our final guest gets here to start. I don't have the screen. I don't. Let me load the screen. Let me exit out of this on Restream and load the screen up. Let's do that now, and then we'll just wait for our guest. Wait for Mary. All right, let's do that. Let's stop screen sharing, then we'll... Yeah. All right, so window, there we go. Simulators loaded. Let me send the link to
Interesting. Hodge Brooks ended up falling to the 6th round in this one. Texas Tech running back?
Yep.
He's a little bit far down.
I have him at like 65 or 66. He's like one of my top 2 third-round backs.
Yeah, he really far down on the simulator.
Yeah, that ain't going to happen today.
You know what? I'm going to ask Swipe if he wants to. I'm going to pull up the list of players Swipe. Let me pull up the list of players Swipe wanted, because Swipe, he's a Seahawks fan. He does some of the graphic designs for Draft Utopia podcast. He does some of the thumbnails for Draft Utopia. So I'm going to pull up his. I'm going to pull up his draft board here for the Seahawks, and we'll see if we can get all the players he wants that he got in the simulator. Okay. I'm going to read through his board here, and I'll try my best to replicate it. I don't know if we'll end up replicating it, but yeah, because Dak got placed on IR. So for Thanksgiving, we're going to have Cooper Rush versus Daniel Jones, and we have to be thankful for Daniel Jones versus Cooper Rush. We have to. That's going to be one of the Thanksgiving games, and it's a game we have to be thankful for. I know this is the part where Joey's going to turn into Ebenezer Scrooge and get pissed off at the idea of being thankful for that game.
The only thing I'm
Oh, man. Okay, here we go. This is on PFF. This was a swipe as PFF board. He got Will Campbell at 14. He got Jelon Walker in the second round, Harold Fannin in the third round. He got Dylan Fairchild at 135 and he got Dylan Gabriel at 174. He only made 5 picks. I've got more than that, but let me see if I can get the picks swipe ahead exactly. I'll challenge myself if I can move up. And that's the thing. How many teams are in the market for a left tackle outside of the Jaguars, Patriots, and the Browns? I don't think Campbell's going to fall to me at 14, but what's interesting. Well, Swipa traded up with Tampa from 14 to 15 to get Will Campbell at 14. He traded up a spot. I would not trade up a spot. Like, where's Will Campbell's listed at 8 on the board, so we're gonna have to trade up with like the even if we get him. Yeah, that's the thing. William might pick him, but that's the thing. Even if I made you, we'll see how the board shakes up. I might make William an offer. I know Joey's either going to pick Cam Ward or Will Campbell, depending on who falls to him. Probably Ward if he's there. If not, he'll look at Shadur. He'll look at Will Campbell. He'll look at the guy he likes better between the two.
Yeah, because right now, I'm kind of liking how Kawhi Jones is starting to develop at left tackle, which is really weird because, yeah, he had the athleticism, but he really didn't seem to. He'd never played left tackle, and he's making mistakes, but at the same time, he's making some really good plays. So there's a little bit to work with either way. So, yeah, I would have to think about it, pretty hard to see where I want to go with that because, hey, who knows? I might want to go a completely different direction depending on who's there.
Yeah.
Don't you love question marks?
Yep. And I put this thing on slow motion instead of fast speed. Probably shouldn't have done that, but I did because I did. We'll start at 11, even if Mary's late. But we'll see. What was I saying?
Because there is one thing that I really need to look at is that we're probably going to lose Joel Bitonio at guard. He's probably going to retire. In fact, there's a lot of his retirement. Jack Conklin has already put his house in Cleveland on the market. This Cleveland Browns offensive line's got really old, really fast. So there are a lot of guys looking that they're probably not going to be here next year. Coach probably isn't going to be at center. So there's another one that we're going to have to look at. So
okay, they've just added a clause to the Senior Bowl and Shrine Bowl this year, Joey. So if a player is injured if a player agrees to play in an all-star game, it is ironclad. It is finalized. So in previous years, players would agree to a Shrine Bowl or a Senior Bowl. They could back out. They cannot back out under the new clause. And if they get injured, they have to withdraw from the game. This is from Tom Pelissero from November 5th. So that is ironclad. So, okay, that definitely changes the landscape. And I think we will end up seeing Carson Beck in Mobile because thing with Carson Beck is he hasn't really cemented his status as a top draft pick, and he needs the Senior Bowl. Shadur doesn't need the Senior Bowl, but he probably should go just to solidify his status of being a first-round pick. I think he's a second-round prospect, but, You know, if he wants to make me look like an idiot, going to Mobile is the best way to do that. He could dominate the week there like Penix and Knicks did last year and get pushed up into the top part of the draft. But I got a feeling he won't. I feel like it's going to be the typical suspects, the Quinn Ewers, the Carson Becks, the Jalen Milrose, the Dylan Gabriels, a lot of the guys that are jumbled in the third round right now, William. Those are the guys that will end up in Mobile. And maybe one of them will push their way into the second round if they dominate, but none of them will do enough to get into round one. That's kind of what my takeaway from the Senior Bowl is right now. Okay, Mary's here. Perfect. We'll start this. Welcome.
Hello.
We're going to start this. Everybody's going to pick. I did make this 7 rounds, but hey, the Patriots get Travis Hunter, Will Johnson. So corners go 1 and 2. Pierce and the Brown. So it looks like you get Cam Ward, Joey. The Panthers took Shadur Sanders over Cam Ward. Cam Ward's the number 1 quarterback in the draft, in my opinion. So it looks like you're going to get Cam Ward at 5 if you want him.
Okay, I'm going into it. This thing's being a pain in the butt. Loading really weirdly.
So the first 4 picks were we had corners go 1 and 2. We had the Saints take James Pierce, and the Panthers got Shadur with Ward on the board. So they took Shadur over Ward. So you could get Ward here at 5.
Yeah, it's like I'll take Ward because the way it's looking right now, as discussing earlier, the Browns, Deshaun Watson will not play another down for the Browns. The Browns will not have him in the building one way or another come next year. How that's going to come about, I don't know. We do know that somewhere along the lines, Jimmy Haslam was a smart businessman and took out insurance on the contract due to injury. Now, we don't know how much that's going to save. We don't know what's going on there. That's a private thing. But we are also suspecting that depending on what the NFL does, the Browns might have an out clause in the contract, or they may just send him home for the year. We don't know what's going on right now, but speculation is Deshaun Watson will not be back, and they are looking at a...
What's interesting is there was a rumor last week that Andrew Berry said he was going to be back, and then this week he was non-committal. So it's almost like he's handing Watson a backhanded compliment, which is not a good sign.
Well, from what I understand, they're trying to do a gentle separation so that they're going to try to make everything sound really fruity and really nice. Even though behind the scenes, it ain't real fruity and it ain't real nice.
Well, the contract runs through 2027, and they would take a cap hit if they bought him out this year in 25 or 26. So I don't know how they can.
I forget what who it was. I was listening to a contract expert. They said there is a chance that the Browns restructure Watson's contract in a way that would give him a lot of that money up front, so that there wouldn't be as much of a hit, and then they just let him go. He went into all kinds of specifics about how they would do it, what bonuses there would be involved, and all kinds of stuff that is way above my head. But they said that they're trying to figure out a way contractually to make this happen and make it happen as gently as possible.
All right, good stuff, Joey. We'll keep you updated. But Williams on the clock here at 6. What direction are you thinking about taking the Raiders? And the 2 first-round QBs are off the board. You're stuck with Aiden O'Connell for 1 more year, and you like Aiden O'Connell, so I don't think you have a problem with that. But this is a tough spot to be in if you're the Raiders.
Right here?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm taking Ashton Jeanty.
Let's see. All right, Ashton Jeanty, running back, Boise State. I like that for the Raiders. It's an unconventional pick. The Giants take Jalen Milroe at 7, so third QB comes off the board. He's my QB3. I had him in the 3rd round, though.
I thought about that.
The Dolphins take Will Campbell. We'll see if I can even get a good if I can get Banks.
I definitely thought about Milrow. And
the Buccaneers took Banks, so I would really Swipe. I'm sorry I disappointed you, man. Well, the Rams are offering me 16 and a first next year to move down one spot. Seahawks aren't going to trade with a division rival in real life. I want to make this as realistic as possible. There's not a player. I know Swipa would like a right tackle in the first round, but there's not a player that I think fits that description for Seattle here. Let's see. Luther Burden is still on the board. You know what? I'm going to take Burden because Seahawks are probably going to buy out Metcalf or Tyler Lockett to save cap space. So if Burden, my number one receiver, is there at 15, I should probably grab him knowing that Seahawks can get out of that contract he's in. Because I think I have Luther Burden I've got Luther Burden at 3 on my big board. So just take the best player available and get out of the Tyler Lockett contract via buyout. That's what I'm going to do. Let's see what we got here. This is not a good deal. Third, first, 199. That's not. Do you guys want to offer Mary anything substantial besides first round picks in 2026? No. Okay. All right. When you look at the pack, what areas do you think the team needs to improve in?
I would say defense, like cornerback.
Corners? Personally? There's not a... I did have first on Burke at the beginning of the year. Same with Davis, but they have second-round grades. As far as value goes, best value would probably be Mykal Williams, but, the Packers, they did trade Preston Smith away, but they've got Lucas Van Ness, and I think part of the reason they traded Smith away is because they're ready for Van Ness to take that next step as a full-time starter. He's ahead of schedule. That's probably why.
Okay.
He's a beast.
Okay.
You could get Mykal Williams. He's the top edge rusher in the draft if you want more depth at the position. But the best cornerback on the board is Denzel Burke. He has a second-round grade on the simulator. I did have a first on him. He did not look good against Oregon in Ohio State's only loss in the year. He was picked apart in that game. And Tacario Davis, he's another guy who I had a first on at the beginning of the year. I'm just trying to see where Siobhan Revel ranked. I think Revel already got picked. I could be wrong on that, but yeah, I think the computer already took Revel. Yeah, the Falcons took Revel at 22. So you could take Burke or Davis, or you could go with an edge rusher. There's any other defensive positions you'd like me to load up, I'll do that before you make your selection.
Okay. See, the thing is, you're right about the Preston Smith thing with Lucas Van Ness, because Goody basically said that he wants to give Lucas Van Ness and Kingsley Enagbare and Aaron Mosby more time to play. So maybe like another edge would be good.
Yeah, Mykal Williams is the best edge rusher in the draft. He's made it to 24.
Is that a reach for you, or is that a steal for him?
No, I have him at 11 on my big board, and he'll be the number one defensive end when we go over the defensive end rankings next week. He'll be the headline defensive end, and he's the number one player on the big board, 14 on the simulator. He's the best player available for probably get an A+ if you pick him.
Okay, so let's do that.
All right. And Mykal Williams is a Packer. Simulator rewards. Savannah goes to the Ravens. Howie Roseman gets Egbuka. I know that upsets you, Joey. Isaiah Bond is a Steeler. Tyler Booker's a Viking. JT Tuimoloau is a Commander. Umanian's a Bill. Overton. The Chiefs took Carson Beck? Like, what in the actual hell? The
Wow.
Chiefs have Mahomes. What in the actual F? I mean, so we're replacing Carson Wentz with Carson Beck. Okay. All right, Brett Veach, noted. But I think that might be the worst pick I've seen the simulator make. Like that might be, you know how you gave, I think, what was it, a few years ago, Walter Football gave the Bears an F- for Trubisky. I think the Carson Beck to the Chiefs pick in the first round might be an F-, Joey, but you are up at 36.
Okay, I'm gonna give a surprise pick right now. A guy I've been looking at since our wide receiver rankings. It's really growing on me. A guy, I'm going with Aaron Lacy.
Interesting
LSU wide
selection.
receiver. 6 foot to 213 pounds. Got it on his way of being first team All SEC. A guy with potential to be a true number 1 receiver. The Browns are probably going to lose more. That means they can move Tillman down into the slot. They can have Judy, and they can have Lacy on the outside, and then they can have a true group of weapons. They're probably going to bring back Nick Chubb or Cam Ward, the throw to. Because now you're also going to have Njoku in that. So now the Browns actually have weapons.
Yeah, Elijah Moore's a UFA. You'll still have Judy. You'll still have Tillman on a rookie deal for 2 more years. But you're basically going to have to hand Jamari Thrash the slot receiver job unless you draft somebody early. By drafting Lacy, you have that competition for that slot job. And whoever loses is a high-end number 4 next year.
And that's not a bad thing in the NFL. You need 4 receivers. So that creates that competition and potentially gives you that number 1 receiver that you've been desperately looking for 20 years, that you've only had for 2 years out of those 20-something years.
You don't think Tillman or Judy's a number 1? You think they're both high-end number 2s?
I think they're both number 2s, yes. I don't think either of them have the top-end speed.
All right.
I think Lacy could have that top-end speed.
All right. That's fair. William, you're up. The Raiders, they have Brock Bowers and Michael Mayer. You're not going to draft another tight end. I know you like Loveland more than Bowers.
Man.
But
You know how I love them tight ends, bro.
yeah.
All right. Let's take a look at the wide receivers.
I'll look at the quarterbacks because I don't think you need a quarterback. It's Aller and Dart, and then there's a huge drop-off. But we'll look at the receivers here first. Trey Harris, I do have a first on him. I've got a second on Evan Stewart. I think I have a second or third on Evan Stewart. I got a second on Tez Johnson. But those are the receivers. Harris, Stewart, A.O. Manor, Royals, Higgins, Restrepo.
Let's look at the safeties.
Winston is there. Watts is there. Watts is now my number 1 safety. I moved him ahead of Starks. Starks gave up a touchdown versus Florida. It was very ugly. Now I'm at the point where he gave up the touchdown lag way through. I'm at the point where I moved Watts ahead of Starks. So Starks is a bargain here if you want him. I've got a first on Watts. So he's kind of a bargain here.
Let's see.
Corner is also an option. The Raiders do need a corner if Nate Hobbs leaves in free agency.
Let me get Restrepo.
Okay, Restrepo. Let me lock that in.
Yeah, they definitely need some.
Evan Stewart,
weapons,
Jalen
man.
Walker, Tacario Davis to the Dolphins.
And Restrepo was a guy I was thinking about taking next round, so I think that was a good pick.
Judkins,
Thanks, man.
Carter. I still feel like DeJuan Jones is a pure right tackle, but if you're confident in his ability at left tackle, I understand the thought process. It's a good. This is interesting.
I'm not promise, but it's been 2 games.
Yeah.
He could really blossom by the end of the year, or they could move him back to the right side. So but all we do know, he usurped the starting left tackle. So you got to give him credit there.
Yep. Okay, I don't think the D tackle I want is there. And the Seahawks, they drafted who's our safety? We've got who's Seattle's? Seattle's got a strong safety. They've got a Julian Love, and they've got this other free agent they brought in to complement Julian Love. Julian Love might be on the Giants now, but, I think they have Julian Love. They lost Quandre Diggs and Jamal Adams. This is tough because on one end, I do feel like we need a safety, but on another end, there's a lot of good talent there. I know Swipa took let me look at Swipa's board because the player he wanted at linebacker is there. But let me look at his board here for a second. Did he pick? Because if he picked a certain player in an exact slot and that player's there, but he did not take a receiver. I took a receiver because I considered the possibility of a buyout. He took Jalen Walker at 46. So I will take the player he took, but only because it's in the exact draft slot. I could not get Will Campbell to make Swipa happy, but I will get, if he's there, if Walker is there, he might be gone. I think somebody took Walker. I'm just double checking. Yep, Titans took Walker. Okay. All right. And I'm pretty sure the Seahawks have a safety. Wish I could get this. Let me look up the safeties quick on my phone. The Seahawks safeties. Just want to look at what they've got for next year before I make my pick. Because I'm pretty certain they've got Julian Love at strong safety, and the other safety they have is Rayshawn Jenkins. They've got Rayshawn at strong safety and Julian Love at free safety. And I think Rayshawn's only on a 1-year deal. So we're going to get Watts here because he's 13th on my board. $57 and $176. That's not a bad return. But you're moving down 2 spots. The rest of these I'd probably ignore.
Okay.
I mean, the Ravens offered you 57 and a fifth. That's not a bad return, but we'll see what corners fell to your Denzel Burke, the corner that I had a first on the preseason. He's 41 on the big board. He's a second. I had him in a first round grade in the preseason. I still think he's a first round talent, but he struggled against Oregon. Denzel Burke is still there, the Ohio State corner that was best player on the board in round 1. Is that the direction you want to go here, Mary?
Yes, because we're probably going to let go of Eric Stokes soon.
Yeah. Stokes is a UFA, and I know there's some other players. Let's see what we... Drew Allard, Pittsburgh. Okay. I think that's what Joey did last week in the Donovan Jackson's a Bill. Jaden Royals and Shamar Stewart's a Chief. That was a better pick than the Carson Beck pick at 32. I'll say that much. 83 and 203. That's not a great offer for 67. I'd keep the picks, Joey. But yeah, best players on the board according to the simulator: Derek Harmon, D lineman. Donovan Izaraku has 10 sacks at Boston College. He's a right end on Boston College. Donovan Izaraku, he's a defensive end on Boston College. He has 10 sacks this year. You could pair him with Garrett. That's really good value. I have a third on him. That is really good value. I'm guessing you want a tackle, or Izararu could be an option. What are you looking at, Joey? You got 67. Tate.
Yeah,
Tate Ratledge is there if you want a guard. If the Browns buy out Wyatt Teller and let's say Wyatt Teller gets bought out and Wyatt.
I'm looking at a guy. It's started. A guy that's starting to grow on me. Somebody. Success of his team and the offense. So I really had to look at him more heavily. I'm gonna go with Josh Connerly.
Yeah, I've got a first on Connerly. That's a bargain, in my opinion. I don't know how the heck he's still available. That's a great pick. Chargers offered you a third, fourth, fifth, and a sixth. That's a great return, William. I just don't think the Raiders would trade with the Chargers in real life, but that is a fantastic return. 85, 122, 175, 213. It's almost at the point where you have to consider that.
Yeah, but we'll
The
keep
Rams
it.
offered 8,100 and 117. I would do that because even though you're moving back 13 spots, you pick up a second, third, and you pick up another fourth.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right. Because that was an offer that was too good to ignore. And yeah, no, not trading with the Chargers. It's not happening. We're going to try to make this at least somewhat realistic. And you're up.
Let's see.
Stutzman is a good linebacker. I mean, that's nice value. Jackson Dart is there if you wanted to bring in competition for Aiden O'Connell. That's good value for Dart at this point.
I'm going to take Stutzman.
Stutzman, you could get there's a chance you get Dart at 81 or 100. So Stutzman, I do like Stutzman. That's a great value here. He's probably the one linebacker. Let's see. No, I don't want to trade 77. I want to pick if I can, but I will look at the trade offers if everyone in my top 32 is gone. But I'm going to take Tate Ratledge. He's my number one guard in the draft. I have a first rounder on him. And even though he got injured this year, I think he's healthy now. So, I mean, I think he could beat out Bradford for the right guard job, or you can move Bradford over to left guard and Ratledge at right guard. But I think Ratledge, he gives you a day one starter on that interior. Laken Tomlinson's a free agent. So, and you got Oluwamatia taking over for Connor Williams next year at center. So I think Ratledge, getting him as a Laken Tomlinson replacement at left guard, I think that's a really good value at 77, considering I've got a first on Ratledge. And you're back on the clock at 81, William.
All right. Let's see. What do we got for offensive tackles?
Aren't great. Marcus Mbow, Ernest Green, Greg Zabel, Cornelius Belton, Jalen Travis of Iowa State's there. I do have a second on Jalen Travis. I like Travis. I know he's a little bit high on the simulator. You might be able to get him later. David Truss.
Yeah, I'll take Travis.
All right. Iowa State's Jalen Travis. He gives you a good bookend next to Colton Miller. All right. I don't agree with the simulator there as far as the grading goes, but yeah. Let's see with the Packers. Round 3. What do you want to? You got your edge rusher for depth, and you got your starter. Yeah, these trade offers aren't great. Could get Mabo. He's a depth player. Alec Aomaner. Aomaner's not bad, but the Packers have stability at receiver. You could draft him and stash him for depth, I guess. Jordan Birch is a really good option at defensive tackle, but the Packers are stacked there, not just with starters, Mary, but with depth players. Right. You could get Harold Fannin Jr. as a number 3 tight end. He could be your number 2 tight end if Musgrave gets injured again next year. he is my tight end too behind. But he's my second best tight end in the entire draft, Fannin, and he's dominated at Bowling Green this year. Some have him as the tight end 1 now, so that could be an option. A.O. Manor could be an option. Jordan Birch out of Oregon, Ole Gordon, Green, Higgins. Anything in particular you like, or any positions you want at this point?
Let's do the tight end that you said.
Fannin? All right.
Yeah.
Let's see. So, yeah, Joey and William both have additional third-round picks at 94 and 100. The Browns are up. Jets offered 95 and 186 just to move down a spot, if you want to do that.
What was it, 89?
95 and 186. So you'd only move down one spot, but you'd pick up a 6th rounder from the Jets.
I'll take that.
I'm looking at the other offers. 132, 1691, 142. No. Yeah, no way you're not trading with the Ravens. So, yeah, let's take the deal from the Jets. Let's take the deal from the Jets. You move down a spot. And
I got a lady here, so I'm trying not to be crude. But
yeah.
I know the Ravens is crude.
Yeah, I would imagine it's something Red Foreman would say to Art Modell if he was a Browns fan. And I'm not going to be crude enough to reveal that on the pod live stream.
Red Foreman would.
Yeah, Patrick Payton went to the Jets. Jets took Patrick Payton. Jordan Birch is there. Ole Gordon is there. Those are both great options, Birch and Gordon. Ernest Dylan Everett. What position is that? No. Azair Thomas is there. Jabbar Muhammad is there. Let me check to see if he's been picked. Dylan Everett out of Georgia. Let me check to see if he's been picked. I'm pretty sure somebody took him, but I'm double checking. Yeah, I don't see him. He may have got picked in the 2nd round. Yeah, he did. Dylan Everett got picked by the Bills at 59. Brandon Beane, Bills GM.
I figured so because he would have been a heck of a steal, but I just had to ask on that.
Yeah, you've still got 95 and 102.
Oh, yeah. This is pretty tough, but we don't need a safety. Even if we lose one, we still get 2 on the bench that are really good and have developed really well. Played last year. How about Howard Cross the third defensive lineman?
He's available.
He is there. Yeah, I'm just going through my options right now.
I like what Joey's done offensively with the Browns. I like what Mary's done with the Packers on defense and Fannin. I like what I've done with Seattle despite having limited capital too. But yeah. Howard Cross, I think, is a good pick for the Browns. I've got a 2nd on him.
I'm looking up something real quick specifically. I'm going to see if I can finagle something here. Good commercials. Huh. That's interesting. Got the search bar going on here. I gotta find the search bar. Is Noah Williams still there?
What position?
He is a defensive back from Cal.
Let me look. Noel Williams, yeah. But he's listed at like 215. You could probably get Cross this round and him in the next round.
Yeah, I could probably get a couple players and then get him. I'm going to go with, I know this is going to be a reach on the simulator. I don't think it's a reach. Let's go with Wilson.
Wilson from
Georgia.
let's see.
Oh, he's there. He's in the 130s.
Yeah, he's there.
Computer's really predictable.
Yeah, Williams up at 100. Then you've got 102.
Yeah.
And then Williams got William. Oh no, wait. You got 103 and he's got 104. Those are fourth round picks. I misread the situation. That's on me.
You're good.
William, you are up at 100. Last
What do
pick
the quarterbacks look like?
Curtis Rourke, Riley Leonard, Miller Moss, Connor Weigman, Cade Klubnik, Kyle McCord, Dylan Gabriel. And Dylan Gabriel's at 225. Gabriel's probably the best option, but these are not great options.
No, they're not. Wide receivers.
Higgins is there, Iowa. If you want another receiver, Torrey Horton's there. Tez Johnson's there. I really like Horton and Johnson. Those are both great options.
I will take Horton.
Nice option there. Ole Gordon's a Panther.
Yes, sir.
109 and 140. Ooh, the Titans made a massive offer. 109, 147, 168, and 239. That is that's a
This year's draft?
yeah. All in this year's
I'll take
draft.
it. No hesitation. I'll take that.
All right, you are up at 104, William. You're back on the clock.
Let's see. What do the cornerbacks look like?
Jabbar Muhammad, who I have a second on, is still there.
Yes, sir.
Simulator has him at 92. He's a great bargain at this point.
I will take him.
Let me see if Cross still on the board. But yeah, Joey's back up. Ernest Green, Jaden Higgins. Let me look at the D lineman. Cross is still there. Cross has not been picked yet. Cross is there. The other corner from Cal's probably still there too, but Cross is there if you want him.
I'm looking for a couple more options here because I'm going to see if the simulator's got something stupid happening here with a couple positions. So far they haven't, but it's worth a look.
Yeah.
Because sometimes these simulators have some weird paintings going on here.
Yep. I mean, I like the NFL Draft Buzz Simulator, but they haven't updated their draft order since. And I like trading players away to stockpile my picks. I do enjoy that, but
Yeah. I'm gonna go. Is Kyle Kennard still there? South Carolina senior pass rusher.
What number is he?
I believe he's number 5. Oh, you mean on the simulator?
Yes.
On the simulator, he's 94.
Nope.
He had 2 forced fumbles. I have a feeling he can't have a lot more.
Cross is there, as is the guy from Cal. You like Noel Williams. They're both there.
I'm going to go with. I know this is probably going to sink any grade that I give, but I'm going to go with. I'm going to go with Williams. And here's the thing: he is the NCAA leader in interceptions with 7, with 5 passes deflected. And it takes one of the biggest things for the Browns over the last 2 years. Their defense has held up well, but they haven't gotten takeaways. You need somebody who's going to get some takeaways. And right here, you have one guy who's 6'1", 200 pounds. He's a senior. He's got 7 interceptions. And for his career, he's got 14 interceptions.
Parker Brailsford, the top center, is available here, William. He is still on the board at 98.
Yeah. Give him to me.
All right. Brailsford goes to the Raiders at 117. Cross still on the board.
Where did you say Williams was? He was at 200 something?
Yeah.
I'm trying to take him off the board. And
Yeah. And the Falcons get Cross, Hamilton, 141 and 161. That's 2/5. That's not a bad return. But if you'd rather pick here, let's see what you got. We can always go back and look at your trade options if you don't like what's on the board, Mary. But yeah, I've got a second on Tez Johnson. I've got Luke Lake. I got a second on Tez Johnson. He's a really good value at this point in the draft. I have a first on Castro. He's a great value, but the Packers are stacked at safety. I feel like they're not going to draft a safety simply because of Evan Williams and Bullard. Bullard and Evan Williams have both been good when on the field. I don't think the Packers are going to draft a safety. And they got McKinney, who's been dominant this year.
Right. I would say the wide receiver, Tez Johnson.
All right.
Because we don't know about Christian Watson and stuff.
And Dobbs is also part of that 22 draft class. He might get traded away.
Good pick.
I like that. That was a good selection. All right. So what do I have here? No. That's not bad value, but I'm not trading out of the 4th round for that. Let's see what we got here. Yeah. We're going to double up at safety. Sebastian Castro. Welcome to Seattle. I've got first on Watson Castro, so yeah, I'm doubling up at that position. Might sound stupid in theory, but we're on to round 5, finally. You got 145 and 232 from Carolina. That is a good return. And you're getting a 4th and 6th in next year's draft, but you're getting 232 and 145 for 140. That's a good return if you want to move down, William. That's a really good return.
Yeah, why not?
And the Panthers take
Let's
Nick
see.
Martin. Patriots get Buchanan out of Cal. Jaguars get Dylan Fairchild in round 5. That's a really good bargain as far as value goes. 153. No, none of these deals are good. All right. Luke Lakey's there if you want to get a tight end at this point. You've got Bowers and you've got You've already got Bowers and Mayer, but if you wanted a third string tight end to replace Harrison Bryant, who's a UFA, you could grab Lakey here. Curtis Rourke's also available if you still want a quarterback.
Yeah, give me the shape.
You want Lakey?
That's too good a value to.
All right, Luke Lakey it is. You can get Rourke with your next pick if he's there. And the Browns are back up, Joey. So you got. All right.
I'm looking at my simulator here. And let's face it, most of the guys I take from this point on aren't going to make the roster. But we're going to have some guys who sneak through the cracks. Somebody's going to make a difference. So, look here. I'm going to see if we have anybody out here that we can sneak through the cracks.
The players that are fun but not crazy or talented enough to make the roster have been picked by now, but this is the part where, you know, if a player's fun but they're not roster material or they're crazy, but they're an under-the-radar player, this is the part where Joey's going to gamble on them and see what happens. But what are you thinking exactly?
I'm thinking of a few conditions because I think I've looked at them. I think I've covered the majority of the most immediate needs. I've covered
Linebacker you have not covered. Jay Higgins is a linebacker I have a third on. He's still there. Iowa linebacker Jay Higgins. He's a good value at this point.
I just saw one that I'm really looking at is Jake Roberts still there?
The interior lineman from Alabama. Yep.
Let's take it.
That's a good value pick.
I was not expecting him to still be there, so when I came across him, I was like,
yeah, I hear you. Jets get Curtis Rourke. The Cowboys get Jalen Rivers. Bo Collins is a Bengal. Domani Jackson's a Giant. The Colts took a tackle out of Rice. That's interesting. Packers are back on the clock here. Let's see what happens here. Cornelius, the Oregon right tackle, is there. Mukaba, Malachi Moore. Safe. I have a third-round grade on Luke Kandra. He's a guard at Cincinnati. I know Joey likes his athleticism. Kandra is still there if you want to pick him. Kandra is good value. Higgins is also good value if you want a middle linebacker. But the Packers just drafted Cooper. I don't think they'll go for one. I've got a second on Kyle Monongai, the Rutgers running back.
Do you think we need a running back, though? Because I've talked to some people, and they think we're bringing back A.J. Dillon. So,
if that's the case, the Packers won't draft a running back because they've got Jacobs and they got Lloyd. Even though I'm not the biggest fan of Lloyd, they're not going to replace him right away. They might bring in competition if Dillon leaves, but if they're going to bring him back, then you don't have to necessarily get your running back here.
So what do you think the Packers need still? Because there's still a lot of needs.
Could get a kicker. I know it's a reach.
Not do it.
Kicker class includes Ryan Fitzgerald, Molzewski, Robert Gunn, Alex McPherson, is that? I think that's Evan McPherson's younger brother, the Bengals kicker. Evan McPherson from Florida. I think Alex is his younger brother. So are we going Alex McPherson here?
Oh my god. You just want to see the Packers burn. I see how it is.
No, I don't. If you want to
I
take a
do.
different position, we can go with a different position, Mary.
I talked to some Packer fans about center maybe because Josh Myers is his contract year.
Seth McLaughlin, I do have a 4th-round grade on. He's my number 4 center in the draft. He's the best center left on the board, but we went to Ohio State like Josh Myers. So does that leave a queasy feeling in your stomach, or are you cool with Seth McLaughlin if
I'm cool with anybody else, not Josh Myers though.
Yeah, but Seth McLaughlin Seth McLaughlin went to Alabama and then he transferred to Ohio State. So to be fair to Seth McLaughlin, this is his first year at Ohio State, and he transferred because Parker Brailsford left Washington to go to Alabama. So
I guess let's go with Seth.
all right, we'll go with Seth. Packers get their center. I like that pick. That was probably the best value pick you could have made. 167 and 168. Joey has back-to-back selections.
Is Jay Higgins still there?
We'll find out if he is. He's yours, I guess.
He's mine.
Yeah, he's there.
All right, I'll take him. 3 interceptions. I think you can look at the pattern here for the last 3 picks, interior line.
You do have a trade from the Chargers. It's not a great offer. It's 197 and 251 for 168. I think that's too far to move down. You probably agree.
Not only that, we're at the point where trades, unless I'm trading up, is irrelevant, and I'm not trading up. So Higgins and Williams, interceptions, they look at the ball, they go after the ball. Okay? Jaden Roberts, Garrett Wilson, in 2 years, there aren't going to be those guards that are starting now aren't going to be starting, and Jared Wilson can play center. After next year, Browns are going to need a center. Right there, they've got all their centers and guards for the future. They've got playmakers.
Well, you got Wilson as center. You got Connerly as the left tackle for the future. You got Wilson as a center. You don't have a guard. I mean, you got Zinner for the future, but you don't have another guard with him. You could get Luke Kandra. Kandra's still there. Luke Kandra. I forgot. You took Jaden Roberts. That's right. Sorry, I forgot. It's good.
So I'm completely revamping the playmaking positions and the interior offensive line. Connerly, he was just great value at the time, and solidifies. And so I've solidified the offensive line for the future. I've got playmakers for the future. I got a guy that can go with J.O.K. I got Kyron Lacey and Cam Ward at quarterback and wide receiver. So we're going to look right now because let's face it, what's left to run with? That's defensive linemen. We do still need defensive linemen.
Riley Mills is available. I have a 4th-round grade on Riley Mills, the Notre Dame D tackle. He's still there. Thor Griffith, Louisville's also still there.
My mouse decided it didn't want to work. Okay, here we go.
Tonka Hemway's also there.
Now,
Elliot Donald is like 590 on the board. I think he's related to Aaron Donald. I think he's either cousins or like younger brothers of Aaron Donald. Like 9 years younger, but they're related. I don't think you want him though.
what about Antoine Powell-Ryland?
I don't. I know he leads the country in sacks. He's a defensive end. Antoine Powell-Ryland. Yes, he's there. He's actually one of the suggested players to pick.
I'll take it.
That's a good pickup.
What that does right now, next year, that means you got two good, young right ends, and now you have a guy that you can give Myles Garrett a blow every now and then, so he's not completely exhausted and injured. And now you got a great defensive end rotation. I mean, you got guys that can get the job done.
Another player I have a first-round grade on, 321, Clay Webb, Jacksonville State. We're going to get another interior lineman. Just in case. I mean, we already drafted Ratledge as our right guard of the future, but we can get Webb as our left guard, and we can move on from Anthony Bradford Jr., or we can move Bradford inside to center to compete with Oluwatimi next year, and then we'll start Webb and I don't care if the simulator gave me an F grade. I have a first-round grade on Webb, so I'm happy with it. Yeah. And, yeah, that was the only F grade of the day. You, William, and Mary have all been spared of F grades. I got an F grade for taking Clay Webb out of Jacksonville State.
I got no Williams and a C plus for Jared Wilson.
Yeah, William got a D plus for Jalen Travis, so
Yeah,
what is what it is.
that is what it is.
Luke Kandra's there. I have a third on Luke Kandra. I've got a third on Malachi Moore. They're both available.
Is
Riley
Rourke
Leonard
gone?
there. Who?
Rourke. Curtis Rourke.
Is Rourke
Quarterback.
still there? No, he's not.
Let's see.
Best QB on the board is
What round are
Riley
we in?
Leonard. We're in round 6 now.
6. Give me Connor Wagman.
Chargers take Luke Kandra. And now the Browns have 3 of the next 4 picks.
Do what I've been doing. So a guy I really like, and he is way down here on the simulator. So I'm scrolling down at the moment.
I'm going to grab a Gatorade while Joey,
Scroll.
because I'm starting to get thirsty. So I'm going to grab a Gatorade. Paul Skeens and Olivia Doon are making picks on College Game Day, by the way. So
Nobody cares.
yeah, I agree. I think the dog Ben Herbstreit's more iconic.
On that one.
Fair enough, but I still think Ben Herbstreit's an iconic dog. He will be missed.
Oh, Herb Street, yeah.
Ben Herbstreit, the dog of Kirk Herbstreit, he will be missed.
He died?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's
Ben Herbstreit had cancer.
Yeah,
They took him to a vet on Tuesday, and he died on Thursday.
Yeah, I didn't hear about that. That sucks.
I miss Ben Herbstreit too, Joey. I think everyone does.
Oh, yeah, he does that every week.
Yep.
Let's go. We do need to draft a running back, and there is a running back there that I really like. He is way down there, 269. Danny Martinez, Miami, Florida.
Yeah, I've got Kyle Monongai, Taj Brooks, Devin Neal. I've got a lot of these guys. I have Brooks in the 3rd round, but I've got a lot of these guys in the 2nd or 3rd round to the point where it's just you can get a running back wherever.
Yeah, Danny Martinez, Miami, Florida, 269.
The Rams have offered 199 and 200 for 185. 199 and 200 this year plus the 2026 first. So that is a good deal. I rarely say yes to trades where there's 2026 first involved, but you're getting 199 and 200 for 185. That's a good offer. Plus you're getting a first next year.
I
the Rams are offering 199 and 200 for 185. So you move down 14 picks, but you pick up another pick in the 6th.
Okay, I'll take it. Because the guy I'm looking at, the guy I was one with my last one, I'm still scrolling to try to find. So I have time.
Yeah, and now you're back on the clock at 186.
Oh, okay. I didn't have as much time as I thought I did.
Yeah.
I know I want to take. I just got to find. Because I think this.
What position is it?
No, I'm thinking this is a personal challenge at this point, Chris.
All right.
It's got the, when I've scrolled so long, it's like it's a personal challenge at this point.
All right. Libby Dune and Paul Skeens, but yeah, they're both taking Indiana. I think Desmond Howard's the only one taking Michigan over Indiana. And to be fair, Michigan is not playing Will Johnson today. He's still out with an injury.
Oh, I thought he was supposed to be back this week.
No.
Discouraging, to say the least.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not getting that guy. He sucked up last week. Okay, there we go. There's the guy I like. The Sacramento State inside. I think he's a guard at this point.
Jackson Slater. We mentioned him on the guard rankings last week. Oh, I have him in the 6th round. He's like the first small school prospect on my draftable section. Yeah, he is great.
Yeah, they got him like 416 or some stupid crap.
Yep, but that's who you want. I like Slater. And now Joey joins me in the F club. He officially joined.
It was like 416 or whatever. It's like I was scrolling for like 20 minutes to try to get down and find him.
All right, let's see. Is there anybody with a first-round grade still in my rankings? I'm guessing nope. Yeah, everybody that I have a first on is gone. I know Swipe, the graphic designer that made a few thumbnails for us. He's a big, he is a fan of Dylan Gabriel. I have a 3rd-round grade on Gabriel. He wanted Gabriel in the 6th or 7th. Zach Calzada of Incarnate World was a quarterback Bill Carroll told me to scout. He's 921 on this simulator.
He's got some decent footwork, man. It almost looks like he's dancing when he drops back.
I'm going to get Gabriel, though. I'm going to get Gabriel. Dylan Gabriel. It's going to be the QB of the future unless there's a 2nd-round talent still available. Let's see. Is there anybody that I had a 2nd-round grade on? There's some players I had a 2nd-round grade on at running back, but I don't want to, let's see what we got here. Jabbar Muhammad, Tez Johnson, Fan, Goalie Gordon, Ott, Logan Parr. Is Logan Parr still there? We already drafted 2 guards, so let's just Kyle Mononga is a player I really do like. But This draft is so deep at running back. I'm just going to take Dylan Gabriel just to risk not pissing off Swipa, and then I can get my running back with the next pick. Seattle's got Zach Charbonnet, Kenneth Walker. They're loaded at running back. Seattle really doesn't need a running back. Yeah, and then how many picks does Mary have left? She's got 198. And let's see how many total picks she's got left. She's got 2 left. She's got 198 and 248.
Okay.
Garrett Dellinger's not a bad left guard at LSU. Lathan Ransom, Ohio State safety. I'm just trying to think. If there's a certain position you want, let us know. I'll go to that position.
Can we look at linebacker?
Yeah, let's look at linebacker. That's a good idea.
I had a name in mind, but I don't know if he's still there. It's a brother of our current Packer, actually. Oh, he's probably gone then. Never mind. Yeah, he's gone. Never mind. I was going to say, like, Kalen King's brother. That's from Penn State. But he's gone. Never mind. See, the thing is, we don't need a left guard because Elton Jenkins is still here as a Packer.
Yeah, he's amazing.
And he's a left guard. I don't know what else we need. Is the thing.
I think the right guard is Jordan Morgan, but he'll probably move over to left tackle when the rookie deal for Rasheed Walker is up, unless the Packers re-sign Walker.
See, the Packers love Walker, so I don't know. I mean, they loved Royce Newman too until he left. So.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Gray and Dellinger are both left guards. That's why this is incredibly difficult, because there's not a pure right guard on the board.
Oh, okay.
I think Spraggins might be a pure right guard, but like he's way down the list. I'm just trying to think. All right. The backup to Jordan Love is Malik Willis. He's been pretty amazing so far for the Packers. So quarterback's out of the question right now, maybe with a last pick, but it's not like an immediate need. Shiloh Sanders, the son of Deion Sanders, is there if you want another safety for depth, but you don't need a safety. The Packers are stacked there. Jack Nelson, Wisconsin left tackle, best tackle on the board. The simulator is suggesting a running back. They're suggesting Jaquavian Marks, but I feel like there's better running backs on the board personally. So let's see what else. Yeah. Sonny Styles, linebacker, Ohio State, is the best player on the board. I don't know if he's an inside or outside linebacker. He didn't start on Ohio State last year, so I'm going to look up his date, look up his position, like where he actually plays in the defense. Because, yeah, Sonny Styles is a weak side linebacker. Because last year they had Tommy Eichenberg in the middle. So Sonny Styles is a weak side linebacker, and the Packers, they have they've got some guys that they've got. I think they moved Quay Walker to the weak side, and they have McDuffie at Mike, and they got Tyron Hopper, I believe, in the draft for depth.
Right. I know a lot of Packer fans do not like Quay Walker at all.
You could get Styles here and add some depth at outside linebacker if you want to. I mean, he's the best overall player on the board according to the simulator.
So let's do that. Another Ohio State person.
And you've got 199, and so Joey's back on the clock here. Yeah, he's got 199, 200, and 202. So it is. You know, you got a lot of picks, a lot of flexibility, Joey.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I wanted at this point, because I know a lot of these big roster, but I also know right now the Browns a lot of those guys this year, and there are a couple of them. I'm going to take one or two guys, but they're way down the simulator. So I know I got draft picks, so I can take them later. I'm looking at the available players, and kind of encouraged a little bit. But I'm going to go with one that I'd say he's shown a little bit. Otherwise, he's shown some fundamentals that but he has some of the same traits. I'm going to go with Travis Etienne, running back Georgia.
Trevor Etienne, the brother of Travis Etienne. He's there, 220. Good pick. And you've got the next pick as well. And the Ravens pick, and then you pick.
The next pick is really looking here. My stupid thing started over, so I'm gonna. Yeah. But I'm looking. Man. Here, 1 second, Trevor.
Florida, Texas. College football games are about to start. I can go Florida, Texas. I can go Miami, Georgia Tech, Navy, South Florida. Those are 3 games that are on. Texas State, Louisiana, Monroe, West Virginia, Cincinnati. So I get 5 games in the noon slate, 5 different games. Any of those games stand out to you? Because I'm probably going to watch Texas, Florida, unless you guys recommend a better game.
I really want to watch Texas, Florida, because for me, I do like Texas. I like Texas probably before anybody else liked Texas. But I'm really intrigued after last week about the young guys for the next couple of years on Florida.
Yeah.
Those guys really impressed me
Specifically
last week.
Lagway and Gates. Gates is a safety corner defensive back. He had an interception against Georgia. Really stood out in that game.
He did. And I'm looking at it I'm glad you caught that between the F-bombs and asking what the F everybody was doing, because sometimes those Georgia guys, they get a little wild with the football.
Yeah.
And I didn't understand it. But
Yeah.
at the same time, it was entertaining as hell, and I'm glad you were able to catch it.
Yeah, still your pick, though, by the way. But
oh, yeah. It's like I finally got this thing to work. So I'm scrolling, because I have to start over. Scrolling. Always going scrolling. And I'm looking because I've already got.
oh boy, Texas fumble. Did Texas fumble on the first play of the game and Florida recovered? What is going on here? No, I think it's going to be ruled catching down by contact by Texas.
I didn't think it started yet.
No, it just started on ABC.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was going to say.
It's the noon game, and then the Georgia Ole Miss game's the 3:30 game. So we get to see both Georgia and Florida today for another week of scouting.
Well, it wasn't just that. It was that I'm used to seeing officials not start a game until like 20 minutes late.
Yeah, that's been the case with the ABC games at 7:30 this year. They're supposed to start at 7:30, and they wait till like 7:47 or 7:55 or 8:02 or 8:05 or 8:08 or some weird time like that.
They did that when I was coaching. It's like we was standing there on the sidelines, coaching, being there taking a piss and getting a coat. It's like it's they do that type of thing.
Yours is 2 for 2 so far. Really doing a nice job navigating the secondary, but yeah.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go with my pick, go with another developmental guy. If he's there, Ethan Onienwa, nice offensive tackle.
Let me see, what number is he?
He is 248.
Gone.
Really?
Yeah, he got picked.
Damn. I thought I was navigating that pretty well.
Carmona 242 is still there. So is Barber, Florida left tackle, and so is Jack Nelson. They're all there if you want another tackle.
Barber, what is Barber?
Austin Barber, he's the Florida Gators left tackle.
Well, I know that. I mean, what rank?
219.
Oh, damn. Yeah, I'll take him. He's an athletic guy.
And the Ravens get Riley Leonard with the next pick. Probably won't make a roster, but hey, we'll see what happens.
You're higher on him than I am.
I have a 6th on Riley Leonard, but hey, I mean, we'll see.
That's higher on him than I am.
Garrett Dellinger's there. LSU left guard, but I think you're good at guard. Lathan Ransom's there. Carmona, you already drafted your tackles. Nwangpa's there. Xavier Nwangpa, Iowa safety. Evans, Thor Griffith, Gadsden. Those are guys I'm high on. Viewers has been money this opening drive for Texas. Ricardo Hallman, I had a 2nd on him. I have about a 3rd on him now, but I had a 2nd on Ricardo Hallman, the Wisconsin corner. He's there. Tonka Hemingway's still there. I'm in 300s now.
I'm looking for
Mayhorn Jr., Jonas Sanger, Virginia. Yeah, I'm here.
I think this is my last pick.
No, you've got this pick. You've got 214. You've got 239, 253. You've got 3 picks after this.
Okay, it really doesn't matter if they're all in the 7th round. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take just a little, not too much, but enough to impress me a little bit. Let's go with Caden Salter, quarterback out of Liberty.
I did have a 3rd on Caden Salter before. That was before the loss to Kennesaw State. That was but I did have a 3rd on him at the beginning of the year, so that's really good value.
It's going to be that. He's ranked 621.
Let's see. Yep.
Lady here, I'm not going to make that reference.
Yep.
It's really, 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 really bad grade.
Is it? I'm guessing it would be. I'm guessing William. If you said what you were gonna say, I'm guessing William would call the podcast an NC-17 rated podcast, not an R-rated podcast. All right. I'm on the clock, and then you and William both have. No, we're still in round 6. 210 is round 6. So let me see if there's one of my 2nd round running backs still available. Damn, freaking Rutgers running back is gone. But the Seahawks are stacked at running back. They've got Monongai's gone. Let's see. Is Devin Neal's there? Okay, so Devin Neal, I do have a second on. So we're going to get Devin Neal of Kansas here. 212.
That's interesting.
So Williams got 212. You've got 214. Williams got 215. So, yeah.
Yeah, give me Taj Brooks.
Taj Brooks, if he's there, I'll give you
Yes,
him.
sir.
Yep, he is. Good value pick. And Joey, you're back on the clock just like that, 214. Bears offered 243, but nothing else. This point, though,
I'm actually looking at a guy right now.
and there's a close-up of Matthew McConaughey at the Florida-Texas game in the crowd.
All right. I'm going with another developmental guy. I think he has some potential going forward. Mario Williams, Tulane Green Wave, wide receiver. Junior, 5'9", 178. Has potential as both a punt returner, kick returner, and also a slot guy.
So is that Tyree Sapp who just sacked Quinn Ewers on that was Searcy or something. But Tulane, let's see. Number. Oh, there's Shaz Preston 485. Is that Tulane's Shaz Preston's there? Is that the guy you wanted, Joey? You said
Mario Williams.
Mario Williams. 669. All right, we found him.
Yeah, he's all the way down there.
And yeah, Williams back on the clock. Do you want Ricky White here? Do you want to draft
Yes,
another
I do.
receiver?
You read my mind, brother.
Ricky White, he's going to stay in Vegas. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, and we're on to round 7.
Was he made in Vegas?
I'm not sure, but Jaquavian Marks is a Patriot. Joshua Gray goes to the Jaguars in round 7. That's really good value. And the Chargers get Jack Nelson.
It is really good value.
All right. Alfred Collins, Eric Gregory, both recommended. Pebbles, Frazier, Peebles, Anenis Peebles. Savion Jones, I do have him in the defensive end rankings as a backup, but I do think he's going to get drafted. Mike Green, Marshall defensive end. I think he's at 10 sacks from the year.
Give me Mike Green.
Mike Green, Marshall defensive end.
Yes, sir.
And William gets an A grade for Mike Green at this point in the 7th round. The Jets take Miller Moss. The Lions take a corner from Vanderbilt, who's not even going to make Dan Campbell's roster. Tony Grimes is a Buccaneer. Let's see who's still on my board here. Lawson Corleone. I'm pretty sure Hancock got picked, the Ohio State corner Jordan Hancock. No, he's still there. I have Hancock at 63 on my board. Is Mason Taylor there, and how many picks do I have left? I should probably take the corner. I only have 1 pick left. You know, since I don't want to take too much time, we're just going to grab Hancock here to end this draft for Seattle. We get our corner. That's a good pick for depth. And the Raiders are back on the board. William, you are back up.
Give me Porter there.
Porter.
Iowa State.
Okay. Iowa State corner Porter. I like
Yes,
that
sir.
pick. That's a good pick. The Browns at 239 or up. Joey's
Cam
good.
Jackson still there?
Who?
Cam Jackson,
Cam.
good defensive tackle.
Let's see. Let's find out. Cam Jackson. Let's find out what Thor Griffith is there. Cam Jackson's there. Yeah.
All right, I'll take him. We need a good nose tackle.
Cam Jackson.
6'6", because there's a good chance there's going to be a trade for our nose tackle, and we're going to need another run stopper.
You waited patiently, and you were Shamar Turner is there. My friend Bill does have a first-round grade on Shamar Turner. He's a defensive tackle on Texas A&M. He's there in round 7. Shiloh Sanders, the son of Deion Sanders, is also there at safety. Best player on the simulator is Emmanuel McNeil Warren out of Toledo. He's
Am I up?
Mary's up. Packers. Her final pick.
I know Mary is going to take. I'm going to shut up now.
You're on deck though. You are on deck at 253 after Mary.
I have no
Joey.
idea who any of these players are from here. What would you guys say?
Nope.
If you go best player available, you could go McNeil Warren. That's the best player according to the simulator. Let's see what we got here at running back. Let's see if any of my second or third round running backs are available here. I know you don't want a running back, but I want to see what's available. Okay, so outside of Donovan Edwards, I really don't see anything where I'm like, wow, this is a player you have to have.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure you like other options. Let's see. Receiver. Kobe Hudson's not bad, but most of the impact receivers, Roman, there's a bunch of good tight ends left, but the Packers already have Musgrave and Tucker Kraft and rookie deals. Plus you got Fannin earlier. Shamar Turner might be a good value pick here. Texas A&M defensive tackle. Jasheen Davis is a good edge rusher from Wake Forest. He is a good edge rusher you can draft and stash for depth. So is RJ Oben. I like both of those guys. Both of those guys are going to be in the defensive end rankings next week. Elijah Roberts, SMU's a guy. I talked to what that was mentioned on 100 Yards of Football when William invited me on at the beginning of the year. He's there. There's a few nice edge rushers. It's a deep edge draft. What do we got at linebacker here? Are there any inside linebackers? I know you took Styles, but he's an outside linebacker. What inside linebackers are available? There's not really an inside linebacker that's available. Ricardo Hallman's probably my best prospect on the board. I think I have a third on Ricardo Hallman, the Wisconsin corner. Could double up at that position. I don't know if you should, but that's a position you could double up at.
Okay.
Let me think here. Safety. I'm seeing if there's a safety. I do have a third on Nwang Pa, and I do have a third on Sanker. So you could go with the safety or corner. I mean, there's some really good value at those positions. I think Aaron Donald's nephew's in the 500s. Pittsburgh defensive tackle. His last name Donald. There's some quarterbacks. If you want to draft a Kai for competition, there are some quarterbacks, but I really don't like what's available. And I was happy with Malik Willis's progress this year, so I really don't think you need to draft a quarterback. My 2 cents.
So some of my Packer friends were telling me to look at long snappers. So can we do that just for them? please.
Okay, so we got Jackson Lee. We've got Eli Jackson Lee. That's his name. Eli Stein, Arkansas. Reno Monteforte, Texas. Lance St. Louis is the Texas long snapper. But my favorite name among these long snappers is Nate Merchant. But I guarantee you'll probably get an F grade if you draft any of these long snappers. But I love
Okay,
the
so
name.
no.
I love the name Nate Merchant. That's a great name for player.
So that's a negative.
What?
I said that's a no then for all those. I don't know. See, the issue is, like, I would love Ricardo Hallman, but the issue is Packers never draft Wisconsin players. They never do turn out in Wisconsin.
It's true. They
So-
don't.
And I don't know if we need a safety because, like you said earlier, we got Evan Williams. And right now, the Packers are kind of playing Javon Boulder as a safety as well.
Get Shamar Turner. That is an option. I know a friend of mine has him in the first round. I'm not as confident as that friend of mine, but that is an option. Carmona. I do have a fourth on Carmona, the Arkansas tackle. Trapillo, the Boston College tackle. I know the Packers love drafting guys at a Boston College.
Okay, what tackle? Like what side does he
I'm
play?
not sure. I'll look that up right now. Ozzy Trapillo. Yeah. All right. Let's see. I think he's a left tackle, but I'm looking it up. Ozzy Trapillo. He is a right tackle, actually. Ozzy Trapillo is not a left tackle. He's a right tackle. 6'8", 313. So he's actually bigger than Zach
Tom.
Tom at 6'8", 313.
Oh.
He's bigger than him, much bigger.
So some of you guys can answer this. Does Ozzy Trapillo play all of the offensive linemen? Like, is it just one specific position or what?
Let's find out. Let's look at Ozzy Trapillo's bio.
Because I know the Packers love to pick people with offensive linemen that plays like every position on offensive linemen so they can like switch if needed.
He played left tackle as a sophomore redshirt, but he moved over to right tackle this year, or in 2023, and he's played that position this year because he didn't allow a sack at right tackle. He gave up some sacks, and he missed 2 starts due to an injury at left tackle, but he's got experience at both tackle positions.
This is hard because I do love my Boston College guys. That is a true fact.
And his dad was a former offensive lineman at Boston College, too, before he passed away.
Oh, so that helps that he knows how to play it. Okay.
Yeah.
Did his dad play in that NFL?
His dad was Steve Trapillo. I'm not sure if he played in the NFL. I'm going to look that up right now. There's a Steve Trapillo on Pro Football Reference. It might be him.
I will give one suggestion. Eric, the only one I'll give.
Yeah, he played on the Saints for 5 years, from 1987 to 1992. He was a 5-year starter on the Saints. Didn't have a long career, but he did play in the NFL.
Okay.
I'll give a suggestion. Golden from Texas, the wide receiver, hasn't done as much this year as I thought he would, but he just scored a touchdown, but he is definitely worth thinking about if you're going to go. I think we talked about it, Chris, on the podcast, William, a couple weeks ago. I think we talked about Golden. He is definitely somebody to look at, and I think he's somebody the Packers would like.
Matthew Golden, wide receiver, Texas. Let me see where he's at in my receiver rankings. Because I know we did receiver rankings a few weeks ago in week 6. I don't know. I don't remember that name vaguely, but we've mentioned so many receivers that. But
it was lower on your list, and then I criticized you for having him so low.
Okay, let me load that up and make sure we're on the same page there, and then I'll
No,
Yeah.
We'll be lucky one day if we're reading the same book.
Yeah, that's true.
Speaking of which, you can get my book, Shadow Force, Dawn of Legacy, on Amazon.
All right, I just loaded up the receiver rankings, and I had I had Isaiah Bond at wide receiver 12. I think I had Did I have Matthew Golden? No. No, I don't see Matthew Golden in my top 40 for wide receivers.
Oh no.
Yeah, he's not even in my top 40. I have Bond at 12. I think that's it. I think that's the only Texas player I have on my list.
Okay. Well.
But that was an impressive play, though. I saw the touchdown.
Okay.
Tropillo's definitely got that family background. Let me see. Elijah Surratt is their Indiana receiver, but I know the Packers have drafted some players out of Indiana. It hasn't gone quite the way you'd like it to. Jason Spriggs is one example of an Indiana player the Packers have drafted. Let me see if Texas players there. I'll check. Elijah Badger, Jalen Noel, Will Shepard, Jimmy Horn Jr., Felton, Zachary Franklin. There's some receivers. Antonio Gates Jr. He's the son of Antonio Gates, Michigan State. He's there. Yeah, I don't see the player from Texas on this. I'm in like the 600s. I don't see the player from Texas that Joey mentioned, Matthew Golden. I don't see him.
He's probably already gone there. But
Yeah.
It was a nice suggestion.
Not a bad suggestion. Always appreciated.
Yeah.
So we got Tropillo. I don't know who else we could. Who else would you have interest in besides Tropillo? We'll see what linebacker. We already looked at the linebackers. What the heck am I doing? Ethan Burke out of Texas is there. So is Jasheen Davis. RJ Oben. There are some good edges. We already talked about the edges. But yeah, the Boston College tackle is a good option. None of the kickers have been drafted. Neither of any of the punters have been drafted. But I have a feeling you're going to get an F grade if you draft one. It's just how the simulator is.
Yeah. No kickers. I don't want to see Lambeau Burn at the draft. Come on now.
No, we're not going to give you. Just saying.
Yay!
Kicker is almost successful. She gets an A draft.
She should, but that's not how the simulator works. She should. I agree with you, Joey. I agree with your thinking, your line of thought. But unfortunately, that's not how the simulator works.
Go through the Packers line of kickers this year. Just saying.
Good point.
Let's see what we got. Ryan Fitzgerald. Alex McPherson's the younger brother of Evan McPherson, Auburn kicker. That's probably going to be my top kicker when we get to the kicker rankings in week 17. Well, we're not there yet. Thank gosh. We just finished up all the offensive players. We're going to start working on defense.
Oh, no.
I do like Shamar Turner. I do like the Boston College tackle. I'm just seeing what let's see what small school players, who's the best small school player on the board and what did they accomplish.
Number 5 on Texas, I think he was just doing yoga on the field.
That's nice. Manuel McNeil Warren's 198. That's a safety from Tulane. Let's see what they say about him. If you don't want to draft a safety, you can look at Maurice Westmoreland out of UTEP. So I'm at the point where I'm just going to start looking up some of these small school guys because
If you value a player that can do sun salutations on the field, look at number 5 from Texas because he was just doing something.
Yeah. All right. I don't know if number 5 from Texas is on the board. Let's see what we got here. Mac Toledo.
Rick, don't you like your linebackers to worship raw? You gotta have a little sun god in your life.
Yeah. I agree. Let's see.
Well, I'm not supposed to agree to that, Chris.
Well, I'm trying to help Mary make her last pick, and I'm looking through some of the small school players to see if there's a gem. Okay, so Emmanuel McNeil Warren's a first-year starter. Emmanuel McNeil Warren's a first-year starter, so no to that. You do not want a first-year starter at this point in the draft. Let's see, UTEP.
We also got to do some entertainment now. With 8 viewers. And people are going to see the brilliance Mary comes up with.
Yep. We'll see. Who do we got here? Sunbelt, Notre Dame. Yeah, there's got to be a Conference USA or whatever. I think UTEP's either in the Atlantic or Conference USA. I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just looking here. So they go from the Atlantic to the Mountain West to.
Mary, what are you looking at?
What position are you?
That's the hard part because I don't know.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going
Here
to
we
go
go.
ahead and I'm going to look because one thing.
Maurice Westmoreland. He was first-team Conference USA for UTEP last year. He had 3 tackles for a loss and 7.5 sacks at defensive end. 6'2", 248. Maurice Westmoreland. He's an edge rusher. He's 224 on the simulator, but that is.
And if you're looking for a corner, because we know Packers love corners, Gentry Williams from Oklahoma.
That's not a bad pick. I love my favorite player is probably Hallman, but you could get Hallman, you could get Trapillo. Those are both good additions. I'm going to look at Carlin Vigors from Louisiana Monroe. He's 263 on the simulator. Let's see what the simulator says about the Louisiana Monroe corner. Louisiana Monroe corner. Let's see what we got here.
Can Florida fire their defensive coordinator yet? Yeah, was that? Also, Noah Bafita, quarterback from Arizona. Very simple player. Doesn't make a lot of mistakes. Doesn't make a lot of great plays. A lot of
Carlin Vigors is 6'2", 193. He had 54 tackles last year. I'm looking up the he only had 3 pass breakups, though, but he led Louisiana Monroe in pass breakups with 3 last year. Carlin Vigors, that's probably the next best small school player. Yeah, I'm limiting myself to small school players. I know there's some good bigger school players in the games, but I'm trying to challenge my intellectual abilities.
I'm going with guys that are further down on the scale. Guys that are going to be 7th rounders, undrafted free agents.
How about Ryder Langsdale? He's an offensive tackle out of Lafayette, FCS player. Ryder Langsdale, offensive tackle out of Lafayette. I do not have any information on him. Tonka Hemingway.
He's a good player. He's athletic. He is a project. He's an athletic project, but he's a dominant player at the FBS level.
FCS level.
He would be I think he would make the roster. And if he makes the roster, it would be a great place to learn in Green Bay.
Yeah, so that tackle is That tackle from Lafayette's an option, Mary.
Okay.
See, Tyree Skipper. No, he's on the bench. He's not even starting.
Oh wow.
No,
Be nice.
I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about the player Mary. I'm not talking about the Lafayette tackle. I was talking about. I'm not talking about. I was talking about the safety, Joey. Please let me finish my train of thought before you interrupt me. Besides, when you're in last place in predictions, you've lost the right to roast people. You could still bust people's chops, but
I will roast anybody and everybody without have I am Don Rickles. Come stop me.
But okay. Ryder Langsdale Lafayette is an option. I'm looking to see what the other options are. Cole Wisniewski, is he related to Stefan Wisniewski?
I don't know. That's a very good question. I know he's a
Nick Nash, wide receiver, San Jose State. Let's look at him. Mountain West guy. Let's see what we got with him. Nick Nash. Yeah, 6. Yeah, Nick Nash. He led San Jose State with 48 receptions, 728 yards, and 8 receiving touchdowns last year. He's 341 on the simulator. If you pick him, you might get an F grade. I mean, it just depends at this point. I'm in the 300s. I mean, we can go back to the top of this list if you just want to pick the best player on the board.
Can we choose? Oh, can we choose Lafayette? That tackle.
Yeah, we can. Let's Ryder Langsdale Lafayette, and the simulator gave Mary a C. So you avoided the F grade. You avoided the dreaded F grade. Congratulations. I think you're the only one that avoided a D grade. William, Joey, and I each got an F grade. I think William got a D plus. So I think you avoided the D plus territory. So congratulations, Mary.
I'll take it.
You do have 253, Joey, and then we're done with this. There's the computer that makes 3 more picks, but this is the last pick the 4 of us are going to make.
Well, this is our Mr. Irrelevant for our portion of the NFL draft. Mr. Irrelevant for Draft Utopia is brought to you by Shadowforth Dawn of Legacy. By Joseph Potter. If you like romance, if you like
sci-fi,
travel, you are here and buy this book live on Amazon as of right now. Now, after that little shameless plug, we're looking at the last thing we got going here, and I had my last pick up and running. If he's there, I look at Shiloh Sanders.
Let's see if he's there. And he is not. Nwangpa and Ransom are there, though.
Yeah, so Sanders ain't there.
I'm going to flip to Miami, Georgia Tech. This Texas-Florida game is starting to be a blowout. Ooh, Miami's only up by 3. Miami's only up by 3 against Georgia Tech on ESPN.
Superman will put his keep on here before too long. Don't worry about it. And I am looking at a couple of the guys here. And Chris, after I make my pick, I would like your grades for everybody's draft.
I will read through the grades for everyone in the draft.
I want your grade. I want what you would grade everybody. I mean, you are the expert here.
I've only evaluated the offensive positions, but yeah, I want to see what all the picks are, and then I'll probably look at the team grade for this.
there are some small cool guys. One in particular that I was beefing up a little bit that didn't get taken.
Jack Howell, the Colorado State safety you told me about last year, is 709 on the simulator if you want him. He's there.
Howell's still 709.
Jack Howell, Colorado State safety. He's at 709 on the simulator.
Holy crap, he is way down there. He'd already been taken.
No, he's there.
Wow. Now I'm actually really interested in the situation. I love his face paint. That road warrior thing going on here. I will take Howell. All Mountain West first team. He is a guy that has a lot more pedigree than you would in the community that you think. 6 foot 200 pounds. He's a strong safety. He has one forced fumble this year. He may. This is an interesting thought.
And the simulator gave you a D+ for Jack Howell. You avoid a 4th F grade, even though he was in the 700s.
The thing is, he may end up leading Colorado State in tackles for, I think it would be the 2nd or 3rd straight year from the safety position. So as a strong safety, and he has 5 interceptions as a strong safety for his career as well. So, I mean, I love Howell and what he can do as a player. And let's face it, I love his face paint. I love his attitude. I love him.
Yeah. I think you could argue Joey gets, for overall grade, I think you could argue Joey gets anything from a B+ to an A. That averages out to an A-, so I'm giving Joey an A- for his draft. Mary, I'm giving you an A. You avoided any C or D+ grades.
I mean, I just see them.
You did get really good value, and you listened to our suggestions, which we appreciate. William, you got Gene T, Restrepo, Stutzman, Jalen Travis, Horton. Got really good value with your picks. I gotta respect that. I'm gonna give you an A-. I thought you did really well. And myself, what am I gonna give myself? I got 5 players with first round grades: Dylan Gabriel, Devin Neal, and Jordan Hancock. Only player I drafted that did not have a 1st or 2nd round grade on my board was Gabriel, but I got him at the 6th round, so I'm going to give myself an A. I'm going to give myself an A-.
Yeah, because it would be pretty egotistical for you to give yourself the highest grade out of everybody.
I love the value I got, but Seattle had needs at linebacker, at inside linebacker, at guard. I took multiple guards, but some people think they need a right tackle, so I can't really give myself an A+ if I neglected those positions for value. So that's really the way I'm looking at it. Not because I don't want to give myself the highest grade, but because I couldn't address every position on Seattle's board. So. And some will argue that I should have gone for a different position over Luther Burden or traded down. So that'll be the argument I get from Swipe Up, probably on the Eric on the Twitter. That'll probably be the argument I get from him.
That Seattle has some of the most needs of any team in the NFC. They have a lot of needs. So with your draft capital, I would give you credit because you are correct. There is no way you would be able to fill or at least draft and try to create competition for all the.
If I had drafted somebody, if I had traded out of the first round and gotten somebody else besides Luther Burden, I think I could have filled all of Seattle needs. But the only needs I didn't fill are right tackle. And if Abraham Lucas comes back and plays at full health next year, right tackle won't be a need. But I don't think Seattle will pay him with his injury history after his rookie deal.
Oh,
It's a shame because something we're going to have to watch closely that I've been hearing murmurs of from just nothing loud, nothing definitive, but this is something we've been hearing for a couple years, and now it's becoming a little louder, is that DJ Metcalf may be traded before the draft for draft picks.
Well, the one thing Tony Mario told me is the Seahawks can cut Lockett to save cap space. I also read an article this morning they can cut Metcalf to save cap space too. So both players are on the table for the right offer. That's why I drafted Luther Burden at 14 because he was third on my big board. And my thought process was if Seattle trades Metcalf, cuts Metcalf, or cuts Lockett for cap space, can just get Burden on a rookie deal with Jackson Smith and the Jigba and reload.
At the very least, you could get a second and a fourth for Metcalf, and that's the lead. So why would you ever cut that? He's a legitimate number one receiver in the NFL, and the dude's got like 2% body fat. I mean, he's got a 15 cap down in his ab. Okay, this dude, grade A porn star type body. You know, he makes almost everybody, and that's saying, this is coming from a Browns fan that looks at David Njoku and says, average dude with a beard.
Yep.
So, I mean, DJ Metcalf is a different type of beast.
All
You don't
Yeah.
just release that.
Yeah. Even if it does save cap space. I wouldn't I wouldn't cut Metcalf, but it's a rumor I heard. And Seattle might do it. I don't know, but I don't think John Schneider will do it. If somebody took over for Schneider, I could see it. I don't think anybody's gonna.
That trade's probably going to come with contract extension.
Yeah.
But the releasing, you're talking about a Greek god body.
And I only trade Geno Smith if you can get another first for Geno Smith, I would probably move him. Otherwise, I would keep him and let him play out his contract.
Greek god body with Hall of Fame skill, dude, you're not going to give him that. You're not just going to cut that.
No.
I mean, that's like the Browns or Steelers cutting Watt or Garrett. It's cutting, just let them get it. Like, hell no, I'm not doing it.
That's not going to happen.
It's not happening. There are some guys you just don't cut.
Yep.
Might trade them, you ain't cutting them. Not a chance.
Yep. So I do want to thank William and Mary for joining us for this draft stream. But yeah, the draft section of the show is over, and we managed to cover all the news before Mary got here this morning after we finished the draft at 10:30. So the good news is once Joey and I make our NFL picks, we can leave. And if William and Mary want to step out and do other things with their lives, they can do that whenever they want, and they can promote their handles if they want before they sign off.
it was nice meeting you, Mary.
Yeah, you too.
As always, Mary, you can come back.
And hopefully I'll see you again.
Yeah, Mary's interviewed some really good celebrities, Joey, like urinating.
Stop.
No. Secret.
No.
Secret. Silence is golden. Secret. Top secret information. Top secret. Nope. I can't say it. I can't say it on the air or off the air. Top secret. Nope. I'm gonna get peanut butter. I'm gonna be like a dog with peanut butter in my mouth if I say anything else. So I'm not going to say anything else. I don't want to break that confidentiality trust with Mary. So I'm just going to pretend I'm a dog with peanut butter in my mouth. I know it's super awkward, right?
Take a break and play a little Spanish fleet as we wait for Chris to get peanut butter off his tongue.
Gosh.
Now, where can we find Mary and William?
I know Mary does the Mac and Cheese podcast, and she does a fantasy football show too. And I know William. All I'm gonna say is, if you want to see any of the, yeah, all right, they do.
Do you want me to promote my stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys can find me at Mac Podcast 2023 on YouTube, and we are actually celebrating our 1-year anniversary next week on the show.
Very nice.
And Chris, we can announce this, right? That I'm going to be at the draft, and you're going to be live streaming it, right?
Yeah, I'm going to be live streaming the 2025 NFL draft, and you're going to be at the draft in Lambeau. It's going to be, yeah.
So if the,
love for you to call in.
yeah, for sure. However, if the Packers are going to draft a kicker, I might show the action live.
Just do something at kicker. You know, it's like Chris has seen me. I've called in from Dos Gatos, which is the official bar of the Jacksonville Jaguars. We've had Oren call in from different places for the Raiders. So we'd love for you to call in. William, that extends to you as well. If you want to call in for a certain pick or two, we'd love to have you. And where can we find you, William?
I think you left.
I haven't even checked the live stream, but I'm going to check that right now. Yeah, let me check the live stream. Yeah, I think William did leave. Yeah, he left. But I appreciate him stopping in.
Oh, see, and I had this perfect segue. Now, so heartbroken. Anyway, yeah, for William, we love having him, as always. Mary, you are welcome to stick around and make some picks with us if you wish.
Is it this week's picks?
Yes.
Yeah, and if not, it has been a wonderful time and we've enjoyed having you.
Yeah, if you guys need me to come back on as a Packer fan, I will try my best. Not saying I'll be happy, but
That'll be fun.
I'm going to hop off as I'm enjoying my bye week.
Yeah, have fun during your bye week.
I'm actually going back to the beach this week. So, yay. Okay, this was so much fun. Thank you guys.
No problem.
Have fun.
That was Mary of the Mac and Cheese podcast. You can check out her YouTube channel. Her content's fantastic, and I would recommend you check that out when you get a chance. And I'm not going to say what's on there, but go on there, subscribe, like the channel. You will not be disappointed.
She's making a lot of mac and cheese.
Yes. Yep. So we're gonna get into the NFL predictions now. Let me get out of the this simulator here, and we'll screen share the predictions here. Yeah.
Look up the Mac and Cheese podcast, and all I'm getting is the best ever mac and cheese by about 16 different artists. Like, everybody's making mac and cheese these days.
Yep.
Whatever with mac and cheese.
I guess it's just really appetizing.
I guess.
We only broke down. The first game was the Thursday night game. Bantle ended up switching his pick from the Bengals to the Ravens. So you were the only one to take the Bengals. But that was the Ravens won 35-34. It's a heck of an ending. But the officiating was not great. Nobody's in the top 10 now. Because there's this Facebook group called the Sports Authority, and a bunch of them have kicked ass this year to the point where Bantle dropped from 3rd to 13th when you added their picks onto the site for so Kerm's at 19th now. I'm 24th when you add their picks to the poll, but our database increases from 60 people nationally to 80. So halfway point, Jason's 13th out of 80. Kerm's 19th out of 80. I'm tied for 24th out of 80. Wes is tied for 38th out of 80 with Kimberly Martin of ESPN. Tracy is tied with Bob Jan. Bob Jan went 15-0 last week in the Sports Authorities group. Oren's now ahead of you, but he's 47th out of 80, and you're tied with Will Brinson of CBS. But that is the standings. But yeah, let's talk Giants, Panthers. I went with the Panthers here. The Giants have Chris Hubbard at left tackle for Daniel Jones, and the Panthers have Brady Christensen with Ekwonu out with an injury. And Brady Christensen, he was a backup left guard to start the year, but when Corbett got injured, he came in at center. And, after that, Ekwonu. After Ekwonu got injured, he came in at left tackle. So, and he did well at left tackle last week. He was a big reason the Panthers won. The passing game with Jalen Coker and David Moore and Xavier Legette were the three weapons Bryce Young relied on last week with Thielen out of the lineup. And, Coker was a guy at a Holy Cross that I loved, and they started two tight ends, Ian Thomas, Jatavian Sanders, Chuba Hubbard, Miles Sanders. There's a chance Jonathan Brooks makes his debut this week in Germany. I feel like the Panthers are going to Panthers might use him after the bye week in week 11, but I could be wrong on that. But either way, it's a big game in Germany. The Giants are favored by 1. I have no idea why. I'm going 21-20 Panthers, and Wes, Tracy, and you pick the Panthers. Kerm, Jason, and Oren pick the Giants. So this is a split decision game, but I like the Panthers as underdogs here. I have more confidence in Brady Christensen at left tackle than I do in Chris Hubbard, who was terrible at right tackle for the Steelers. He was equally as terrible at right tackle for the Browns. And now he's starting at left tackle as Daniel Jones's blindside. The fact that he's starting over Evan Neal at left tackle, that says something, Joey. That really
scares me. That scares me.
Because Andrew Thomas is out for the year. That's a massive loss for the Giants because he's...
It is. And something I heard earlier in the week I texted you about this morning was that there are a couple people saying the Panthers, if they win, it could be the end of the road for Brian Daboll. And here's the thing. If that happens, every win the Panthers have had this year would result in a coach being fired.
Actually, that's false, Joey, because only two coaches got fired. Only two coaches got fired. Robert Saleh of the New York Jets and Dennis Allen of New Orleans Saints. The Panthers' 2 wins came against the Raiders and the Saints.
But the Raiders lost their offensive coordinator. Their offensive coordinator got fired.
Yeah, but their head coach didn't.
No, not their head coach. I didn't say their head coach. I just said a coach.
Yeah. Okay, but that's still okay. But yeah.
Yeah. So sorry, I didn't clarify that. That was my bad.
All right, but either way, that's Panthers. I like the Panthers to win this game. Chris Hubbard at left tackle, just scared. It's just scary. I would play Evan Neal at left tackle. I know Evan Neal's probably a bust. He didn't do well at right tackle his first 2 years, but I would play him at left tackle over Hubbard. I don't know what the heck the Giants are thinking with Hubbard as Daniel Jones' blindside.
Well, I don't think anybody does.
I mean, the only reason I found out Hubbard was at left tackle because I went on NFL.com and I looked through the game PDFs on my computer. And I loved doing that back in the day. They got rid of the feature in 2017, but they brought it back this year. And I'm glad they brought it back. I'm probably going to use it more frequently because those depth charts are more accurate than what's on. I do like using our lads, don't get me wrong, but their information's not always accurate. Like, for example, after the Ravens traded for Tre'Davious White, they had Tre'Davious White listed at 7 on the depth chart. There are not 6 corners on the Ravens better than Tre'Davious White. I'm calling shenanigans on that. There are not 6 corners on the Ravens better than Tre'Davious White. I'm calling shenanigans on that, Joey, and I think I have the right to call shenanigans on that. There might be 3 or 4 better than him, but...
Well, I don't even think there are that many that are better than him. Tre'Davious White is one of the better cover men in football. So, no. 6 or 7 better? Absolutely not.
No. Agreed. So, yeah. That's why I got to use the PDFs on NFL.com because they will give me the information that I need. And, you know, I would never have guessed Chris Hubbard was the left tackle without using the PDFs. But, hey, it works for me. The next game is Steelers-Commanders. This is going to be a fun game. I've got the Steelers winning this. They got Mike Williams from the Jets, and now you've got Calvin Austin as your slot, Van Jefferson's your number 4, Owen Wilson's your number 5, and you know the Steelers also got Preston Smith, so that was a great move from them. Preston Smith's a really good addition for the Steelers as he's a backup to T.J. Watt, and Nick Herbig's a backup to Alex Highsmith. So now you have depth at both edge rusher spots, and when I look at Steelers, they also have Cameron Sutton coming back from a suspension this week. So when I look at where the Steelers are at, I'm looking at, you know, they're very consistent in the sense where they've got a lot of depth. Jayden Daniels, as good as he is, he's not faced a team with this much talent, top-heavy talent at edge rusher and corner, and this much depth at corner as well. So when I look at that, you know, I think this is Pittsburgh's game to lose. As good as Jayden is, and I know a lot of people want to root for Jayden. I know it's the feel-good story of the year. And look, to be fair to the Commanders, I had them at 8-9 before the Dak Prescott injury. That injury and Jordan Mailata's injury has bumped them up to 10-7. I think they're probably going to get in as the 6th seed, and they would play the Eagles in a rematch where I have the road team winning all of the games in that series. I have the Commanders winning, the Eagles winning in Washington, and then I have the Commanders winning in Philly. So, and look, as long as you just split with Philadelphia and you sweep Dallas, if you sweep Dallas or Philadelphia, you win the division. But if you split with them, you're going to get in as a wild card. That's really all you have to do, even if you lose to Pittsburgh. Now, if you lose to Pittsburgh and you get swept by Philly, then you're in trouble. But there's also questions about Jalen Hurts starting against Dallas. We might get Kenny Pickett versus Cooper Rush, but we'll get to the Eagles-Cowboys game later. But I know Joey picked the Commanders. Oren's got Commanders 17-14. I've got Steelers 23-20. Over-under's 44.5. And what's crazy is 52% of the public's betting the over. They should be betting the under. This is going to be a defensive game. Lattimore is out this week. The Commanders traded for Lattimore, but he's been ruled out this week. But I'm going to go 23-20 Steelers.
You know, you were talking earlier about how Miami is losing, and I said, watch Cam Ward put on a Superman cape. Yeah, he's putting on a Superman cape. Some of the needles being threaded are really fun. Good. Hey, who's counting on Cam Ward to be the top quarterback?
But yeah, you, Tracy, Jason, Oren took the Commanders. Kerman West took the Steelers. And West loves Jaden Daniels. He thinks he's a special quarterback, but right now, Steelers just have more depth than the Commanders, and that's the thought process in picking the Steelers to beat the Commanders. And I know you picked the Commanders to beat Pittsburgh. They might, but this feels like a game where whoever loses this game may lose the momentum they have. That's what.
Here's the thing, Chris. Something I was saying earlier in this season, I think I said to you, was that Jaden Daniels was playing the way the Browns always thought Deshaun Watson would play, and the way he played for the Texans. Jaden Daniels is playing that way, and he's playing that way
with LSU.
Better.
Yeah.
He's playing better than Watson did with the Texans. And he's playing smarter. And he's the same type of quarterback. Now, he keeps his nose clean. That's a special quarterback right there.
Because his supporting cast isn't he doesn't have the supporting cast of a championship team. I know it's a great story. I mean, this and Baker are probably the two best stories in the NFC. I know you're probably going to pick the Lions. We both have the Lions going to the Super Bowl, but last year for you, it was Lions getting to Super Bowl 58 would be a great story. This year, the thought process probably is the Lions getting to Super Bowl 59 is a good story, but it's not a great story since they're expected to get there. Whereas Baker and Jaden getting there are great stories for you. This, I get it. It is a great story, but I think the Steelers have a defense that really matches up with Jaden. I would not be surprised if Jaden had 1 touchdown and 3 interceptions this week. This might be his worst game of the entire season because this is just a really good defense. And that's not taking anything away from Jaden. The Steelers' defense is just that good.
Yeah, there's nothing taken away from him, but I think he is somebody that had the skill set to stand out against a very good defense.
Yep. And I do think the under's going to hit here. Oren and I agree on the under. Over-under is 44.5, and most people are betting the over. They expect a higher scoring game. Just curious, do you think the under hits even though you're picking the Commanders to win, or do you think the over actually hits? You don't have to give me a score if you don't want to.
I think it'll be an under.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll be a high scoring.
Yeah, I'm just kind of surprised by that. Patriots Bears. I am taking the Patriots here. They did pick up Yannick Ngakoue off of waivers this week. After the Ravens cut him, so there's that. And the Bears are just in complete disarray right now. They're just not the same team without their tackles. Their top 3 tackles, Braxton Jones at left tackle, right tackle Darnell Wright, and backup left tackle Kiran Amagaji are all injured. So that means Larry Borum, the number 4 tackle, the backup right tackle, is the left tackle, and Matt Pryor, the backup right guard, is the right tackle. Yeah, and Matt Pryor was god-awful at right tackle a few years ago when he had Carson Wentz as his quarterback in Indy. So that's just not do any favors for Caleb Williams. And yeah, the Bears, I mean, they were down 29-9. They kept Caleb Williams in, and he got injured at the end of that game. That was just bad head coaching by Eberflus. It felt like Caleb threw Eberflus under the bus, and I felt it was warranted. And, it's not just that. Their offensive coordinator did a horrible job, too. Cole Met had 0 targets. He was healthy against Arizona. They did not target him once. That is a fireable offense. I'm sorry, Joey. That is a fireable offense. Cole Met had 0 targets the entire game against Arizona last week. And this week, you get the Patriots safeties. You don't get Kyle Duggar. You do not get Jabril Peppers since he got placed in the commissioner's exempt list. You know what you do? You throw it to Cole Met until the backup safeties can stop him. Honestly, this feels like a game where you target your slot receiver and you target Cole Met 10 times. You target him 10 to 15 times with Kyle Duggar and Jabril Peppers out of the lineup. So unless you're going to pepper Cole Met after last week's fuckery where he got 0 targets, that is a fireable offense. That's what I'm saying. I mean,
well, that's the thing. Just because he got 0 targets, who gets targeted is on the quarterback. So you can't blame that on the coach. The targets are on the quarterback. The quarterback makes the decisions on who gets the ball. And Williams, he gets a lot of hype. He ain't a great quarterback.
without his tackles, he's not that guy. He can't elevate his team without his tackles. That's really the big difference between him and the other 2 guys drafted behind him, Daniels and May. Because when Jaden Daniels only scored 18 on the Bears, he didn't have Brandon Coleman that game. He had Cornelius Lucas. Lucas got injured during that game, so he was down to a 3rd-string tackle, led the Commanders to a Hail Mary over the Bears. Patriots have had a lot of injuries at left tackle, too, and Drake May is still elevating his team. You're not seeing Caleb elevate his team like Daniels and May have without their left tackles in the lineup.
Caleb didn't elevate his college team.
He got USC to the Cotton Bowl his first year.
He was a good athlete. He was a great athlete with a very good arm and incredible potential. His personality is something I love. But the bottom line is, if you're looking for somebody to elevate your team, he may become that one day. He ain't that now. Don't expect him. He's not that guy. And he showed that during training camp and preseason. He's not that guy. Why they shoved him in there to start this early when he wasn't ready, I don't know. But he's not going to be that guy. You'll have a couple great games. He's not going to be that guy early.
They drafted him number 1 overall, and he dominated in the preseason. But what people don't realize is he played a lot of second teams. But yeah, I've got the Patriots winning by a score of 19-17. I think Oren went with 20-17. But yeah, the Patriots, Bears. Oren, Joey, and I all have the Patriots. The rest of the staff has the Bears winning. And on paper, yes, the Bears are a better team, but their injuries at offensive tackle are why I think the Patriots pull out a landslide victory in Chicago.
I just think this is going to be a very good victory. I don't think it's going to be a landslide. I think it is going to be very good, though.
Yeah. Bills play the Colts. Michael Pittman Jr. is out. Amari Cooper is out, and Amari Cooper is questionable, and Keon Coleman is out. Chiefs are actually 1.5-point favorites over the Bills next week, which I don't agree with. I've already coded week 11, so yeah. As far as Bills Colts, Bills 38, Colts 10. I think the Bills are going to blow out the Colts. What else do you want me to say about this game? I mean,
it's not going to be happy.
Oren is 31-17. I've got 38-10.
I'll let you guys stick with the
This is gonna be such an ugly game that Chris Ballard is gonna go into Jim Irsay's office, grab his bourbon, and throw it on the floor like Kevin Costner in Draft Day when he threw the intern's laptop on the floor. That is how ugly this game is gonna be. That Chris Ballard actually.
What the hell is wrong with you? You don't throw bourbon? That's expensive. Drink that.
He is going to get rid of Jim Irsay's bourbon, then turn Jim Irsay sober, and that will make Jim Irsay so angry that he will fire Chris Ballard.
Jim Irsay will fire anybody who says that would. Leave my bourbon alone.
All right. So everyone's taking the Bills and the site this week. Vikings, Jaguars. I was going to take the Jaguars, but then I found out Mac Jones is starting, so I like the Vikings now. That is a deal breaker for me. There was a rumor that Adam Schefter tweeted that Brandon Scherf got traded to Seattle, but that turned out to be bullshit. That turned out to be a lie. That did not turn out to be the truth. So,
Yeah, I heard something about that. I think it was something that the Jags were doing to try to stir up a bunch of interest in Scherf, which makes me wonder Scherf's future with Jacksonville. But stuff like that just don't come out of thin air. It's usually put out by somebody within the organization. So that's got me wondering what Scherf's future holds with the Jags.
Yep. Yeah, I dropped ETN for the Lions defense in fantasy. That may end up costing me, but like ETN's work share has dropped, and I've got 3 other running backs. I've got Dobbins, I've got Montgomery, and I've got Javonte Williams. So I'm okay with that decision.
Trevor Lawrence being benched.
He's not being benched. He's injured. He's out this week with an injury.
I thought that was a minor injury.
No, he got injured. He is out this week with an injury.
What's the injury? Because I heard it was minor.
Well, Doug Peterson's. Well, that's what you heard is not true. It is an injury update, and Doug Peterson said he's unlikely to play.
What is the actual injury then? Because when I'm hearing minor injury,
it's his non-throwing shoulder. It is it's an injury to his non-throwing shoulder.
So they aren't updating us on what the injury actually is. They're just saying non-throwing shoulder.
Yes.
Okay, because I heard it was a minor injury to his non-throwing shoulder. He'd be fine. And now you're just coming up with, oh yeah, it's like he ain't playing. I'm like,
Doug Peterson said he's not playing. He's unlikely to play.
wow. That just, if it goes from a minor injury to not playing, that almost seems to me like a benching. It's like you don't go from, minor, you should be all right, to so devastating you're not playing this week within a day and a half. That sounds like benching to me.
Well, Doc's expect him.
Likely excuse. It is an excuse that is built in that it's like, oh, what's going to happen next week? Oh, he'll be back. Not a problem.
Do you still want the Jaguars, even with Mac Jones starting over Sam Darnold?
Mac Jones will. I'm going to stick to my guns on this. But at the same time, because Mac Jones is something that's a little unknown. But at the same time, this seems like something that is an overreaction. That's probably an overreaction of a benching.
I don't think the Jaguars are benching Lawrence. I still think he's their guy. I just think he's injured and dinged up this week.
I think he's still the guy, but the thing is, there have been a lot of things going on in Jacksonville about thinking that people.
It's a sore shoulder. That's what it is. It's a sore shoulder.
A sore non-throwing shoulder.
Yes.
Put a little brace on it. I have a bad non-walking right knee that I get to work with every day, and I'm walking quite a bit. It is a sore non-throwing shoulder. You need a little support, put a brace on it, get a little support. I got a coworker that needs reconstructive surgery on his shoulder. He's over there lifting 40, 50 pounds a day. He'll be fine. This is a benching. A sore shoulder on the non-throwing shoulder is not worth missing a game.
Because he got injured in the first half of Sunday's loss to the Eagles. And it looked like he was going to beat the Eagles, and then he threw the pick to Nakobe Dean at the end. And
Okay. So it wasn't an issue until he throws the interception at the end.
yeah,
Chris, this is a benching.
because the Jaguars were in field position to win, and the offensive coordinator told Lawrence to throw a touchdown pass to Deontay Johnson. It looked like he underthrew the pass slightly, and Nakobe Dean intercepted him, got his first career interception for the Eagles.
This is a non-official benching. This is a benching where the coach is not going to take a lot of shit. That's all it is. It's a built-in excuse to where they can see somebody else. That's all it is.
I think Lawrence will be back next week, but they'll play Mac Jones this week.
Because this is not an injury. He's a little hurt. Do you know who else is a little hurt? 99% of the league. This is a little hurt. Nothing else. This is the benching.
Our quarterback's 80%, but he's not 100%. So we'll play our backup quarterback who's 100%.
And you have 2 wins. You are 2-7. You have 2 wins.
And you play the Lions next week. So
It doesn't matter. You play your franchise guy.
I agree.
Done. Amen.
I agree. You play Lawrence.
Peterson, knowing that he is on the hot seat. This is Doug Peterson knowing he's probably going to get fired unless he does something dramatic. And this is Doug Peterson. Once again.
Do you think the Jaguars fire Doug Peterson after the game against Detroit? Because the Jaguars, they play the Vikings this week. They play the Lions in Detroit next week. They're probably going to start Lawrence against Detroit. They're taking him out this week as a precautionary measure, and then they're going to start him against Detroit next week.
I don't think so, because these are 2 of the better teams in the NFC. I think they wait until they have a bad loss against a bad team to fire him, because the only way he's going to save his job is to fire Press Taylor. And we know the history. We went through it a few weeks ago. He ain't firing Press Taylor. He is more likely to promote Press Taylor to assistant head coach than he is to fire him. Why? Nobody knows. But it's going to happen. And he's going to go down with Press Taylor. Press Taylor's going to go down with him by his side, because I can guarantee you, Doug Peterson gets fired. You know who else gets fired? Press Taylor's going right out the door with him.
Yep.
Press Taylor will never get another job in the NFL after the way that he has tanked Doug Peterson's career. Because Doug Peterson's a damn good coach, and he has made a damn bad decision by, once again, putting his future on Press Taylor, and once again, he's going to get fired because he put his future in the hands of Press Taylor. And right now, he's grasping at straws. He's trying to find something. And he ain't going to find it here with Mac Jones. Chris, you know Mac Jones as well as anybody being a Patriots fan. You tell me, is Mac Jones
No.
a franchise guy? You didn't even let me finish the question before you said no. That tells you something. It's like, you knew what I was getting at. And it was like, hell no. Hell no. He ain't the answer. This is Doug Peterson trying to find something. And there is nothing to find here because you leave Press Taylor in there. When Press Taylor's in there and he's making your decision.
Well, if the Jaguars are 2-9, Shahid Khan's going to say, look, you got to either get rid of Press Taylor or we're getting rid of you if you fall to 2-10. We're getting rid of both of you. That's probably what's going to end up happening after if they lose to the Vikings and then they lose to Detroit.
Yeah, and I don't even know if it takes that long. It may be something as though it may be after this week that he creates an ultimatum. Because if I know he's usually, over the last couple of years, he's been hands off. Okay.
But I feel like we're at a tipping point, Joey, where if he loses another game or two, Khan's going to have to create that ultimatum where.
Yeah, there comes a time when you, as an owner, you got to put your foot down. And at this point, and I also have to look at Trent Baalke. Hey, Baalke.
Baalke is not drafted well outside of 2021 and maybe 2022.
It's like, you've done a nice job getting some depth pieces, but where's the last star you got? You got us a wide receiver this year that it looks like he may be a star. But outside of that, what have you done star-wise?
I like what the Jaguars did in the 21 and 22 drafts, but the last two drafts they've been awful in.
Yeah, outside of Brian Thomas, what have you got us for the last 2 years? Matthew Golden with another touchdown pass, with another touchdown catch. So that's his second of the day.
Yeah, the Jaguars have a bye week in week 12. So that's why I'm thinking they're either going to fire Press Taylor or Doug Peterson during the bye. That's when they're going to make a coaching change. They're going to.
Yeah, the bye week was what I was thinking. I just wasn't sure when the bye week.
Bye week's week 12 after the Lions game.
Okay. Yeah,
so
we're in agreement then on when this will probably end up happening. And let's face it, right now, Christian Kirk, he's probably gone. Baalke, he is on the hot seat. Peterson's on the hot seat. Cam Robinson's already been traded.
Right now, the best way if I were to use a theme song to describe the Jacksonville Jaguars, it would be the intro to Hell's Kitchen. Fire. Fire. That's pretty much.
That's pretty accurate because right now, it's like when you bring in a new defense coordinator, you have the top pass rushing duo in the NFL last year, and you switch their positions, and you're not getting the pass rush. Wonder the frick why. Okay, you bring in a defensive coordinator that doesn't share your defensive philosophy, and then that doesn't fit the personnel, and then you wonder why you're not doing as well defensively. Oh, shucks, I never would have guessed.
I think if they do fire Press Taylor during the bye week, Peterson might keep his job till the end of the year. But let's say Press Taylor gets fired and then Peterson stays on board and they lose to the Titans. At that point, they would fire Doug Peterson. They would fire him if he lost the Titans even once. They would fire him at that point.
I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah, come the bye week, they shut on, forced them to fire both coordinators. So they've taken 5 steps back on defense, and they've never taken a step forward on offense. Outside of when Peterson said, "Hey, press, I'm going to call 2 or 3 games in a row," and oh wow, look at that! There's an offensive explosion. Oh, we're going to give the book back to press. Look, the way offenses work. You have a play sheet. What do you call on first down? What do you call on second down? What do you call on third down? What do you call on fourth down? And then somebody has that sheet. It is a sequencing job. You have to call the right plays in the right sequence based on what is being called on the defense. The plays are the plays. It is how you call them and in what order you call them in. Press Taylor has no sequence. It's like he puts on a blindfold and points at the sheet with a stick of incense. Just points at it, opens his eyes, it points at this. Let's call
Why do I get the feeling that if Press Taylor was playing Simon or Bop It, he would push the blue button when the green button showed up, or he would pull it when he needs to twist it? Why do I get that vibe with Press Taylor?
Because it's not unreasonable. Press Taylor was a pretty good quarterbacks coach. He's never been anything else. He's never been any good at anything else.
And to be fair, Zach Taylor went from QB coach to head coach, and he made it. And that's probably why there was intrigue to gamble on him as a coordinator. And it just didn't work out in this situation.
Well, he got promoted from quarterback coach. I forget what the position was, but I think it was offensive something or other. But then...
So you're still taking the Jaguars despite this, but you don't feel very confident in it?
Pretty much, yeah, because I'm still taking them because I think there is an outside chance that they come up. Because let's face it, every week we get upsets. We get things that happen.
Yeah, and this was week 9 was a week where Vegas lost a lot of money on sports bets. So this could be a trap game. Maybe whatever Press Taylor is doing, if whatever give Sam Darnold whatever you're giving Press Taylor. That would be my advice to the Jaguars. Give Sam Darnold whatever you're giving Press Taylor to try to confuse him even more. That would
a concoction of speed, cocaine, and a lot of other drugs that should not be mixed.
All right. Yeah, because I'm still on talk shoe, but yeah, I'm just going to let Joey talk through the phone because it's easier for him because we're almost done. We just got to get through the games for a week.
Press Taylor's eating some mushrooms right now, boys. You know, and he's having cocaine, mushroom speed. I mean, he is on some things, and he is seeing some things that, Sam Darnold sees ghosts.
Is that what this game's gonna be? Sam Darnold versus Press Taylor, who sees the more ghosts? Is that basically what matchup is?
Press Taylor's gonna look at him and he's gonna see Thanos.
Oh man.
Like, we're coming up and like, hey, Thanos and Skeletor are teaming up against us. What do we do, coach? What the fuck are you talking about, Press? Like, why is He-Man on our bench?
No, Trevor Lawrence. Yeah.
That's Trevor Lawrence. That is not He-Man. That's Trevor Lawrence. I mean, they may have the same hair, but Go on, Chris. Clean yourself up a little bit.
I was about to interject and say that, make a He-Man reference, but you beat me to the punch. Broncos and Chiefs. This game is a lock, but I think it's going to be a low-scoring game. The point spread is -9.5 for Kansas City. I think the Broncos cover. If I were telling Joey to make a bet on Hard Rock, I would tell him to bet on the Broncos to cover, because I was going to pick the Broncos in the upset before the Ravens blew out the Broncos. Now I'm going Chiefs 20-16. Chiefs are a lock this week. Falcons play the Saints. Bantle has the Saints in an upset. Bantle has the Saints in an upset this week. The Saints have a ton of injuries. Olave is out. Shaheed's out.
Small comment on the last game. I went to the restroom, so I thought you were going to be talking about that game longer than 30 seconds. But real quick comment. Bo Nix has had good games. Bo Nix has had bad games. But what everybody sees is something that we said earlier. He's going to need a year. I think he has the right coach. But the bottom line is, maybe he is thrown in too long, because there are executives that have been saying he is not the same quarterback we saw at Oregon. He's probably a year or so away, but I think he's smart enough to where he's not going to be hurt by the inconsistent rookie year. So I will say that about the Knicks.
Yeah, and you got the Saints. They traded away Lattimore. Adebo's out for the year. So when you look at the Saints, their top three receivers, Chris Olave, Rashid Shaheed, Cedric Wilson, all out with injuries. And Adebo's out for the year now. So Alontae Taylor and Kool-Aid McKinstry are number one and number two corners after trading Lattimore away. And Kool-Aid's out for the Saints. So the Saints just have too many injuries. That's why the Falcons are going to win. I'm going to go 28-20 for Saints, because I think they'll keep this game competitive. The Saints and Falcons hate each other. Their fan bases hate each other. I think the Saints will keep this game competitive because their fan base hates the Falcons, but I think Atlanta's going to win 28-20. Bantle did pick the Saints. Everyone else is the Falcons.
For me, this is a little bit of a litmus test for Kool-Aid McKinstry. You don't trade Lattimore unless
Kool-Aid's injured. He's out this week. Kool-Aid's injured. He's out this week. So is Adebo. He's out for the year. And they traded Lattimore away.
He may be out this week, but I still think it's a litmus test for him, because you don't trade Lattimore unless you think Kool-Aid's ready to be your number one guy. So we're going to see.
Or maybe they think Alontae could be their number one guy, because he's had multiple seasons with 10 deflections too. As a nickel. But,
Kool-Aid was a high draft pick, though.
Yeah.
And those guys always get priority over everybody else.
Yep.
Like, you got to justify the pick.
I agree. Yeah, the Falcons are just...
Chris, I will say this. You were higher on Kool-Aid than I was. Maybe Kool-Aid moves up and...
But he's not playing this week. I do think the Saints want to see if him and... Because they're probably going to let Adebo walk in free agency. So they got to see what his chemistry is with Alontae Taylor. Which one of those guys is the long-term number one corner? They're both the number one and number two corners of the future. Don't get me wrong. Alontae Taylor and Kool-Aid are both the number one and number two corners of the future. Alontae came in as a number two corner for multiple games when Lattimore was injured. So...
But you interim head coach. He's also auditioning for
The special teams coordinator on the Saints. I think as long as Kool-Aid's out of the lineup, as long as the Saints' top 3 receivers are injured, I think they're in trouble. I mean, they're favored by 1.5 against the Browns next week, despite these injuries at wide receiver and corner, which if they're this depleted at receiver next week and they're this depleted at corner next week, they're not beating the Browns. I'm sorry, they're not. And I think the Browns upset the Steelers on Thursday night because remember, beating the Browns in prime time is going to Cleveland in prime time is a motherfucker with that crowd, with their.
it's like I watched the old 22 and there's a reason the Chargers are the best pass defense in football. And
It's the rookie corners. They've been exceptional. I want to get to that later when we get to that game.
We will. And I also got a thing or two to say about those freaking linebackers of the Chargers. Those guys are.
Yeah, they got Denzel Perriman and Dayan Henley as the starters, but they've got Junior Colson as the backup linebacker too. Charlie Campbell said the Rams had the best 2024 draft. I think the Chargers actually had the best 2024 draft. I disagree with Charlie on that. And it's rare to.
The Chargers are like, hey, I'm coming up and you better get this party started.
My Chargers Super Bowl 61 prediction looks pretty good on paper right now, especially if they hit on the next 2 drafts like they did this one.
I watched the game. I wasn't impressed. I watched the Chargers a couple weeks ago. Wasn't impressed. Watched a couple of 22s and I'm like, oh, damn. Yeah, you watch the old 22s, you see a lot of things moving and you get really damn impressed.
Yeah. But yeah, everybody took the Falcons except Daniel. The next game is 49ers, Buccaneers. I know the 49ers are 4-4 and they're getting Christian McCaffrey back, and I know the Buccaneers are 4-5. Charvarius Ward's out this week. He's going to attend his daughter's funeral, and Hufanga's still on injured reserve for another week. I mean, he got placed on IR prior to week 6, and the earliest he would return is week 11. So, I mean, he missed 6, 7, 8, and 10. This is the last game he would miss. So, 49ers will get Ward and Hufanga back next week when they play Seattle, but they're not going to have those guys this week. Baker's going to pick apart the 49ers as a result, even with the injuries at wide receiver that he has. And yeah, he doesn't have McMillan. He doesn't have Sharp. He doesn't have Shepard. He doesn't have Godwin. He doesn't have McMillan. He doesn't have Mike Evans. He has Trey Palmer and Raheem Jarrett. That's it. But it's not going to matter with Charvarius Ward out of the lineup and with Hufanga out of the lineup. That 49ers secondary is very suspect. I've got the Buccaneers winning in overtime, 27-21. Baker Mayfield finally gets a break in overtime. I have the Buccaneers going 9-8 and missing the playoffs. But to be fair to Tampa Bay, they are a victim of bad breaks this year. It's not that they don't have the talent to get in. It's that they're a victim of bad breaks. The Atlanta game, the Kansas City game, those are bad. Those are really bad breaks.
And you could tell because something that we've been talking about for a few years, something that I've emphasized to college football fans and professional football fans at work. Nobody knows the pain of losing to Patrick Mahomes more than Baker Mayfield. And you could tell when Mahomes won in overtime, that coin flip, you could see Baker and the emotion come out. He's like, God, he's going to do it to me again. Because he took his job in college. He beat him in the pros in that playoff game with the Browns and Chiefs. And then last week he did it again. Beat him again. Big game, overtime, beat him again. Baker getting frustrated losing to Patrick Mahomes. How you going to ease that frustration? You're going to come out and you're going to say, screw it. I'm going to throw three touchdowns, and we're going to put on a clinic against the 49ers. Baker.
There's a lot connecting the The Bills' Super Bowl 62 opponent might be the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And the reason I say that is because there's a lot of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are connected to the number 62, and it would be the 58th Super Bowl of the modern era. Baker Mayfield's numeric number is 58 in gematria. So we might get a Baker Josh Allen Super Bowl in Atlanta in a few years. It's not going to happen this year. Baker's not going to be in this year's Super Bowl, but it might happen in a future Super Bowl. 61 or 62, I'm thinking 62 might be the year Baker gets to a Super Bowl, and he'd be playing Allen in Allen's first Super Bowl too.
I've got a hell of a story for you. I don't know if it's going to happen within the next couple years. Baker Mayfield versus Patrick Mahomes.
I don't think it's going to happen. I think the Chiefs' window is going to close after this year, and then they're going to get back to like six. I think they're going to probably go to like 60. They're probably looking at a few Super Bowls. It depends. I think the Bengals are going to end up with 60 and 63, and then I think Mahomes is probably going to get.
At the same time, I think it would. Did you see the build-up?
It would be a great storyline, but I just don't think it's going to happen. I mean, I don't think Baker was as good as Goff was, but Baker won a Heisman, which is more than you can say about Goff. So I can't really say too much bad things about Baker. And he did beat Goff this year, so.
I've got to put a little bit of excitement in people's minds. This may happen. Doesn't mean it's going to. But it might, and it might have a good story to it. I got to put it in people's minds.
I don't think we're getting a Baker Mahomes Super Bowl. And the more I think about it, Louisiana is the 18th state admitted into the union. The Super Bowl's in New Orleans, Louisiana. Lamar has a numeric code of 18, and Patrick Mahomes can get his 18th playoff win if the Chiefs are the 1 seed and they go to the Super Bowl. So I think if we get a Ravens-Lions AFC title, winner of that's probably beating the Lions. That's probably the script for this year. That's probably the fix. That's probably what's going to end up happening.
If that happens, that's actually pretty cool. And it's like, good job on you for doing that research. That's pretty awesome. So, and you know, I don't give you compliments often, so pat yourself on the back.
All right. But yeah, I'm going Buccaneers 27-21 in overtime, and Baker actually wins in overtime this week.
Yeah, no stupid coin flips, no flippity flops of the ball. You know.
Oh, actually, I have the Niners winning the coin flip and fumbling in overtime, and Baker gets a touchdown. Or Baker can win the coin flip this time and score on the first possession. Either way.
That would be a reverse of fortunes that would just make me sit there like, yeah, what the hell?
Yeah, if Christian McCaffrey fumbled in overtime against the Buccaneers, and then the Buccaneers get a touchdown and win in overtime, your first reaction would be, really? Really?
Touchdown pass to who the hell ever.
Trey Palmer, I guess. Yeah.
Palmer be a good one. It's like, what the hell just happened? It's like, man, you would, that would not be something that you would look at. It's like, oh, mercy. But yeah, I expect Baker to show up this week, and I expect him to throw 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, and I expect him to take out all his Mahomes frustration out on a very depleted San Francisco secondary.
Yeah, because without Ward, I actually think Baker could throw for 300 yards on this secondary. Titans and Chargers, Will Levis is starting again, but the Chargers rookie corners have been incredible. Both Cam Ward and both Tarheeb Still and Cam Hart have been phenomenal. And Cam Hart was a first-round corner in my rankings, if you remember. You go back to last year's draft.
I remember.
So he is one of the gems the Chargers got in the draft. And I knew the Chargers, when they got him in the 5th round, I was like, all right, let's see how long it takes for this kid to play. And he's played out of his mind the last few weeks. I feel like still could get picked apart by Burrow next week. But, the Chargers, they got a 3-game home stretch against the Titans, the Bengals, the Ravens. So we are going to put Justin Herbert on the cover in week 12. We were debating between Herbert and Watt. Well, Herbert is 22nd in passing yards, and Watt is 9th in sacks. But Watt is first in forced fumbles with 4, and Herbert is now first in interceptions with 1. And as soon as I mentioned that swipe of my friend who's a Seahawks Chargers fan, he basically said, great, you jinxed Herbert, now he's going to throw an interception the next game because he has fewer interceptions than Josh Allen.
Here's something I want people to know about the Chargers.
I know Russell Wilson has 0 interceptions, but Russell Wilson hasn't started the entire season. Herbert has. So as far as I'm concerned, Herbert's the interception leader.
He's going to have a couple interceptions this week. Let me put it that way. Something that you have to look at the Chargers. Yes, there are opportunities against the Chargers, but by the time those opportunities come up, the quarterback is just throwing to try to get a completion. The Chargers are one of the most disciplined defenses. Just watching the All-22, they're always in their spots. They float to the ball seamlessly. They see the ball in the air. They go toward the ball, and they're always there, whether the catch is made or not.
And when Justin Herbert, the tackles, and Joey Bosa are at full health and they avoid injuries, they're 4-0 this season. I'm not counting the week 3 game because all their core players got injured in that game. So I'm not counting that game. It's a loss in the record in the standings, but I'm not counting that as a full game where all their core starters played. But when all their core starters play, they are 4-0 this season. That should scare some people.
It should. It really should, because the Chargers are not great running the ball. It was not.
Dobbins has had 4 games of 100 total yards this year, and him and Josh Allen are the only 2 players to be player of the game on 4 different occasions on the site this year. Him and Allen are the only 2 players. Dobbins and Allen are the only 2 players that have been player of the game 4 times.
I must be watching the wrong games because there are games that they're just not doing it.
Dobbins was not. Dobbins had 100 yards against some teams. He had 100 total yards against the Browns. If you add the rushing and receiving yards, he had but just rushing yards, he dominated the first 2 weeks of the season against the Raiders and Panthers, but those were terrible run defenses, so that's to be expected.
But the big thing is they don't do well against rushing defenses. That's what rushing offenses. That is what ticked me off last week when I was watching the All-22 with the Browns, was that the Browns did not diagram plays very well to take advantage of the weak points in Seattle's defense. You hit those defensive tackles hard, you're going to get some lanes to run. Browns didn't. And guess what? You got Harbaugh as a head coach. You don't think he's not going to watch the same All-22, see that, and be like, we got to make adjustments. We got to fix this. We got to bring somebody else up the middle against a pretty decent running team? Of course he is.
Yeah,
it's like it was a perfect opportunity to get Nick Chubb going, didn't do it, and now the Chargers are going to take advantage of it. They took advantage of it last week, and now they're going to take advantage of the adjustments this week.
I forgot to screen share the predictions on the live streams, but I'm doing that now. And, Nicholas Petit-Frere lost the right tackle job to Leroy Watson, the Browns player. He told me that. That's probably because of his rapport with It's probably because of his rapport with Callahan more than anything else.
Probably. And, let's face it. Sometimes I do find diamonds in the rough. I do find.
I'll give you credit on that. You did find a diamond in the rough, but I feel like he's one of the more expendable players. Titans need a left tackle. That's an upgrade over Latham, and they need to move Latham to right tackle. But I don't know if they're going to come to that conclusion this year.
Yeah, he may end up just being a very good swing tackle coming off the bench, but he was somebody. It's like when Trent Williams says. To me, Trent Williams' word has a lot of weight.
Yeah, Kareem Hunt's been fantastic with the Chiefs. Speaking of former Browns, Kareem Hunt's been fantastic with the Chiefs since returning to Kansas City.
You know what? They turned Kareem Hunt's 3 wheels in a donut. They just moved the third wheel that works well over into the middle and said, there you go. Just plow up the middle. And now he's got 3 good wheels in position to make a damn good statement. Because here's one thing Kareem Hunt does as well, if not better than anybody in the NFL. He sees end zone, he finds end zone.
And Denver, without Alex Singleton, without Drew Sanders, I feel like this is going to be a Kareem Hunt 100-yard day. It's going to be a defensive game, 20-16 Chiefs win, but I also think Kareem Hunt's going to have 100 total yards or 100 rushing yards, maybe both.
Well, here's the thing. You need 3 yards, Kareem Hunt will get you 3 yards. You need 7 yards, Kareem Hunt will get you 3 yards. You need touchdowns, Kareem Hunt will get you touchdowns. Kareem Hunt, the Undertaker, is now sneaking up on everybody in the First Coast news studio. Texas forever.
Yeah, it's I went with Chargers 27, Titans 12. Titans, they're even with Calvin Ridley back in the lineup, they just have a bunch of injuries at corner. I think the 2 best 5th round corners in this draft are Cam Hart and Jarvis Brownlee Jr. Both of those corners were my 2 biggest steals of the 5th round. And both those corners have been playing out of their mind since the starters got injured. So, and Still's been excellent as well. Tarheeb Still has been excellent as well. That's what Charger fans are saying. So, I'm not overlooking Still, but I view him as more of a number 2 corner to Hart. And Hart and Brownlee have kicked ass as number 1 corners. They have made my evaluations look really good on paper so far. But yeah. Eagles and Cowboys. It is the Eagles and the Cowboys in Dallas. And if Jalen Hurts is questionable for this game, but if he's out, we are getting we're getting Kenny Pickett versus Cooper Rush. Kenny Pickett.
Some of the analysis going on about the Texas season from Mark Callaway, a.k.a. The Undertaker. He was up in the booth of the Texas-Florida game.
It's 35-0 at halftime. That game's over.
Oh, yeah, but The Undertaker, for a lot of people who don't know, he is a Texas alum. And he and his wife, his son were down on the field before the game. He's given his analysis. He's a big MMA, football, he's a former basketball player, so, he knows a little something. So when he talks, it's like he's going to give a different perspective on it, but it's going to be an informed perspective on it. So I went ahead, I listened to that, and he made a good point. It's better that Texas lost that game early in the year rather than late. And that was a point I hadn't thought, but when it comes to the SEC, he was right. Lose that game early rather than late, get a chance to make adjustments, because if you lose it late, you might not get a chance to make the adjustments, and guess what happens? You end up losing. Well, guess what?
I still think Fox has the 3 best announcers in college football. Gus Johnson has the best voice. Joe Klatt has the best play-by-play analysis. But Tim Brando probably has the best storytelling of that trio. I mean, Tim Brando is probably the best storyteller of those 3. And that's not a knock on Johnson or Klatt. There's a reason those 2 are the A-list announcers for Fox College Football. But Brando's an amazing storyteller.
Jesse Palmer on ABC. There is nobody in the nation. I don't care whether it's because of his camp or because of his announcing. If he says something about a quarterback, you listen. He is the best when it comes to quarterbacks in the country at anything he does.
He also took over for Chris. He also took over for.
When Peyton Manning was playing, he went to the Jesse Palmer camp. Jesse Palmer is the best at what he does. If he says something about a quarterback, you shut your mouth, you listen, and you take it up.
But what's interesting is after I think it was Chris, one of the Chris's on ABC got fired from The Bachelor or Bachelorette, and Jesse Palmer took over for that show. So not only is he doing football, he's doing reality TV in addition to football commentary, in addition to his camps.
Because when he was a player, I think he met his wife on there. So it's like he's a alum of that show. So, there is that. And that's back when he was a backup quarterback for, I think, the Giants. Because I remember watching that series. That was when the series was still interesting.
Yeah.
And he met his wife, and from what I understand, they're still married, I think.
That's an amazing story. But yeah, if Jalen Hurts is out with an injury, it means we're getting Kenny Pickett versus Cooper Rush. Everybody else in the Eagles outside of Jordan Mailata is healthy. And Hurts is a game time decision.
I actually would not be upset with that. I would actually want to see that game because I like Cooper Rush. For a couple of years. Kenny Pickett. I'm not a huge Kenny Pickett fan, but at the same time, I think they bring neat style compared to what we're used to seeing. So, okay. I can see that. I can see how that would be pretty fun.
Yeah, and Tom Brady will be spared from calling that game. He's calling the 49ers-Buccaneers game.
That'd be ironic. It's like, but what would be best would be if he would call a Browns Tampa Bay game because he took over for Jameis Winston, and then when he retired, Baker Mayfield took over for him. So that would be the perfect Buccaneers trio, But just saying it, like life can be perfect. So 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Yep.
But that's just an interesting scenario.
It is.
It's like,
Deron Bland is out. Micah Parsons is questionable. I'm going Eagles 17, Cowboys 14. I'm going defensive game. Eagles are a lock on the site, but I think it's going to be a defensive game. I might go 16-14 if the Pickett ends up starting.
I don't know. Cooper Rush, I think, could end up going off. So, Cooper Rush, he's due.
He is.
For draft considerations, Caleb Williams just got helped off the field with a leg injury for Texas.
Caleb Williams? You said Caleb Williams?
Yeah.
Caleb Williams is in the Bears quarterback. Are you talking about Quinn Ewers?
No, the defensive tackle for Texas.
Okay.
And Isaiah Bond just scored another touchdown, so it's now 41-0 Texas.
Yeah, I think Georgia Tech's beating Miami. That's why I haven't really tuned into much of the Texas game.
Quinn Ewers about his draft stock.
I have a 3rd-round grade on Quinn Ewers, but the crazy part is...
Just might be coming up. It may be going straight up.
But
up
But the crazy part is Bill, who has done the draft streams with us, just said that Ewers is not going before the 3rd round, and he's a 3rd to 5th round prospect. I don't think he's that bad.
I would have thought that before this one, but he's made some pretty nice throws.
Yeah.
In this, and
so I'm probably going to leave him where I have him in the 3rd round, but he could end up going earlier than expected.
Now, here's the thing. We may not see Ewers again. We may see Arch Manning come in.
Arch Manning should come in. I mean, it's 42-0 Texas.
It's 42-0.
And Georgia Tech's beating Miami on ESPN. Georgia Tech is beating Miami.
Yeah, I tried to look for that game. I was hoping
it's on ESPN. You don't. If you don't have ESPN, you don't get it.
Yeah, it's like I was hoping that I could get it on one of the ESPN offshoots, but I didn't.
Yeah, but the Jets play the Jets play the Cardinals. Jets play the Cardinals in Arizona. I like the Jets in this one. I mean, Will Hernandez suffered a season-ending injury in October, so you know, Tristan Cologne's playing right guard. Tristan Cologne's the backup center, but he's been playing right guard in some of these games. You know, we don't know who's going to play right tackle for Arizona because Jonah Williams might make his first start since he got injured in week 1. Kelvin Beachum hasn't practiced all week. And if Kelvin Beachum and Jonah Williams are both ruled out, that means rookie 3rd round pick Christian Jones, former Texas Longhorn that we both liked, would make his first NFL start at right tackle this week against the Jets. And he would be facing Reddick in one-on-ones. Hassan Reddick, he'd be facing Reddick in one-on-ones in his NFL debut.
And let's face it, I like a lot of what the Cardinals are doing. I don't remember who I took this week, but
you took the Jets. And Cam Ward just underthrew his receiver on 4th and 1. Georgia Tech with a 4th down stop versus the U.
Georgia Tech's playing a good game. I will. What's the score of that game?
14-10. Georgia Tech's only up by 4.
Okay, so it's not that bad.
And Miami got the drive to midfield before turning it over. So Miami could very easily come back and rout Georgia Tech in the 4th quarter.
Yeah. You know how I've been talking up Damian Martinez, for the last few weeks? Here on the podcast, the running back for Miami. Yeah, Draft Network just tweeted out, hey, we're going to be hearing more about this Damian Martinez kid going into the draft. It's like, I've been saying that for freaking weeks. You know, it's like slow-ass Draft Network.
Well, Draft Network's lost a lot of their quality writers. I know there was an article. I read an article about how they weren't paying their writers and how they weren't holding people accountable. It was a really lengthy article, but a lot of their good writers left the company. I'm not going to get into details about it here because I don't want to get sued over it, and I just don't think it's worth diving into great details about.
Yeah, it don't matter. But the fact is, you know what does matter? The fact that they were 3 weeks behind me. That matters.
It does.
Because it shows, even though I'm older,
I've had him in the 3rd round for like a while. I've had him in the 3rd round for a while. And I know a lot of people have him in day 3, but I've had him in the 3rd round for a while. Just based on what he did at Oregon State last year and what he did this year with Miami.
He's an early 2nd round talent.
I have Kyle Monangai and Taj Brooks and Travion Henderson ranked ahead of him, but I do think he's got potential to be a starter. And I have him in like the top 70. I don't have him, even though I got a 3rd round grade on him, I have him in the top 70. If I had him below the top 70, I think you'd have a right to be critical of my evaluation, but top 70, that's fair. It's fair to where you wish I had him a little higher, but it's not at the tipping point where you're critical of me either.
Well, my evaluation comes from look at Miami with Florida's offense. Cam Ward, why I say he's the best quarterback in the nation and he's the best quarterback in his class is because of the offense he runs. Okay, you get a guy who can play under center, he can play in the shotgun. The big thing is when he plays under center, he can play with his back to the defense. To be able to play with your back to the defense, you got to have a running back that commands respect, who commands attention.
And there's other running backs that have done amazing without a good quarterback. You look at Jay Nott at Cal, Kyle Monangai at Purdue, Devin Neal at Kansas. There are other running backs that have impressed me just as much, if not more, than Martinez. That's the only reason I have Martinez at 67, 68.
But the thing is that you have to look at Martinez is one of those guys who doesn't have to have his hands on the ball to affect the game. He does not have to have the ball in his hand to affect the game. He allows Miami's offense. A lot of people don't realize it. It is more of a profile offense. It does use play action. It does use all these different things.
And a really good block by Georgia's center. They got like 10, 20 yards downfield on that block against Miami. Georgia's Tech center, the guy we talked about earlier today.
Yep.
Hey,
I'm still waiting for my film cut on him, Chris.
I mean, if Georgia Tech beats Miami, we might have to get a film cut of that game or the Florida State game. I could get a film cut of either of those. I could probably get a Georgia Tech game. I could probably get you know what? Here's what we'll do. We're going to go through the rest of these predictions, and then at the end, I'm going to let Joey make a request of film cuts of games that have already been played this season, and we're going to see how many game film cuts we can find for college football games for the Rumble channel while Joey breaks down some games play-by-play. How's that sound?
Not sure about play-by-play. I'm forced to watch the Florida-Texas game.
No, these are games that have aired prior to this week. I'll go in. I'll try to find the full game film for them, and then a game that's aired in previous weeks. Like if there's another Georgia Tech game you want to watch where you can scout the center, I would go in and try to find that game film. That's one option we have. But yeah, I've got the Jets winning 24-20. I just think there's too much talent on the Jets, as good as the Cardinals are, but it was a 4-3 split decision. Lions and Texans. Lions were a lock on the site this week, but Taylor Decker is out. Dan Skipper's going to be starting at left tackle. I like the Lions. I've got the Lions winning 27-18. Yeah, very odd, wonky score there. Both numbers divisible by 9. But yeah, I've got the Lions beating the Texans 27-18. That is my score for that game.
Lions are going to win either way. For me, the Lions are right now the class of the...
They're the class of the NFC. They're going to...
NFC. Oh, shit. That explains why Florida can't score a freaking point. Their quarterback's out. Their backup quarterback's out. Their running back's out. Their backup running back's out. 3 receivers are out. It's like, okay, can Florida even field a team? Wow, that's an impressive failure on the injury report. Chris, what would have happened if the Lions would have had that many injuries? Do you think they would win a game?
No, but it kind of reminds me of the old, there was this old cartoon on YouTube where Matt Millen pretends to make the Lions terrible, and Rod Marinelli, he calls Rod Marinelli Rod Marinara sauce, and Rod Marinelli actually tells him to draft Joe Thomas, and he ignores him, and he drafts Calvin Johnson instead because he wants more wide receivers.
That actually happened.
That did actually happen.
That actually happened. I can't, it's like everything you just mentioned, you said it was a cartoon.
It was. It's a Matt Millen cartoon, and he calls Rod Marinelli Rod Marinara sauce. And then you have Mike Williams talking about stash, which is marijuana, which was illegal back then.
But everything that happened. It's like, that actually, Mike Williams did get suspended for marijuana. Ron Marinelli was called Marinara. And Matt Millen did go out to destroy the Lions organization. So, I mean, it's. I could look at that and like, well, that's
And they say it's an NFL Network production, the people who made this clip, but I know for a fact NFL Network did not create that. So
that's stuff that actually happened. I lived through that. I watched that happen. Okay, there was no parody to that. There was no creativity.
that's just basically taking real world events and incorporating them into an animation skit.
It wasn't even really a skit. It's like it just has been so far back that people forget about it. And I know that shows my age. Like, screw all of you who should call me old. But still, I remember it happening. It's like you can't make this shit up. And let's face it, I still believe that the Lions did not draft Joe Thomas because they did not want to have to wait to get in contact with him because he was out fishing with his dad. He refused to go to the draft because he wanted to go fishing with his dad that weekend. And he was out on the lake. The Browns waited to call him and let him know that he had been drafted by the Browns until after he got back from his fishing trip. I firmly believe Matt Millen did not want to wait. The reason they did not draft him, he did not want to wait to call Joe Thomas until after the fishing trip. Even though Joe Thomas was way out on the lake, somewhere in Wisconsin. That time of year is a little bit dangerous, but at the same time, he was out there fishing. So, just in my opinion, I think the Lions screwed up the chance to have Matt Stafford and Joe Thomas on the same team simply because Matt Millen didn't want to wait for Joe Thomas to come back from fishing with his dad. Now, you tell me how really screwed up that is.
It's very screwed up.
It's the Lions. I think the Lions have recovered from the Matt Millen era very well. It took them time to do so. And they had to get a head coach and front office that were the exact opposite of anything that Matt Millen may have had before. And Matt Millen, to Matt Millen's credit, Matt Millen wasn't that different from Campbell. Matt Millen just wasn't that damn smart. He was a tough guy. He was a guy who believed in being rough and tumble. He just wasn't that smart. Matt Campbell's a smart cookie.
Yeah, Dan Campbell's
would have kicked your ass. Matt Millen wouldn't have known how to kick your ass, but he was capable of it. Campbell will kick your ass. He'll know how to kick your ass. Then he'll tell you how he's going to kick your ass and how he'll kick your ass in the future.
They're re-airing the John Travolta Capital One commercial where he's Santa. They aired this all the time last year. Now they're beginning to re-air it because Halloween's over, the election's over. Yeah. This is basic.
I'm still waiting for Mariah Carey to emerge from her dumpster.
I want to see a Pulp Fiction Capital One commercial. It's never going to happen, but I would love to see it happen.
Yeah, and I'm going to do my best Mariah Carey impression. 440 days I'm free. It's time to conquer Paris.
27 to 18. Yeah.
So, it's like 3 340 days or whatever it is like for 20 days. I think she gets for 20 days or whatever, 30 days or whatever it is. She gets like $300 million in royalties because she is. It's like it's so freaking stupid. There's a reason those memes exist. It's like how much he gets paid for not even doing anything, just recordings of her for 30 days. It is just insane.
Yep.
Absolutely insane.
I mean, the last game is the Monday night game. It's Dolphins Rams. This was also a lock, and the Rams. I took the Rams here. They're gonna get Note Boom, Jonah Jackson, and Avila back potentially this week. All three of them back.
Okay,
I'm going 30-20 Rams.
Little bit of information 13 minutes ago. Todd Archer via Adam Schefter reported the Cowboys did not make the move of Dak Prescott to the injured reserve on Saturday, although that remains the plan. If it is made next week, the earliest he could return is December 15th against Carolina. Cornerback Josh Butler and wide
Yeah, so if that's the case, that injury would keep him out another week. The IR would go into effect basically for weeks 11 through 14 instead of 10 through 13 if Dak is on IR. Next week.
Get a lot of chance to see Rush in that situation.
And if Rush plays like crap, we could see Trey Lance. I don't think we're going to see Trey Lance, but I'm not ruling out the possibility that we see Trey Lance either.
That would take a lot of desperation on the Cowboys' part. Let's face it. The 49ers gave up on him after a year and a half. After trading 3 first-round picks to go up to get him. He was that bad. And the Cowboys, if you think the Cowboys are going to bench Cooper Rush for him, if that happens, Cowboys are really desperate. That is, oh God, that is so bad. At that point, Mike McCarthy might as well just resign. Don't even worry about getting fired. Just resign. Because you're done.
Yep.
Do you agree?
I agree. It's 21-10 Georgia Tech now, but I've got the Rams beating the Dolphins 30-20 in the Monday night game.
Florida scored 3. I want to see Arch Manning because this game has no other meaning.
Cam Ward with a completion to 0 or number 8, and Georgia Tech just grabbed the player by the leg, makes a big stop. Is that a third down?
Coverage. I'm just watching your touchdown passes. Like that was terrible coverage. The fuck, he got beat.
Zion Williamson out with a hamstring strain. That's not really news. Zion Williamson's been injured every year he's been in the NBA. Zion's been injured every year. Like last year was the only year where Zion stayed healthy and he got injured in the playoffs, like at the most inopportune time. So Zion being injured is not news. It's to be expected by now, ESPN, but
it's Zion being injured is nothing unless Zion gains another 30 pounds because Zion doesn't know how to keep his weight down. But at that point, then we can talk about Zion being injured because whenever Zion's injured, Zion gains 50 pounds. So we'll figure that out then. But yeah, I'm watching Arch Manning hand the ball off. Several times because for some reason they're not letting him throw the ball yet. I'm trying to find something to get excited about here, Chris. This is
Miami Georgia Tech is on. It's not a very exciting game. I know there's a game on a CBS, but I'm guessing it's the 3:30 Big Ten game.
That's a very. Oh man, that was a good pass. Like when right there was on it, Arch Manning threw it into double coverage, but it was a perfect pass over the shoulder of his receiver, number 7. Oh hell yeah, that was an
Ooh, college football. Westminster, Pennsylvania at Geneva. That's on KDKA Plus. Westminster, Pennsylvania at Geneva. 2 small schools.
Johnson, 27. I think he should have been called for interference on that.
Yeah, there's 2 the college football game on CBS is Michigan, Indiana, but the other college football game on that you get is Purdue, Ohio State, and that game's
Yeah, I didn't
It's-
even entertain that game.
38-0 Ohio State.
Oh, right, I would have. Oh my god, why did you double catch that? It hit you right in the hands. That was one of. Archman avoided the rush. There was 1 foot in. You challenged that.
Interesting.
He avoided the rush.
This is
And then
these player comps for Quinn Ewers are bad. Swipa compared him to Mac Jones. I don't think he's as bad as Mac Jones was, and Bill compared him to Taylor Heineke with a stronger arm. Those comps hold nothing on my Jake Plummer comp for
well,
Ewers.
dude, it's under review. Look at that. That was complete. 1 foot in. But yeah, I never thought your Jake Plummer review was good.
No, that was Carson Palmer, because I was going to originally compare. No, if you remember, I was originally going to compare Quinn Ewers to Carson Palmer, and then you were like, Chris, you turned up the volume to 10 on your crazy meter, and then I compared him to Plummer, and then you thought that was a better comp. You never said it was a good comp, but you thought it was a much better comp than Palmer. You said the Quinn Ewers to Jake Plummer comp was much better than the Carson Palmer comp I originally made.
Well, they're both really bad comps. They were both horrific comps. But Jake Plummer was much better than Carson Palmer.
Much better comp for Ewers than Palmer, but they were both.
It's like, that's not saying much. I was just trying to be nice at the time.
Okay.
As we are getting closer to draft time, you're going to have to lower your freaking standard. I
mean, Taylor Heineke, Mac Jones, I don't think these are very good comps for Quinn Ewers either. I still think my comp is better, and that's not saying much, and it's not a good comp.
It's like Heineke's actually a much better comp. It's because you're talking about a guy. It's like Jake Plummer. His nickname was the Snake. Jake the Snake Plummer, because he got out of a lot of situations.
So yeah, Bill is the one who compared him to Heineke. Ewers. Yeah.
That's better than Jake Plummer. Carson Palmer, I had to have you drug tested. Thankfully, I talked you off the cliff there, because that would have.
And Cam Ward just threw a touchdown to Isaiah Horton, and this is a 1-score game.
Yeah, Horton is a guy I am high on, but he doesn't have the volume. Because something Cam Ward has, it makes it more difficult to evaluate his skill position players. He will spread the ball around. And that's one of the things we love about Cam Ward, is that he will spread the ball. He'll hit his tight end. He'll hit 2 or 3 receivers a game, he will hit his running backs. He will do he will play with his back to the defense, and he will do the play action. I mean, Cam Ward will the knock against Cam Ward. I will just say now, he doesn't have amazing arm strength. He has good arm strength. He has NFL pro-ready arm strength. But if you're going to ask him to throw the ball like Jaden Daniels, 60, 70 yards downfield, he can't do it. Can he hit a 30 or 40-yard pass on the dime? Yeah. But he's not going to hit a 50 to 60-yard pass. He's not going to throw it in the air that long. He might throw it 35, 40 yards long, but he doesn't have the strength to do the arm strength to do what elite quarterbacks do. He's going to pick you apart because he knows how to play the damn game. And he knows how to read defenses. And guess what? At the end of the day, Miami's going to end up winning this game.
Yeah, it's 21-16 now.
Miami will end up winning this game. I will say that now. Because they've got...
This is interesting. This is from an hour ago. Cole NFL has Aller as QB1 and Ward as QB2. We found out Aller was not QB1 last week against Ohio State. He had a window of opportunity to get in that conversation, but really didn't seize that opportunity.
I'm wondering about the thought process of... and here's the thing. I just looked... Oh, yeah, I am definitely putting a buck on this one. Oh, damn. I just missed it. I was, they had plus 110 for Miami to win, and they had Georgia Tech win. And as I pushed on it, minus 105. The betting odds just went closer to Miami's favor, and it's like, I was just late. Ooh, there it goes. There's plus 100 again. Good enough for me. Miami's going to win this game.
Yeah, they're going to win. It's just a matter of...
Yeah, it's... they're... And I think I want to give Georgia Tech a little bit of credit there. Because when you're looking at the betting odds, because they're winning again. I'm lucky I made my bet when I did, because it just went back to negative 150. That's impressive. That Georgia Tech is keeping up with Miami on the betting odds. He is good at they're behind. And guess what? Cam Ward's going to go ahead and lead them back.
Yep, probably, but this is great. Ohio State recovers a fumble for a touchdown against Purdue, and Gus Johnson is showing zero enthusiasm because it's 38-0. And somebody tweeted, the Buckeyes finally broke Gus Johnson's spirit because he is showing no energy at this point in the game.
Well, it's like I didn't think they were going to be worth much anyway. So that's why I kept it on Florida. Freaking Death Above Texas.
Yeah.
Calling Death Above because they've been torching Florida on the pass. Is because my other game was Ohio State, and I'm like, that's going to be worse. That's going to be worse. At least Florida might get 10 points out of this. I don't think Gus Johnson's going to will his team to 10 points. As it is, there goes Florida. They got 10.
Adam Schefter, Goodell is working very hard on bringing an NFL regular season game to Berlin, Germany. They have some games in Munich, Germany, but they do not have one in Berlin. So, and there's going to be a game in Madrid next year.
I will say this. I watched a WWE live event from Berlin, I think it was last year. Those fans are absolutely insane. If Goodell saw that WWE live event, he's not going to tell you he saw that event. But him going, I am doing my damnedest to get Berlin. Yeah, there's a reason for that. He sees that event and he's like, that's the result? That's what WWE's got? What do you think the NFL can do? Those fans will be, especially if they bring in if they have somebody who knows German or is from Germany on one of those teams. Because I can guarantee you, I saw Gunter in Berlin. He opened his mouth and spoke German, and he's Ottoman. So he was part of that group.
But there's going to be a game in Madrid, Spain next year, from what I'm hearing. I don't know if they'll go back to Brazil, but I'm hearing there's going to be a 25 game in Madrid, Spain.
I would choose Spain over Brazil just because of the. I am surprised that there was not some type of bombing or something or whatever, because there are way too many protests in Brazil over the government and everything else. People say there are too many protests in America. America's got nothing on Brazil in intensity or anything else. So my thought is Spain would be I love Spain fans. Okay, Spain, if you've ever watched a sporting event from Spain or a Spanish team, damn. Those fans are like look, you see college football fans and college football entrances and how raucous they are. Those fans in Spain are just as raucous as college football fans. Okay? If the NFL can bring a spectacle, and especially if
there's going to be 6 games next year. That is what they're going to do. They're going to have 6 games next year for the international series. They're going to have one in Brazil, one in Madrid, Spain, one in there's going to be one in there's going to be 3 in London, 1 in Germany, 1 in Brazil, and 1 in Spain. That's what we're getting next year.
Here's what I want to see. And if anybody's listening to me, come on, Goodell. This is your shot.
I do think we'll get a Berlin game, but it won't be till 26.
An NFL game in Ireland. Because let's face it, if you can get one in a huge stadium in Ireland, you're going to get a quarter of the freaking country. Because remember, the country is the size of West Virginia. Okay? You can get a quarter of the country filling a freaking stadium, and they are going to be ready to go. You're going to have a quarter of the country in that stadium. You are going to expand your reach to a quarter of the freaking country. And let's face it, the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland are 2 different countries, but they're 2 different countries. One's part of the UK, one is independent. Let's not get that confused. But you're going to have that type you're going to have that type of reach. You're going to reach an entire island, and you're going to have them in your back pocket after you're done.
I want to see an NFL game in China. I think we're 5 years away from that, but I want to see it, damn it.
Well, yeah, it's not going to happen while Donald Trump's around. It's like he hates China with all of his. I know I've dove into Trump's history a lot, but at the same time, I haven't really dove into why he hates China so much. But if Roger Goodell went to China during the Trump administration, you're looking at freaking meltdown, taxes, and everything else against the NFL. And I don't think Roger Goodell's, whether you like him or not, he's too smart to try to throw that in there. Unless Trump is sentenced to prison before his term starts, then Goodell is not going to make. I'm sorry, Chris. Goodell is not going to make that move.
He's not.
Because let's face it, Trump still needs sentencing, and he's not president, which means he is not immune to any presidential anything. So it really depends on the sentence. So
they're already in the process of reaching a settlement with the lawyer who is going to make the charges against Trump. They're already
if that happens, then it's moot anyway.
Yeah.
So nobody cares except for Roger Goodell, who's not going to come close to China as long as Trump's around. But
I would guess that would also apply to Russia too, with Trump.
Well, there's not much to Trump with Russia because the thing is with Russia, the big thing is people look at with Russia is they're going to say stuff like collusion or anything. It's not anything to do with collusion. It's that Deutsche Bank at the time was operating their main offices because Trump was in the middle of his 7th bankruptcy when he was president last time. The big thing was Deutsche Bank was closer to the border. I don't remember whether they were on the border or over the border. And everybody's like, oh, his friend was the CEO of a Russian bank. No, his friend was the CEO of a German bank that gave him a loan because no U.S. Bank would give him a loan because he was too toxic credit. Because he had 7 bankruptcies, there were 50 business failures, lost over $1 billion. No U.S. bank was going to give him money. His buddy gave him $1 billion. And they're like, oh, it's a Russian bank. No, it wasn't. It was a German bank. And I think that German bank's now housed in Berlin. So no, it's not Russian. I don't like Trump, but I'm not going to, crucify the guy for stuff that wasn't. It's fabricated. If I'm going to, he's Donald Trump. He's got plenty of stuff. All I have to do is point and look, and I can find something. I'm not going to fabricate anything. It was a German bank. Shut up. There's no collusion. He's stupid enough to like Putin. They're friends. Whatever. That's a personal choice.
And Georgia Tech just got a first down to move into field goal range.
Yeah, it's like, but it's like, I hate it when people accuse people of things that they didn't do, even if it's Donald Trump.
Yep.
It's like, come on, guys. It's like everybody's done plenty of crap. Criticize them for their failures. Criticize them for what they've done. Don't criticize them for shit.
It looks like number 2 on the Miami Hurricanes is down with an injury.
God damn it. It's like
George is on.
Criticize number 2 for going down with injury when they didn't have to.
That's Daryl Porter Jr., the senior out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, who went down.
I know. He's a damn good player. Like, that's why I say that. He's a guy I'm looking to go into the NFL draft soon and do really good things.
I think it's a concussion. I mean, he's barely moving his leg, but his helmet took a massive blow on the hit. And it did look like he could barely move his leg at first, but
This is what happens when you bring up Donald Trump. Bad things start to happen. Stop bringing up Trump, because every time you bring up Trump, bad things happen. Just stop doing it, because it's last time you did that, NFL teams lost in the playoffs. Okay.
like who in particular? Who in particular? I don't remember.
I don't remember either. I just remember you did it, and bad things happened, and then bad things happened when he mentioned the draft, and
I remember he mentioned the draft. I don't remember what year this was. Was this
it was like his first year in office or second year in office, something like that.
his first year in office was 2017, and his second year in office was 2018. I don't think it was wait, was it the may have been the Mahomes draft in Philadelphia, because I remember Donald Trump wanting to provide some input on the draft that year.
I don't remember. I just remember calling you names. It's like, why would you ever do this? That's why he should never open his mouth when it comes to football again, and so on and so forth. All I remember is the rant that came from it. But every time you say something about Donald Trump, or Donald Trump opens his mouth about football, something bad happens. And we don't want that.
Okay, here we go. It was Donald Trump said Deshaun Watson was going to be great at the 2017 NFL draft, and then he got injured during his rookie year. That's what it was.
And we see how well that's gone, haven't we?
I guess so.
And he's great at massages.
Yep.
And let's face it, and I mean that with all sincerity, because remember, the judge and the prosecutor agreed, no criminal activity. But he got great massages, didn't he?
Yep.
So I guess Donald Trump was right. Except for the football part. He didn't do great at football. That lasted like 2 years. So, Trump, shut your mouth. Every time you open it, bad things happen to football players. You're ruining our draft analysis. Can't have this. Don't you dare say anything about Cam Ward. Do you see Donald Trump Arch Manning will be the greatest quarterback of all time? Oh, fuck. Back to the drawing board. Just see the Mannings getting everybody in Tennessee and Texas to go out with pitchforks and everything, because you said, what about Arch? Hell no. And let's face it, the Mannings are really influential. They can do it too. And Peyton is good friends with Jimmy Haslam. Hey, Jimmy, you got $1 billion you could loan us? We've got to have an angry mob here. Could you loan us a little money to get all these people going?
Oh, Donald Trump also said that C.J. Beathard would be the next Tom Brady. C.J. Beathard,
We know how well that's going.
There's another one. I think he may have said Mahomes would be out of the league in 3 years too. I don't know if he said that. I'm not gonna.
Here we go. It's like, do you want to keep going down the rabbit hole? Here's a draft analyst that could probably never exist. His analysis is not good. like I said, every time he opens his mouth, bad things happen. And you are just bringing my point. And then you bring him up, and it's like, even bringing up his name within a football context, when I'm describing things about him, what happens? Concussion. Player gets concussion. Just because we were talking about Donald Trump on a football podcast.
Yeah, and then after the draft, when he made those comments about Watson, Bethart, you know what happened? He criticized players who protesting during the games. So yeah.
It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Every time he is mentioned, whether he mentions it or he is mentioned during a football engagement, whether it be a podcast, broadcast, or whatever, something bad happens. Something bad happens. This is why I say football media needs to blacklist, ban Donald Trump, period, during football engagements. But nothing good ever comes of it. Ever. It's always an injury. It's always sexual exploitation. There's always a bad pick.
ABC.
I said something during the infamous yacht incident. What was it? Odell Beckham yacht incident with the Giants?
Yeah, I'm reading Dan Graziano's NFL draft scenarios from 2017. Myles Garrett and a quarterback, 1 in 12. San Francisco trade down and get John Ross. Bears.
Oh, shit. What the hell did he do that for? God damn. Catch interference is no, you eject him from the game. Number 9 for the Gators, Weston speared the Texas punt returner to the point that it looked like a Goldberg spear from back in the day in WCW. Okay, it was, and both of them took time to get up. And the Texas returner's still down. Well, he's back up, but he's on the sideline being attended to. But it's like, what the hell? That was at least 3 seconds before the ball even got there. It's like that was completely uncalled for. Look, Weston, I love you, buddy. I think you got a great future. But what the hell was that? That was, oh my God, that was horrific. You do not do that on any level, whether it be a personal level or a football level. That was just a stupid move. Because you knew that ball wasn't even close to that returner, and you knew you were going in there just to try to injure a guy. Why he wasn't ejected, I will never know. That was a horrific play. That was horrific. You never do that. Because you know he's not looking at you. He's not protecting himself. He could have broken the guy's ribs. It's like, what the hell, dude? Sorry for going off on that, but that was like, what the hell, man?
It's now 28-16 Georgia Tech over Miami. Georgia Tech might actually win this game.
It might. It's a possibility. What's the line now is 200, so I should have waited a little bit longer to put a bet in.
Yeah.
I still think Miami's going to come back and win.
I do too, but it's
Now it just went down from 200 to 185 on the Miami. Thing is, the spread, the total points.
SMU would move ahead of Miami if in the polls next week if Georgia Tech holds on, because SMU's undefeated in ACC play. So SMU would move into the top 4, and Miami would move down to like 7, 8, or 9.
It is a 44 points. The over-under for the game, Georgia Georgia Tech Miami's 58.5. You think?
I'd take the over.
Florida gets up to that point, they get the over.
I would say so. Yeah.
If Miami wins, they will go over. If Georgia Tech.
Yeah, and you got Michael Irvin trying to fire up guys on the bench.
Who is?
Michael Irvin, he's on the sideline for Miami. He's trying to fire up some of the players.
If Michael Irvin can't fire you up, you can't be fired up. This is something that infuriates me when I hear it. I don't care. Last time I heard it was on the Browns podcast, but something that infuriates me when any commentator says this on any broadcast. When somebody's going over the middle, they said it about Cedric Tillman when he went over the middle and tried to use his body to make the play. He said he should have got his hands out there and caught that ball. It was Michael Irvin that said, whoever said that never made it, and it was bleeped out, never made an effing play. Because, and his rationale, he gave a rationale for it. He said, well, you put your hands out there, you catch it, you get hit, guess what? The ball hits the ground. Would you rather limp your ass back to the sideline, 4th and 5, and have to punt, or limp your ass back to the sideline, 1st and 10? That's what I always say. And that's coming from the mouth of the playmaker himself. So that's what really takes. So that's why that really ticks me off. Is because everybody says that because that's what it says. Do it in the book. Like Irvin said, whoever wrote that book never made a play. Because when you go over the middle, you're probably going to get hit.
Miami's already at the Georgia Tech 20-yard line. They've had the ball for only 2 minutes. Or a minute.
Yeah, it's like I kind of expected that. And I expected it more when it's like I have no doubt that Miami's going to win this game. When you got Michael Irvin coming down from wherever he was to the sideline.
To Georgia Tech sideline, not even there. This is a road game for Miami. So Irvin's going on the road with the Canes to Georgia Tech.
It's like, when Michael Irvin comes down, it's like, oh shit, we're getting yelled at by Michael Irvin. This ain't good. Okay, we're going to go and win the game. It's like, do you really want to hear Michael Irvin in that locker room?
You lost the fucking game. Here's why you lost the fucking game.
Oh, no. Anything you can say would probably be tamed, like he would say. And to say it in the type of voice that he would say it in, oh, damn, that was a great pass by Arch Manning. Arch Manning.
And number 3 on the Hurricanes just got injured. The wide receiver for Miami, number 3.
Not sure.
Jacoby George, the number 2 receiver. He just got injured on the play.
He's never thrown me as much as the other guys.
Restrepo's their main guy, and they've got another guy who's pretty good, but yeah.
Here's the thing. Arch Manning right now is showing more mobility than anybody else in his family has ever shown. Okay. He is dodging pass rushes left and right.
NFL scouts are telling him not to enter the draft in 26. He's not ready. He should go in 27 when he has 2 full seasons as a starter. That's what scouts are telling him.
He's going to be playing, and he's going to be starting next year. And the thing is, if Texas keeps winning like this, he's going to get more time. So I think those NFL scouts are premature. And depending on what scouts they are.
Scouts are just saying this because Anthony Richardson flopped and got benched early. Bryce Young got benched early. They're hoping.
But I'm saying, which scouts are these? Because Arch Manning's already played 2 games at least. He's been impressive.
He's played 2 games off the bench, and he started I think he started 3 or 4 games this year when Ewers was injured.
He's going to be starting the whole next year. Once again, he's impressive today when it comes to his escapability and some of the pinpoint throws he's made. Even though he hasn't burned it deep all that much. Which teams are saying not to come out in 2027? Are there teams that may be looking at for a quarterback in 2027?
They're saying not to come out in 26 and to come out in 27 when he's a junior red shirt, not a sophomore red shirt.
Maybe, just maybe, these are teams that are that are going to project to need a quarterback in 2027. Just curious. Just a thought.
Yep.
Because if you need a quarterback in 2027, but you got somebody under contract in 2026, are you going to advise the best quarterback prospect in the country to come out in 2026? Or are you going to try to convince him to wait until 2027?
Yeah.
I mean, come on, dude. Try not to be so transparent when you're giving him advice. Shit, he's a smart guy. Peyton's one of the smartest people in the history of the game. I mean, there were a few years ago, before Peyton said, I am not interested and I want to go to media, he was being looked at by 3 or 4 teams to be the president of their franchise.
And Georgia Tech with a 3rd down stop after calling a timeout before 3rd down.
They got the stop, but they called the timeout beforehand. Okay, well, that's the equivalent of somebody making a 3-point shot to win the game, but you call a timeout right as the shot was going off.
Yeah, they've got 2 timeouts left. It's 4th and 6. Miami's going for it instead of taking the points.
Well, yeah, of course. But, for some reason I just got the picture of Larry Bird taking a 3 to win it, and
oh, yeah, I said I was going to go over my NBA mock draft. Let me do that now. I'm going to do that now. I forgot. I was going to go over my NBA mock draft on the lives. So load that shit up right now. Let's load it up. I've got Cooper Flagg at number 1, the Duke power forward. I have him going to the Brooklyn Nets. I think Cooper Flagg is the best player in this draft. Yeah, Cooper Flagg, power forward, Duke.
Well, yeah, but the Nets I wouldn't guess the Nets get the number 1 pick. So
I made the draft order before the start of the season. In my defense,
Okay.
Yeah.
I got you. I was gonna say, looking at it from what it is now, I wouldn't expect that one.
Yeah, I had the Brooklyn Nets at 1. His player comps are Scottie Pippen, Larry Bird, Andre Kirilenko, with the offensive comp being Pippen.
You lost me at Bird. Okay, there will never be another Larry Bird.
His defensive comp is Kirilenko. His offensive comp is Pippen. But I saw one YouTuber compare him to Bird. I think it's horseshit too.
Yeah, that YouTuber probably don't know what the hell is going on. And probably never saw Bird. Never probably listened to Bird.
I think he's better than Zion Williamson was, and he's the best Duke player since Zion. But
I get the Zion thing.
He is a pretty complete prospect, but the drawback is he's not an elite ISO scorer, despite checking every box in terms of offense, defensive traits, and Georgia Tech with a 4th down stop against Cam Ward. Looks like Georgia Tech's going to win this. I mean, they got a 4th down stop on Cam Ward. That is not easy to do. I'll rewatch this play, and then I'll break down my number 2 pick. But yeah, I mean, he led Montverde to sacked him on 4th down. That's a huge. And they got by Miami's left guard there, and boom, goes down Ward on 4th down. But yeah, he was the main Gatorade High School Player of the Year.
When it comes to the situation there, it's like what was the play that Miami was running?
They were calling to call a play action, but they tried to sell the option, and they just didn't have enough time to execute the.
So it was an offensive line breakdown.
Yeah,
Basically.
pretty much.
Yeah, okay. Because when it came to the situation, it's like when it comes to a sack and the way, because I wouldn't really get too involved in what it was if Miami didn't run more of a pro-style offense. Because then you run a pro-style offense, then the whole thing matters.
Yep, definitely. But this is the thing. Cooper Flagg, he played in Maine. He went to he moved to Florida before his junior year, and then he went to Montverde Academy. And then he was the James Naismith Player of the Year in the same season as a high school senior. So that's the thing I'm looking at here with
And I just want to go back to this thing when they say about Larry Bird a second. Okay, how much he got after the ball? Okay, what's his step back look like? How many no-look passes he thrown? Okay, what's his game look like with his back to the basket?
he went 0 for 4 on 3-point attempts against Maine. So he did.
Bird only took 2 3-point attempts per game, 3.4 for his career. Made 1.5 of them.
Yeah.
You went over for 4. Okay, you're gonna look at Larry Bird. I think Clayton Clowney said if Bird played today with medical advancements, he would have stuck around so long they would have had to rename the league. They came too far from the truth. You really want to compare anybody to that?
That would be the best case scenario, but I don't think that's going to happen.
That is an impossible study. LeBron James still hasn't reached those heights. Okay, and LeBron James, people are saying he's the greatest player of all time. He hasn't reached Larry Bird heights. What type of player do they think's coming out with the first pick in the draft?
Well, Cooper Flagg, he had 16.5 points per game, 7.5 rebounds, 3.8 assists, 2.7 blocks. He was on the 33-0 team at Montverde Academy. He was the face of the team. But he's a pretty good player, but he's not seen as an elite ISO scorer. That's the one drawback. And the other, but I have Cooper Flagg at 1 to Brooklyn. Number 2, I have Arias Ace Bailey. And here's the thing. The 2 Rutgers kids, Arias Ace Bailey and Dylan, Arias Ace Bailey and Dylan Harper both trained with Yannish in the summer. And, you know, Arias has a very good basketball background. I mean, has a lot of family ties. Ace Bailey has a lot of family ties. His dad played college basketball at Houston. His mom played college basketball at West Virginia. His Aunt Venus played in the WNBA. And his aunt was also a member of the 1996 Olympic women's team. Looking at him, but he went with Rutgers.
I would be more inclined to say you have number 1. Because who's going to be trained the best? Who's going to be taught the best? Is it one of these kids that are trained in the new age of basketball? Or is it one of these guys that are going to be trained correctly? And somebody who's
with the ceiling is Anthony Edwards, but he's got to fix shot selection. That's the big thing with Ace Bailey.
Over the years, 90% of high prospects, though, almost all of the things we always said about you have to fix their shot selection. But I guarantee you go with a coach like Atkinson from the Cavs, shot selection is going to become a lot less prevalent after a year in the D League because Atkinson, I don't know if y'all watched him.
Ace Bailey is the son of former Houston basketball player Richard Bailey. He was a former basketball player on the Houston Cougars. So
the thing is, if you haven't watched Cavs this year, watch them. Drive, kick, swing, kick.
and
You do not keep the ball more than a second, and you're kicking it somewhere else to an open man. If you got a shot selection issue, you're not going to have it long. It's the same thing with the old Celtics, same thing with the old Bulls.
he can make every type of shot, but he doesn't make those long-range shots and short-range shots as consistently as his medium-range shots. And he also takes too many contested shots. He needs refinement in that respect. He's going to want to hit the weight room. He's 6 foot 200. But his work ethic's through the roof. Him and Dylan Harper trained with Giannis at the beginning of the season. They trained with Giannis Antetokounmpo, NBA player. They both trained with him. So
I just saw the Ward to Horton touchdown pass. That was a beautiful over-the-shoulder pass. It was about a 12, 14-yard pass over the shoulder, and it was beautiful.
yeah, that was
so just letting you know that it was a beautiful
It's
pass.
it's now 3rd and 20 for Miami. 28-16.
So Miami just got the ball back. You know, it's like that turnover meant very little. They got the ball back.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see what happens out there.
All right. Dylan Harper, I have him going to the Charlotte Hornets at 3. He's the son of Maria Harper and former NBA player Ron Harper, who won 5 titles with the Bulls.
Harper is a very intriguing prospect to me. I haven't looked at his height and weight.
He's 6'6", 215.
I thought he was 6'6", but 6'5" or 6'6". I didn't know his weight. I was thinking he was closer to 200, so that's a good sign. But seeing him play, he plays a lot like his dad did in a lot of ways. Because his dad, a lot of people don't realize when he was with the Clippers, he was a 20-some point per game scorer, one of the leading scorers in the NBA. But when he went to the Bulls, he was only averaging like 9 points and 6 assists. He was a facilitator. And I've noticed some of those traits in Dylan. I haven't noticed them in a great abundance, but every now and then I will see traces.
They brought Jacoby George back onto the field, and he got injured again. Like they
should have been taken back out there in the first place. It's like, what the hell? Why did they even put him back out there?
I don't know what's going on with Miami's medical team, but yeah, Dylan Harper, I have him at 3, but I think he's the one guy outside of Ace Bailey and Cooper Flagg who could end up going number 1 overall. But, you know, he's the clear-cut 3rd best player in this draft. He's the younger brother of Ron Harper Jr. He won Gatorade High School Player of the Year in New Jersey, had 23 points a game in high school. He's got the body of a 2, but he plays like a 1, but he's a very good combo guard. Dylan Harper, I have him going to Charlotte at 3. And then I have VJ Edgecombe, Baylor small forward, going 4th to the Wizards. He was the New York Gatorade Player of the Year during both his junior and senior seasons. He chose Baylor over Duke and Kentucky. He will struggle against bigger players that play the 4 and the 5. Top 8 pick. Most realistic player comp I've seen is Victor Oladipo for BJ Edgecombe, but I have the Baylor small forward going to the Wizards at 4. At 5, I have the Chicago Bulls taking Nola Traore. as a potential Lonzo Ball replacement. He's got the short range, medium range, long range. He had 25 points. What's up?
You said this game was probably over. Georgia Tech's going to win. There's still 6.5 minutes left in the game.
There's 7 on my TV. How did you get this game?
Oh, I'm just watching the game tracker on the on my bets on the betting app. You know, Hard Rock Bet.
That's fair. But yeah.
Yeah, it's like, but I'm just like, man, please, you said it's over 7 minutes.
I mean, it's Georgia Tech's only got 1 timeout left. If Cam Ward can rally the troops, the Canes could easily pull off a comeback. But yeah, Nolan Traore, he's got the passing, shooting you want from a point guard. He's got superb athleticism, body control, start ability, 29.7 assists in 29 minutes in an overtime loss. He plays like a veteran overseas. He's great at defending the one. He could go as early as 2nd overall behind Flag, and he might go as high as 5th. But that's the top 5, Joey. And then after that, you get to the Utah Jazz. They need a center. I gave them Kaman Malak, the Duke center. I mean, this guy's 7'2", 250. He lost 18 pounds to get to 232. Set 25 points, 17 rebounds, and 2 blocks in 1 game on film. But, you know, what's interesting about this guy is he's born in South Sudan. Luol Deng has been personally mentoring him.
And I just want to put it out there. If you never followed the NBA draft, players from Sudan, they do not come around often, but when they do, you better take notice. Because they're going to make some type of impact on any team that drafts them. So
his floor is Hashim, and it feels like a boomer bust prospect because his floor is Hashim Thabit. His ceiling is a poor man's Dikembe Mutombo. So that's his ceiling. So, and he came from a similar area as Mutombo, who grew up playing basketball in Africa before coming to the NBA.
Remember, I don't even know if you're old enough to remember. Dikembe Mutombo and Mark Jackson, later known as Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf. That combination of defense and offense, and believe me, had Rauf not sat for the national anthem, we'd still be talking about him as one of the best point guards to ever play the game. He was the precursor. He was everything Steph Curry is. He just didn't have longevity because he took a stand against something he believed in. Whether it was right or wrong, I'm not going to comment on. It was something he believed in. And the NBA blacklisted him. But the thing was, that combination was one of the best center point guard combinations, defense to offense, we had seen at that point, and it drove the Nuggets to being the first team to beat a number 1 seed from the 8th seed in NBA playoff history. It was something special.
Yeah.
And for somebody to be compared to, and since Dikembe Mutombo retired, he's been building schools over in Africa. Okay. It was a very, whether you like to admit it or what they stood for or anything else, it was a very morally driven team. And they were a very morally driven group. So to compare anybody to one of those guys, that's I would need clarification.
Because from if his floor's the beat and his ceiling's Mutombo, what my takeaway here is he might be raw, he might shoot like Shabit, but he defends like Mutombo. That's what I get.
You would have to keep it basketball because if you're comparing him to Mutombo, that's like comparing somebody to Bird.
I'm trying not to.
You'd have to incorporate so much more into the discussion. And it's really difficult to incorporate everything into the
This is the thing. I'd say he's closer to. Some people are saying that he's closer to Mutombo than the Beat, despite how raw he is, but he's very raw. I mean, this guy he played 18 games and he only started 11. That's it.
Are you saying, because remember, when we did
He's going to need a ton of coaching. He's going to need a ton of coaching at Duke from Shire.
Remember when we did our all-time players back, and one of the reasons I put Bird second was because of all the intangibles, all the things he brought. Same thing with Bill Russell. All the things he brought to the table outside of just what he brought on the court, what he gave to his teammates, what he gave to everybody else, and the hope he gave, and the
Bill Russell's in a class of his own. If somebody compares a player to Bill Russell in today's era, I'm just going to click the X button. I'm not even going to acknowledge the individual or respond to them.
There are a few players that I will push back on. You compare him to Larry Bird, I will push back on you. Compare him to Bill Russell, I will push back on it. You compare him to Dikembe Mutombo, that is another one that I will push back on. Because it takes a special player and a special person to hit.
I'm not saying he conducts himself like Mutombo on the court or off the court. The energy he brings, his defense is similar to Mutombo's. That's all I'm going to say on that.
Okay, that I can go with, but I will not.
I'm not saying it's better or identical. I'm not saying it's better or identical or just as good. I'm saying it's similar. That's all I'm saying.
I can let that go. It's just there are a very few players in NBA history.
I don't think you can compare anybody into any upcoming NBA players in today's era to Shaquille O'Neal because Shaq dunked the ball with so much intensity, and you're not going to see that from a modern day NBA prospect. And he defended.
Very clear. Shaquille O'Neal was everything LeBron James was before LeBron James. And we're not talking the Lakers Shaquille O'Neal. We're talking
Orlando.
Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah.
The Orlando Magic Shaquille O'Neal was just go back and watch him. The Orlando Magic Shaquille O'Neal, if the game hadn't changed the way it did, because he changed for the game. Because the game changed, and he changed to make sure he stay with it. But as the game was at the time, Shaquille O'Neal couldn't be touched. The only person that could touch him, Hakeem Olajuwon. He dominated Patrick Ewing. He dominated David Robinson. He dominated everybody except for Hakeem. And for people who will say, oh, he dominated Hakeem, it's like, really? He won the stats, but who shut Shaq down when Shaq usually dominated? During those times that Shaq usually took over, who made sure he didn't take over? Yeah, he won the stats.
Yeah, and it's down to 250 in the Miami-Georgia game. It's 3rd and 1. I've got Hugo Gonzalez to the Pistons. Go ahead. Continue your rant.
I'm looking at this. It is 28-23. Georgia Tech on 3rd and 1. One timeout left with the ball.
And Miami with a big stop there. But as far as Hugo Gonzalez's comp go, his floor is Evan Fournier. His ceiling is Luka Doncic. This is probably Real Madrid's best player at guard, Hugo Gonzalez, since Luka Doncic. Although I would say there's only a 10% chance he becomes as good as Doncic. But this is probably Real Madrid's best player since Luka.
I can't dismiss it though because Real Madrid, dude, they're some of the best in the world.
And Real Madrid's point guard went to BYU, Igor Yemen. We'll get to him in a bit. I have Trey Johnson, the Texas shooting guard, to Golden State at 8. He makes 90% of his free throw shots, and he hits 40% of his 3-point shots. And he's such a consistent shooter, but he's not uber athletic, but he's such a consistent shooter that he's drawn comparisons to former Pistons shooting guard Rip Hamilton. That's Trey Johnson, the 8th pick in the draft.
And that's interesting because Rip Hamilton was a mid-range. He was always mid-range, head fake, drive, layup, dunk, mid-range shot, 10 to 17 feet. Every now and then he'd hit a 3, but he was not a 3-point shooter. And he was one of my favorite players ever. I often compared Tim Mitchell to an updated version of Rip. And so, to my thought process, my question for you is he an updated version of Rip, kind of like Cam, or is he a direct Rip?
I would say he's an updated version. I mean, he had 3 seasons where he scored 20 or more points in high school. He's only a freshman at Texas, but he won the Texas Mr. Basketball Award, which goes to the top high school player in Texas, as the Basketball Association of Coaches decides. But I have the Golden State Warriors taking Trey Johnson at 8 to replace Klay Thompson. The Spurs got Liam McKinney at...
Let's be honest. I think last night, Klay Thompson was kind of exposed.
He's on the Mavericks now. Klay Thompson's on the Mavericks. He's no longer on Golden State.
Who am I thinking of? Tristan Thompson, maybe?
Are you talking about a player on the Warriors or the Cavs? Who are you thinking of? That's the
Warriors.
Well, they have Curry. They have Draymond Green. They replaced Klay Thompson with Moses Moody, their 2021 first round pick.
I think I'm thinking of Draymond Green.
Yeah.
I think I'm thinking Draymond Green.
Spurs, I gave them Liam McNeely, the Connecticut small forward, at 9 as a depth piece. I mean, they have a lot of good players. They don't necessarily need an immediate upgrade, but at the same token, Liam McNeil, he was the complimentary player, the Robin to Cooper Flagg's Batman at Montverde Academy. And he can make shots from everywhere, and he can develop for a year and then start it down the road if the Spurs choose to move on from Harrison Barnes and Keldon Johnson.
This is really bad, Chris. They switched my game over to the Ole Miss game.
The Georgia Ole Miss game is supposed to air at 3:30. Georgia Ole Miss is supposed to.
They already switched it. I think Ole Miss already got touchdown.
Well, that's good. They switched out of the Texas game and they put this on. That's good.
Agreed.
But yeah, Igor Demon, the player that we've heard a lot about in the Igor Demon's the BYU shooting guard / point guard in college, who has dominated college basketball. 20 points, 7 assists, 5 rebounds.
Carson Beck, 11 interceptions through 5 games is the most of any Georgia quarterback in 30 years.
Miami burned a timeout right before the 2-minute warning, and it's 4th and 3. And Georgia Tech, if they do not get this stop, they are probably gonna. And are they going for it? No, they're gonna punt it. They're gonna punt it to Miami. I think they should go for it on 4th and 3 and try to get the kill shot. They're gonna punt it.
You're giving the football back to what is arguably considered the Superman of college football this year, who is well known
comebacks.
taking his.
He's had 3 double-digit comebacks. This would be his 4th if Miami held on and came back to win.
It would be an 81-yard drive as of right now.
Yeah, but you just I would go for the kill shot in that situation instead of punting it. But what do I know?
I agree with you. It's like, look at who you're giving the ball to. It's like, you don't give the ball to this guy. This guy's got 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, and 350 yards on your ass. You don't give the ball back to that. It's like, what is wrong with you? Horrible coaching decision.
And that was a good coverage by Georgia Tech 23. No flag on the play, but Igor Demon has been 20 points, 7 assists, 5 rebounds for BYU. He's from Real Madrid. He has kicked ass in the first 2 games. I have him at number 10 to Portland, but he could end up moving up a lot higher than that. Spurs got Drake Powell as a shooting guard from North Carolina at 11. He's a freshman. Second and 10. Jaleel Bethea, Oklahoma City Thunder. Jaleel Bethea, Oklahoma City Thunder get Jaleel Bethea. They got this pick from the Rockets. Cam Ward escapes the pocket. Ward. Oh, he fumbled it. Georgia Tech ball, unless the Hurricane. Georgia Tech. Cam Ward fumbles. Georgia Tech football. I mean, they can't kneel. Miami does have 2 timeouts, but even if Georgia Tech bleeds some clock here, they could still get a field goal and win this and have an 8-point lead. So this isn't over yet. There's 1:36 left. Miami has 2 timeouts, and
I just watched that play, Chris, and my thought is, what the hell are those wide receivers doing? You told me not one of those receivers could get open, and Ward was running around in the backfield, trying to stay within the pocket to make a pass, and they couldn't get open. At least 4 of them.
somebody just tweeted that Cam Ward was running out of the pocket like a chicken with his head cut off. I don't know if I'd go that far.
That's not what happened. He was standing in the pocket, and he ran up to his offensive line to try to see whether he should run or whether somebody would get open. And then when he decided to run, the pocket finally collapsed.
Yep.
And he got sacked. It's like, he was back there for like 5 seconds.
And I think, so Jaleel Bethea, Miami, Florida basketball player.
Michael Irvin, I would be pulling a Miles Garrett, and I would be taking helmets and I'd start swinging. Because those receivers, right there, they cost that game if Georgia Tech wins.
Well, I don't think Georgia Tech can run out the clock if Miami holds them to a 3 and out. They got the clock down to 1:32, and I know Miami's going to burn a timeout on 3rd down, but that would only give Georgia Tech 1 down to run clock. And if you hold them to a 3 and out here, they have to kick the field goal, and it's
But the fact is, to allow for the Miami receivers to allow a coverage sack.
I have a feeling this might go to overtime, because if Miami gets the 3rd down stop here and Georgia Tech has to kick a field goal and they make it, it's an 8-point game. And Cam Ward is not out of it if he's down by 8 and still has time, even with no timeouts.
It's like Cam Ward's not out of it until the end of the game, but for me, for the receivers, for somebody not to come back when they see nobody's getting open, to give their quarterback a chance,
And speaking of
That is why. Why?
Speaking of Miami Hurricanes, I do have Jalil Bethea going to the Thunder at 12. But yeah, I've done 4 mocks this year. I've done an NFL, an NHL, an MLS, and an NBA one. I'm going to do a WNBA one soon. The WNBA lottery is next week, I think, or in 2 weeks from now. I think it's next Monday. The WNBA lottery for the 2025 WNBA draft. That's next week. And then the lottery for the MLB draft is in December. It's like December 5th or something.
Yeah.
So
Now,
those are coming.
I will give the U receivers a little bit of leeway. Cam could have taken off and run earlier because there was an open lane that he was trying to make a pass.
And Georgia Tech just ran it, got the first down, game over. Miami's going to lose to Georgia Tech. I still think Miami can get it. Miami could be the 4 seed, but they pretty much have to win the ACC title against SMU now in order for that to happen. If they beat anybody else in the ACC title, it's just not going to look good on their resume. But if they beat SMU, then I think they're still the number 4 seed. But right now, BYU,
it's not going to do it.
Yeah, but Houston Rockets, Noah Esenge, Ratio Farm Ulm goes to the Rockets with the Suns' first-round pick. Michael Ruzick from Joventut, he's 6'10", 223. He cracked my lottery. And Rocco Zakarski from the Brisbane Bullets. He's 7'3", 225. Great defender, but he's got to develop offensively. He comes in at 15 here, and that's my top 15. Toronto taking Rocco Zarski at 15. At 16, I gave the Mavericks Isaiah Evans, a freshman at Duke. He was the North Carolina Gatorade Player of the Year. Good addition for the Mavericks, and you already see the fans storming the field. Clock hasn't even ran out yet. There's 9 seconds left, and you got fans storming the field. I don't mind storming the field in a situation like this, but at least have the decency to wait until the time runs out. That's all.
Well, that really doesn't bother me because they could either, they ended up calling the game when that happened, but the thought process for me is it is an 18 playoff now. Miami's going to be there. The only question is Miami's going to make that playoff?
The ACC champion is guaranteed a top 4 seed. And we know the ACC championship is probably going to be Miami versus SMU, barring a collapse by the Hurricanes or SMU. That's probably going to be the ACC.
That's not even my question. Big question is, if you're going to determine the top quarterback in this class, if Cam Ward is, barring a class, is going to make the championship or is going to make the playoffs, Shedeur Sanders has to make that. But if he doesn't and Cam ends up playing well in whatever game comes up, Shedeur has no shot, combine or not.
I mean, Iowa State has 1 conference loss. Kansas State has 2 conference losses. So Colorado has to win out, and Kansas State has to beat Iowa State in the finale where Kansas State hosts Iowa State. That is Colorado's only shot to the Big 12 championship. That is their only shot. And they would most likely face BYU, Brigham Young, in the Big 12 championship if that were to happen.
Where Miami just got beat by a covered sack where the receivers didn't come back and Cam chose not to run even though he could have. It was a bad situation. It was bad decisions all around. And it led to a loss. But guess what? I have zero confidence that it's going to happen again. So that being said, I was Miami.
Clemson can move ahead of Miami with a win over Virginia Tech today. Clemson and Miami are both 5-1 in the ACC now. So if Clemson beats Virginia Tech, they jump Miami as the number 2 team in the conference. And they lost to Louisville last week.
Clemson versus Miami in the championship.
That won't happen unless if SMU goes undefeated in conference play, it's going to be Miami or Clemson.
Well, if SMU loses,
I don't think SMU is going to lose.
yeah, but I'm looking at the best game, and I think Clemson Miami's best game.
It is the best game, I agree, but I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think we're going to get the best game. I think SMU is going to handle business, and we're going to get SMU Miami or SMU Clemson.
Well, we're going to pray for SMU.
We can pray all we want, but I don't think it's going to have much of an effect. I'll pull up SMU football schedule, and then we're going to get
Then we'll pay off the mob.
SMU hosts Boston College next week. After that, they travel to Virginia, and after that, they host California. They're probably winning all of those games. I don't see them losing to any of those 3.
I'll contact Alex.
All right, but yeah, I gave the Thunder Darian Reed. They got this pick at 17 from the Miami Heat, so the Thunder have 3 picks in the top 20. At 18, Colin Murray Boyles of the South Carolina Gamecocks. He had 10.4 points a game as a freshman. He goes to the Kings at 18. Ian Jackson, North Carolina. He had 1,000 career points at Cardinal Hayes High. 23.9 points at Overtime Elite. Max Preps National Sophomore of the Year. He's a very consistent player at he was also at Damian Lillard's Formula Zero camp. So, yeah. Very interesting player to watch. And
You know what, Chris? I'm going to do you one better. I'm not going to get a hold of Alex Owen. I'm going to get a hold of Tanya Hardy.
that's good. That's very good.
You know what? We've gone through a lot of crap. I got to go get some dinner.
Hold on, we gotta get through this NBA mock first. We're at pick 19 out of 30. I'll
How about this? I'm going to be walking for a while, so let's get through the NBA mock draft.
and then we'll sign off. I promise. Once we get through this, we are signing the F off because I got stuff I gotta do too. All right, so pick 20, Alex Caraban, small forward, Connecticut. He had 9.3 points per game as a freshman, but he did improve on that with 13.3 as a sophomore. Alex Caraban's the only freshman and sophomore from Connecticut's national title team still on this roster. Something tells me he dominates as a junior and sneaks into the back half of round 1. So Alex Caraban is the first junior to get picked at 20.
So it's raining like hell.
Zion
Like hell, Ole Miss and Georgia.
Zavonmir is Vic. ABC. I'm not watching Clemson, Virginia Tech. Sorry, I'm not. And yeah, holy crap. It is. You were not lying about that, but they're finally doing the coin toss. Yeah. But look at the, let's look at, Zion Vir Izvizic. He's from Croatia. He's coming to Arkansas though. Boogie Fland. He, 83% from 3-point land and 37 from 3-point range, 87 from free throw lane. Why am I having a tongue twister? He had 87% from free throw range.
Where's my moving umbrella?
But he was the New York Max Preps High School Player of the Year. Boogie Fland, point guard, Arkansas. He's going to be coached by Calipari at Arkansas. That's why Boogie Fland is a name to watch. Con Newpel goes to Utah. He can develop behind Colin Sexton for a year, and then he would be the starting shooting guard for Utah down the road. So there's that. 24 Utah Jazz own first round picks from the Timberwolves and the Cavs. I have them picking at 23 with the Cavs pick. I have them picking at 24 with Minnesota's pick. But remember, the Cavs traded a first round pick to Utah in the Donovan Mitchell trade. This is the first round pick Utah's getting back from the Donovan Mitchell trade, which it's not going to be, it might be at 30, because remember, Joey, NBA goes by regular season record, not playoffs. So if the Cavs finish with the best regular season record, Jazz will be picking at 30. They trade away Donovan Mitchell, they get the 30th pick back. That's a all-time fleecing.
And here's the fun part, is that for once in the history of their franchise, the Cavs won a trade. It may have only happened once, but for the first time in the franchise history, they won a trade.
Yeah, I agree. Memphis. Yeah, I totally agree with you on that. JT Toppin, power forward, Texas Tech. He's the younger brother of Obi Toppin. I have him going to the Memphis Grizzlies at 25. At 26, the Lakers get Kwame Evans Jr. Carter Knox, small forward, Arkansas, goes to the Magic at 27. The Brooklyn Nets, with the 28th pick from the Oklahoma City Thunder, they get KJ Lewis, a shooting guard from Arizona. Donnie Freeman, a power forward from Syracuse, goes to the Celtics for depth. And the Lakers, with the Atlanta Hawks, with the Lakers' first round pick, get Flory Bidunga. The Hawks early first round pick goes to the Spurs. So the Spurs are going to have 2 lottery picks, most likely, and the Hawks are going to have the Lakers pick wherever they end up drafting. But I do have the Lakers beating the Celtics in the NBA Finals. I've got the Thunder and the Magic in the conference finals. Manuel Watson agreed with me on that. But yeah, Flory Bidunga, Kansas, that's going to do it for the NBA mock draft. We are about ready to sign off here on Talk Shoot. And who? Jackson Dart. I have him in the second. I had him in the third round. I have him and Beck in the third round, both.
If this continues the way it is to start with, you may have to reevaluate that. When he just limped off.
Oh, shit. That does not look good. That does not look good for Jackson Dart. That's just another big break for Georgia. That is a big break for Georgia. I don't want to hear how it's not. That's a big break for Georgia.
It is. And not to mention that Georgia just whooped the ass of everybody.
Okay, we got some people in the chat room here. We do have some people in the chat room here before we sign off. So I'll read the comment we have in the chat room. And if it's nothing serious, just somebody says, Chelsea Wood, Aaron Rodgers lover. Hi. That's so. I don't want to get involved in if Aaron Rodgers has another lover and they're trying to flirt with me, I do not want to get involved in that. I do not want to get carded by Aaron Rodgers. So I'm going to decline the shout out.
I will accept that shout out. I will accept it, thanks. And if Aaron Rodgers has a problem with it, he can come down to me. And we will discuss it like a couple adults. And see if we can go on a darkness retreat together.
Maybe we can have Pat McAfee moderate this darkness retreat or this discussion where Aaron Rodgers' other lover trying to say hi in the chat room on Restream. But yeah.
It's totally cool with me.
It's just a crazy way to end the show, Joey. You never would expect in a million years that Aaron Rodgers' other lover would show up to the live stream, but we appreciate it.
You would shy away from it. I'm Aaron Rodgers' age, and very eligible, so I will accept said hi, and I will say hi back, and I will say, you are very welcome to be here. And if Aaron Rodgers has anything to say about that, he is very welcome to be here. And it will be a very fun show.
Agreed. But that'll do it for this week for Joseph Potter, Chris Ransom, and Aaron Rodgers' other lover over on Restream. We are signing off. So long.